Chapter 1. Ginny's First Entry. Silver-gray memories flowed in the dark space, like the shallow moonlight shining in the morning mist, giving off a faint light. Cyrus quietly looked at the unchanging scenery in front of him. Even though he no longer knew how long he had spent here, it was still difficult to calm down in his heart, because he had traveled through dimensions and become a soul. No, not even a complete soul, but just a fragment with some memories added to it. The owner of this soul fragment is none other than the famous Dark Lord Voldemort, and it is the remnant soul of the Horcrux he created when he was a student, the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. But now, due to his dimensional travel, Voldemort's consciousness no longer exists inside the diary, and this remaining soul has been completed. To be honest, turning into a Horcrux is quite shocking even in the entire world of dimensional travel. Cyrus has read a lot of fanfiction. The male protagonists of those online novels suffered various humiliations and even life-and-death crises at the beginning. He has seen this kind of plot too many times in web novels, so it is quite rare that he has to find a way to be resurrected as soon as he transmigrates into this world. What's even more helpless is that trapped in the diary, he can only passively wait for the plot to begin. If he hadn't been able to recall the magical knowledge that Tom Riddle learned in school, he would have been in a lonely space. It was boring to the point of madness in there. Slowly looking through his memories, Cyrus had to acknowledge that Tom Riddle was indeed a genius. He is worthy of becoming the Dark Lord. In the 5th grade, he has mastered almost all the magic knowledge in the Hogwarts curriculum and even mastered a lot of the dark magic in the restricted area. At this age, ordinary students are probably still in the restlessness of adolescence, ready to learn new things and make friends. In fact, most of those wizards who can really leave a mark in history are like Tom Riddle. Dumbledore and Grindelwald wanted to change the world when they were students and later took action. Under the program they jointly formulated, Grindelwald almost subverted the entire wizarding world. In comparison, Voldemort's structure is indeed much smaller, but his talent is not bad. Cyrus digested Tom Riddle's magical knowledge. He had experienced countless days like this under the dark space, but today seemed to be a little different. The silver mist surrounding the space was stirred, and something like black ink floated down like a wisp of smoke, falling into the space and slowly spreading. August 19th, sunny. Someone used the diary. Cyrus suddenly stood up. In front of the dilapidated desk, Ginny Weasley, who had originally planned to sit down and write a diary, looked at the blank diary in surprise. All the words she had written just now disappeared. On the yellow diary, except for the words printed on the front cover and the vague name T.M. Riddle on the back of the cover, there is no other word. T.M. Riddle. Ginny had never heard of this name before, but that was not surprising since the textbooks she used were all secondhand. Not surprisingly, the man named Riddle was the first owner of this diary. However, no one has ever told me that this is a magic book. This born Gryffindor couldn't help but have great curiosity in her heart. What she experienced this summer vacation really made her excited. First, Harry Potter, whom she admired, moved into her home, and then she received the owl letter from Hogwarts. After looking at the old second-hand books, she originally felt disgusted, but there is actually a magic diary hidden in the second-hand textbook. So she picked up the quill, dipped it in ink, and continued to try to write. Today is a special day dash. A short half-sentence was written on it, but the ink was immediately absorbed as if written on a sponge, leaving not even a scratch. Ginny opened the page in surprise, but the back of the paper was also clean. Where did all the ink go? Little Ginny stared with bright eyes, full of confusion. At this moment, a line of writing slowly appeared on the empty paper, or it might be more appropriate to say a greeting. Hello, did anything good happen to you today? Heck. Ginny was startled and hurriedly threw away the quill in her hand and jumped to the side, looking at the diary with fear on her face. Every child who grows up in a magical family has heard a warning. Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. This is exactly what Muggle parents would tell them. The children should never trust any stranger who wants to approach them with candy. A magical item that can think is most likely evil. Maybe I should talk to my mother about this? Ginny couldn't help but think. This thought almost occupied her brain, but she did not act for a long time. Instead, another thought began to grow slowly. My mother handpicked the diary together with the textbooks at Flourish and Blott's bookstore. If it was really dangerous, then my mother would not give it to me. Maybe I could keep it, or see what tricks it can do. If anything happens, it's not too late to tell Mom. As a typical little lioness, Ginny definitely did not lack courage and curiosity. She bent down to pick up the old quill and slowly walked back to the desk. The line of greetings had not disappeared, and it seemed that the diary was waiting for her response. Who are you? These 3 words and the greeting above flashed at the same time and then disappeared before Ginny's eyes. Suddenly, another line of writing appeared. My name is Tom Riddle. It is a small memory left by the owner of this diary. Where did you get it? After seeing this sentence, Ginny did not answer immediately. Instead, she opened her mouth and whispered Harry Potter. After realizing that what she said was still normal words, not a boring 5-line limerick, she breathed a sigh of relief and continued writing. My mom bought it in the used book section of Flourish and Blott's bookstore. The second-hand book section of Flourish and Blott's bookstore? So you are also a student at Hogwarts. The being in the diary seemed very happy and pleasantly surprised, as if he had met someone he didn't know but was closely connected to. Strange friends. And the word, also, gave Ginny a huge sense of intimacy. I'm going to be in 1st grade this year. Are you also a student at Hogwarts? I used to be, but then I graduated. I really didn't expect that the diary I left behind would actually fall into the hands of a little wizard at Hogwarts. Maybe this is also a kind of fate. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Ginny hesitated for a moment before writing her name. Ginevra Molly Weasley, you can call me Ginny. At this time, another line of words seemed to appear in the diary, but before she could read it, asterisk knock knock asterisk. Ginny was frightened by a knock on the door and closed the diary with a snap. Ginny, it's time to eat. Are you asleep? I've called you several times. Molly Weasley's voice came from outside the door. No, Mom, I'll come right away. ______. Chapter 2. Cyrus' Resurrection Plan. Cyrus couldn't see anything outside or hear any sounds, but he could feel the diary being violently closed, which made him a little anxious. Ginny won't be discovered, right? He didn't know when Tom Riddle in the original book started communicating with Ginny Weasley. However, he believed that as long as Ginny started writing any word in the diary, Tom Riddle would never give up the opportunity to communicate with her. Therefore, since Tom Riddle in the original work was not discovered, he should not be exposed so soon. As for why the other party suddenly closed the book and disappeared, there may be other reasons, and now he can only wait. Ever since Cyrus transmigrated to the diary, he has been waiting for this opportunity. In order to be resurrected, he can be as patient as one needs to be. In fact, he initially made 2 plans, depending on who would open the diary. If Lucius Malfoy had opened the diary, he would have directly asked him to find a few dark wizards and use their life force to resurrect him. But now it seems that perhaps when Voldemort handed the diary to Malfoy, he only told him that the diary could open the Chamber of Secrets, but did not tell him about the Horcruxes. Now, Cyrus can only continue to follow Tom Riddle's original resurrection plan, absorb the life force of the little wizard, and then use it to start affecting reality and finally achieve resurrection. Of course, he is not Tom Riddle, so the duel with Harry in the Chamber of Secrets can be completely omitted. On the contrary, he could take advantage of this gap and escape before Dumbledore was recalled to the school by the school directors. Overall, this is a good plan. The important thing is that no one will die in the process. Even Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, will be alive and well in the end. Except for those cocks that Ginny choked to death, of course. In this regard, Cyrus could only say that he was sorry to Kunkin. Of course, there are dangers in this plan, and the biggest danger is naturally Dumbledore. But other than that, he has no better way. He didn't have legs, and if he wasn't taken to Hogwarts by Ginny, there was nowhere else to go. What's more, how can the little wizards outside be as easy to deceive as the trolls in Hogwarts Forest? As long as you have an entity, it will not be difficult to leave Hogwarts with the powerful basilisk. After leaving Hogwarts, the safety factor will be greatly enhanced. Even if Dumbledore knew it was him who was doing the trick, he probably wouldn't be able to find his trace. As for confessing to Dumbledore, Cyrus discarded the idea as soon as he thought of it. Dumbledore in his right mind would not trust someone who stood in front of him with Tom Riddle's face. He would only think that Voldemort wanted to play tricks in front of him, especially after the failure to steal the Sorcerer's Stone/Philosopher's Stone in the previous school year, and maybe he was planning some other trick. Ginny walked down the stairs quickly and saw Harry talking and laughing with Ron at the dining table. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, pretending to be a lady and sitting quietly on the chair. The other members of the Weasley family were not surprised by this, and Ginny had been in this state ever since Fred and George secretly drove away the magic car to pick up Harry. Harry was not familiar with Ginny. He just thought that Ron's little sister was a bit weird and not very talkative. Harry briefly greeted her and immediately concentrated on the food on the table. At the Burrow, his food was much better than at the Dursleys. Almost every meal he ate was so full that he couldn't help but worry about whether he would gain a few pounds before school started again. Perhaps the Quidditch team would refuse to keep him as seeker due to his fat belly? However, these days, he had played family Quidditch with several other members of the Weasley family from time to time. It was obvious that his skills had not deteriorated, which made Harry relax a lot. After dinner, Ginny walked quickly back to her room, locked the door from the inside, and made sure no one could come in. Then she walked to the desk and carefully placed her hand on the diary. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but then she realized that the book did look a lot older. The black cover was a little faded, but it was very smooth. Although old, it is not shabby at all. There was a date and some other name printed on the cover, which looked a bit like a publishing house or something. Is this a diary from 50 years ago? 50 years is a very long time, especially since the owner of the book has experienced such a terrifying era. Perhaps this Mr. Tom Riddle is dead? Ginny couldn't help but think. She took a deep breath and opened the book, but the previous sentence that she had no time to read had disappeared. She waited for a moment, and no letters appeared in the book. Maybe he won't know what's going on outside the book. Thinking this way, Ginny was less worried about this diary. At least for now, it seems harmless. So she picked up the quill again, dipped it in ink, and started writing. Inside the diary, Cyrus waited impatiently for Ginny to respond to him again. He couldn't do anything now. His heart felt anxious, like being gently scratched by a fluffy kitten's claws. Those mysterious spells in the past, profound potions, and wonderful transformations were not able to contain his attention anymore. He seemed like a husband and father anxiously waiting for his wife and child in the aisle of the delivery room. Now, the child he had been waiting for was finally born. "Hello, Mr. Riddle, are you still here? My mother came over just now, and I don't know if I should tell her about you." Cyrus' excited heart calmed down in an instant. Obviously, this was the most critical moment. Did he gain Ginny's trust so that his plan could continue, or was he discovered through the trick and embarked on a path of destruction? To say no directly may arouse suspicion, and then it will be counterproductive. He didn't dare to think for too long and responded after a moment. "Of course. In fact, you should do just that. Any wizard should be wary of magic items unless they really confirm that it is worthy of their trust. To be honest, I thought you had checked it in advance before communicating with me. Well, fortunately, what you got was my diary. If it were the wizard's sonnets, you might be in danger. You're right, Mr. Riddle. I don't want to be limited to limericks from now on. Of course, I think Mr. Riddle is trustworthy." Seeing her own response, Ginny immediately giggled, remembering that she had muttered Harry Potter's name specifically to verify whether she was cursed. But precisely because of this, it seems that this diary is not one of those evil magic props. Why? It's caring about my well-being. Ginny's eyes sparkled. Of course, I won't do something as cruel as those dark wizards. In fact, I was one of the best students when I was at Hogwarts. I was a prefect and later served as the president of the student union. During my time at school, I also won the award for my special contribution to the school. I think that medal is still in the prize display room to this day. Cyrus hinted that he was trustworthy and changed the subject. "Really? You sound just like Percy," Ginny replied in surprise. "But he hasn't become the student union president yet, and he hasn't won any special contribution award." "Who is Percy?" "It's my brother. He was the prefect of Gryffindor last year. He also got 12 OWL certificates, but he is a bit boring." By this time, Ginny was almost convinced that the diary was harmless. "I think there is no need for me to tell Mom about you. What do you think?" "Kiki, just this last sentence, and everything will be set." Cyrus suppressed his inner joy and wrote earnestly, "Sometimes it's fun to have a little secret of your own. ________. Chapter 3. In Pure Blood. The summer vacation passed quickly. In these 10 days, Cyrus had almost gained Ginny's trust. Now the two of them are as close as childhood friends who have known each other for many years. To be honest, this was not difficult at all. Although Ginny is the most favored child in the family, as a girl, she always has secrets that make it difficult to talk to her family. At times like this, Cyrus or Tom Riddle comes in handy. Sometimes Cyrus would feel guilty about deceiving such a cute little girl, but in order to be resurrected, he didn't have much of a choice. Anyway, Ginny would not die in the end, and everyone who was petrified by the basilisk would eventually be cured. Everyone else in the burrow noticed that Ginny was acting a little strange because she hadn't screamed since August and returned to her room early every day. Everyone thought it was Harry's fault. Fred and George would look at each other and chuckle every time they saw her like that, thinking of their sister trying to deceive Harry. "Mr. Riddle, Hogwarts starts tomorrow." Cyrus could feel the anticipation and excitement in Ginny's words. For every little wizard, going to school is an exciting thing, because it means that they are not a squib. At the same time, he was even more excited than Ginny. The road to resurrection is almost in sight, and if the plan goes well, he will be able to have a physical body before the end of the next semester. So he answered in a very enthusiastic tone. Congratulations, Ginny. I believe Hogwarts will not let you down. Thanks. A hesitant thank you fell, and Cyrus guessed that she must have something more to say. To be honest, I'm a little worried about my sorting. Fred and George refused to tell me the content of the sorting ceremony. But last year I eavesdropped on their conversation with Ron. Maybe I will have to face a troll, she said anxiously, and I know Ron's group had dealt with a troll last year. In addition, I am also worried that I will be bullied in school. Reading Ginny's words, Cyrus couldn't help but smile. Keeping the sorting ceremony secret from every first-year wizard has been a repertoire every year, and a lot of outrageous claims have been made about it. But when it comes to the sorting ceremony, Cyrus can't help but regret that he missed last year's sorting ceremony. I'm afraid I will never be able to say the words pure blood again. Of course, he is Voldemort now, a half-blood. Haha, that's a lie, Ginny. They lied to you. The school will not let first-year wizards deal with trolls. It is actually Hogwarts tradition to keep the sorting process secret. In fact, there is not much danger in the sorting ceremony. Don't think too much about that. You need not to worry. As for being bullied, have you forgotten the curses I taught you? If someone dares to say something bad to you, then pick up the wand and give him a shot. Let him know that you are not some weak girl. No need to bow down to anyone. Cyrus said without hesitation. Okay, I will resist. But what do you mean there is no great danger? Just tell me about the sorting ceremony. Ginny asked. I won't, the little wizards should not know. Why? Cyrus couldn't help but chuckle. She is too naive. Of course, it's to ensure that the little wizards don't die. Otherwise, the parents won't be happy. What do you think? Hee hee. Thank you for your comfort. Ginny closed the diary angrily. She didn't expect that Tom Riddle was unwilling to tell her the specific contents of the sorting, and that statement made her even more worried. Damn it, Tom, I never want to deal with you again. She angrily slammed the diary on the bed and sat muttering. But after a while, she couldn't help but open the diary again. Are you sure we don't have to fight a troll? Of course I'm sure. Besides, even if you really have to fight the giant monster, I don't think you need to worry. Don't forget the magic spells I taught you. If you need it, I can also tell you how to deal with the giant monster. Really? She wrote in excitement. Yes. Their brains are so small that you only need to lift a heavy object with a levitating spell and then hit them hard on the back of the head to knock them out, Cyrus comforted. Perhaps in order to compensate for his deception to Ginny, he reluctantly took on the role of a tutor. He taught her almost all the spells in Standard Spells 1. Now Ginny may be even better than Hermione in her first year. Seeing this, Ginny felt relieved. I'll trust you just once. Good night, Mr. Riddle. Good night, Ginny. Good luck tomorrow. Just as Cyrus had hoped, the next day went well for Ginny. But the day didn't go very well for Harry and her brother Ron. The two of them didn't catch the Hogwarts Express, and to make matters worse, no one found out about it until Hermione came to find her. Hello, Ginny. Have you seen Harry and Ron? I couldn't find them in the whole carriage of the train. Hermione saw Ginny as if she saw a savior. Fred and George said the two of them were following you. I didn't. Mom and Dad took me into the platform first. Ginny shook her head. Next to her sat Luna with white hair. Ginny thought she was a bit strange girl, but they should be on the bus. We came together, Ginny said strangely. I can't find them anywhere. Hermione said angrily as she sat down opposite Ginny, and she always had a bad feeling. The child beside her, Luna, is so quiet that Hermione thinks she must be acting like a monster in front of the kids. God knows what these two troublemakers will do. I just hope the two of them stop deducting points from Gryffindor, Hermione said. At this time, an ethereal voice sounded in Hermione's ears, as soft as a ghost floating in the air. I'm not sure. Luna's eyes widened as she was looking at something. What? I'm not sure if flying in a square box will cost you points, but I think it's cool, and I want to try it, she said while looking out the window. What? Hermione and Ginny raised their voices at the same time and turned to look out the window. Ron and Harry waved to them happily, like two high-profile generals. That's Dad's car. They don't think they are very glorious, do they? Hermione said with a ridiculous face, and it was obvious that she was almost furious. That's great. They will definitely deduct big points from Gryffindor, and they may even be expelled. Expelled. Ginny turned pale and screamed in panic. She also thought that she could happily spend 6 years of school time with Harry Potter. But if what Hermione said is true, then it's all over. Don't worry, I just said it's possible. Hermione thought Ginny was worried about Ron and immediately comforted her. We did something more ridiculous last year, but it was fine in the end. As long as they don't get caught and are not seen by muggles, I think there won't be a big problem. But this kind of behavior is really... She looked out the window and hesitated to speak. The magic car finally rushed into the clouds again and disappeared. Forget it. I'd better go find Neville. Hermione stood up and walked to the door alone. Have a nice day, Ginny. she said, then left, leaving space for Ginny and her classmates. Thanks. To be continued. Chapter 4. A night out on the first day of school. Tom, you lied to me. Ginny sat angrily at her desk, her quill practically poking at the paper. It was obvious that she was really angry. Normally, she would refer to Cyrus as Mr. Riddle with more respect. Be gentle, don't hurt me. Besides, when did I lie to you? Cyrus responded immediately. You said that you can't tell me about the sorting ceremony, or it will be dangerous for little wizards. What happened? It was just a broken hat. Could it bite my head off? Ginny said angrily. What made her most angry was that before the sorting, she had vowed to show off the first-hand information she had learned to other students by defeating the troll, as he had explained. But the result? You've embarrassed me. However, she stopped poking at the book, and after checking it carefully, she breathed a sigh of relief when she found that she had left no traces on the diary at all. In fact, it is almost impossible to destroy a Horcrux through physical means. I never said that the sorting ceremony would be dangerous. I reminded you not to worry, there won't be much danger. As a result, just as I said, you are intact. What a joy and congratulations. Cyrus told her bluntly, then congratulated her for getting sorted. After spending a long time alone, communicating with Ginny was also a great comfort to him. Cyrus was not Voldemort after all. Yes, but what you had said made me feel like I might lose an arm or a leg. It seems that one of us has a slight misunderstanding of the term less dangerous. Thank you. That means it's not dangerous at all. Do you expect that hat on my head to suffocate me? Ginny asked. Not necessarily. If you are evil by nature, then it will assign you to Azkaban, and that's the danger. Cyrus rambled. But Ginny obviously believed it. Her eyes widened. Are you serious? Of course it is. Isn't it talking to you in your head? The sorting hat can see through people's hearts. People with evil natures should be put in Azkaban. That is actually the fifth house of Hogwarts. The representative magical animal is the Soul Eater. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I've never heard any of this. There are still many secrets about Hogwarts that you don't know. Even Dumbledore can't master all the secrets here. Exploring the castle is very interesting. I remember that Gryffindor's tradition is night swim, Cyrus said seductively. It's against school rules. And I don't think Percy or Hermione will be happy. Really, but I think your other two twin brothers might be willing to support you. Ginny had already told him some details about the Weasley family these days, so Cyrus could tell them without any scruples. They are really afraid that the world will not be in chaos. Stop talking about this. Did anything interesting happen on the first day of school? Did you make any friends? Cyrus asked with concern. Of course, it's just too much fun. Ginny wrote heavily on the paper. It was not difficult to see that what she said was completely ironic. Harry and Ron were late. They were sitting in Dad's car and driving all the way from the sky and came here, were witnessed by several muggles, and ended up breaking a whomping willow or something. A lot of people thought they would be expelled. Fortunately, they didn't. This is really a wonderful experience. I just feel terrible. What if Harry is expelled? Ron is definitely instigating this, and there will probably be trouble on Dad's side, Ginny said angrily. Do you care about that Harry Potter? Cyrus asked sharply. This made the angry Ginny panic all of a sudden. Her face turned red, as if she had been stabbed in the mind. No, I just think Harry. He seems very quiet, not like a reckless person who would do something like this. Ginny covered her hot face and wrote this sentence in her diary with one hand. She was just glad that Mr. Riddle couldn't see her, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. So you don't care about him? Of course not. Ginny quickly denied it at first, and then wrote hesitantly. At most, I admire him a little. You know, he destroyed you-know-who, and I grew up listening to his stories. It's really amazing, so I think you don't need to worry about him. Harry Potter eliminated you-know-who. It can be said that he saved the wizarding world. If Dumbledore expelled him, he would definitely be dismissed the next day. Thousands of Howler letters would come. What do you think? You're right. Ginny's mood suddenly improved a lot, but her face was still red. I have to go to bed, Mr. Riddle. I have classes tomorrow. Sleep? No. I suggest you take a night trip. Cyrus immediately tempted her. But, don't you want to explore the inside of the castle? But it doesn't make any difference. We can go during the day. Of course it's different. If you keep following the rules, you will never see Hogwarts under the silver moonlight at night. Not to mention, it is very interesting to hide and seek with the administrator. Don't you know how to do it at all? Still not moved? Of course not. I will not go at all. She did sigh. Which way should I go? Ginny wrote quickly in her diary as she walked. The stubborn Ginny had lost to her curiosity. She was flustered and sneaky, raising her head and looking around every few seconds. Compared with these, The most distressing thing is that she still doesn't know the structure of the castle at all. Even if she wants to go anywhere, it's still in the dark. Why don't you go to the corridor on the 4th floor and have a look? Didn't your brother say that he and that Harry Potter fought against the mysterious man there last year? Pay homage to the place where the great Harry Potter once fought. Ginny's eyes lit up, and she thought this was a good idea. Where is the corridor on the 4th floor? If you were in Gryffindor Tower right now, then... In the diary, a map slowly appeared. This is a map that Cyrus drew based on Voldemort's memory. There are almost no secret passages. After all, Voldemort is not interested in boring things. There was no need for Ginny to know about some secret rooms. Ginny took a quick look and immediately closed the diary. She heard that teachers sometimes patrolled the area at night, and they might bump into other students wandering around at night. She didn't want anyone to know she was talking to a book. The corridor on the 4th floor. Over here. Ginny, who was not very experienced in night tours, immediately walked out quickly after determining the direction. She couldn't wait to see where Harry had fought last year. However, she didn't notice the black shadow appearing behind her at all. ________. Chapter 5, the 4th floor. Ginny walked quietly inside the dark castle. It was almost 12 o'clock now, and there was no firelight in the corridor. The wind blowing from all directions howled in the darkness, and the tall trees outside the castle swayed their branches in the wind, like twisted bird-shaped man-eaters. All this frightened Ginny. She was suspicious that someone would catch her. The wind was trembling, and every little noise made her tremble. Now Ginny regrets putting away the diary. Maybe a 3-headed monster that eats people without blinking will emerge from the next corner? Ron told her that a friend of theirs put a 3-headed dog as big as a house in the castle last semester. But even with the diary, Mr. Riddle couldn't help her. Mr. Riddle. She could only hold the diary tightly in her arms, trying to draw a little bit of courage from it, as if she was not alone, but had someone to accompany her. Maybe this diary really had such magic power. Ginny gradually felt at ease, and she discovered that this huge castle only seemed scary, but in fact, it was extremely spacious, very simple, and looked very gorgeous. It was much more interesting than her crowded little home. She has now fully realized the joy of night walks in this castle. She can do whatever she wants, without caring about the school rules. She can run as much as she wants in the corridors, even if she picks up the wand and sends out sparks unbridled. At most, she might be warned by a portrait on the wall or a passing ghost. Just like now, Ginny meets the ghost of Gryffindor. It's not good for a little girl to wander around the castle alone at night. Ah, Gryffindor, obviously. Let me think about it. Ginny Weasley, right? The Weasley family's hair is really easy to recognize. But you actually went out at night on the first day of school, huh? You are better than your 2 brothers. Sir Nicholas said happily. Eck, nearly headless Nick. Ginny exclaimed in surprise. Of course, Ginny knew Nick, because just like in the book, he had performed his split action at the Gryffindor table like every other year. Unfortunately, there was still a gap between his head and neck. A little bit of skin and flesh is still connected. It's so disrespectful that you don't even want to call me sir. Sir Nicholas said, pretending to be angry. Speaking of almost being headless, this was indeed a pity. According to him, he was not happy about the axe chopping on his neck dozens of times. Yes, Sir Nicholas. Ginny immediately changed her words. Good girl. I wish you a pleasant night out. Also, don't go to the 5th floor. Peeves is there, and don't use your wand to lure Filch over. Sir Nicholas, who was in a good mood, gave a few reminders, walking through the wall with a head hanging from his neck. So Ginny put away her wand and continued walking in the dark. Not long after, she reached the edge of the corridor on the 4th floor and found a wooden door. That's it. Locked. This can't stop me, Alohomora. She pulled out her wand, and the lock on the wooden door opened with a sound, and then fell to the ground with a loud sound. Ginny couldn't help but feel proud. Fortunately, Mr. Riddle taught me all the spells used in the 1st grade. She happily opened the door and walked in. The room was dark. Lumos. The tip of the wand immediately lit up, lighting up the room. But to Ginny's disappointment, the room was boring and empty. There is no scary 3-headed dog that falls asleep when it hears singing, nor is there a trap door to the ground. This is nothing. She laid the diary flat on the ground, held up the glowing wand in one hand, and wrote in a messy way. Maybe Dumbledore restored all of these. Cyrus responded to her. But there are still many interesting things in the castle. Do you know how many secret passages and secret rooms there are here? Or where can one go if she is hungry and wants to eat something at night? A text appeared and she read it out. What? Just go to the lower part of the auditorium where there is a fruit painting, scratch the pear in the painting, and it will turn into a doorknob. Forget it. I'm not too hungry. I've already eaten enough at the dinner. Ginny refused. She was a little disappointed that she didn't find anything related to Harry, but she quickly thought of something else. By the way, Mr. Riddle, you said before that you won a special contribution award, right? Can I go and see it? Of course, Cyrus said immediately. I'm glad you still remember this. The metal display room is on the 4th floor. It's just a few turns away from here. So Ginny closed the diary again, extinguished the light of her wand, and walked out quietly. A few minutes later, another dark figure appeared here. Come on, Mrs. Norris. Catch those kiddies who are violating school rules. I hear voices. Let's quickly catch them. Filch's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like an evil wizard who had drunk too much potion. However, if this were the case, maybe he would be happier. His legs and feet were not very good. He held an oil lamp in one hand and trotted over awkwardly. Ah, I found it, a lock. Careless guy. He excitedly picked up the chain that had fallen on the ground when Ginny had opened the door. How much he wanted to tie the chain to the little wizards and let them hang on the roof. Only he knows. Quick, it must be those 2 boys from the Weasley family. Don't let them run away, he urged Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris sniffed the remaining smell on the ground vigorously and slowly followed Ginny's departure. Ginny wandered around the metal room, which must have been under a seamless stretching charm because the classroom was much larger than it looked from the outside. Many medals were placed in rows, including Quidditch trophies, some other competitions, and some with the names of prefects and grade presidents. These were placed on a huge table. Behind glass, in the dim light, Ginny saw Percy's name carved on it. At the same time, she naturally saw Tom Riddle's name. In fact, this name appeared many times in the metal display room, and Ginny could fully imagine how outstanding the other party was. The Special Contribution Award is completely different from other awards. This medal is very large, highlighting its special status. It's just that it doesn't specify why Tom Riddle won the award. Ginny was suddenly filled with curiosity. She couldn't help but want to know the answer immediately, so she opened the diary again. This was almost becoming her signature move. However, this time the diary was interrupted before it was opened. A hand reached out from the darkness and grabbed Ginny's wrist. Huh. Ginny's eyes widened in horror. ___________. Chapter 6, Secrets and the Patronus Charm. Huh. Fred. George. Ginny looked panicked and screamed in horror. However, Fred, who had quick eyes and quick hands, covered his mouth. Keep your voice down, Ginny. Filch is not that far from us. George said quickly. Why are you here? Ginny lowered her voice and said in panic. Her heart was beating so fast, it felt like it was about to jump out of her little chest. When did they appear next to me? Did they see me talking to the diary? These 2 questions kept echoing in her mind. Ginny felt like she was a prisoner being pressed onto the execution platform. She was just waiting for the executioners George and Fred to speak, and they were about to swing their axes to separate herself from the diary. But surprisingly, neither of them mentioned the diary. Haha, sorry for scaring you. Fred slowly let go of her and said with a small laugh, I'll explain to you later. Come with us now. With that said, the 2 of them couldn't help but pull Ginny out of the metal display room and start walking in one direction. As she walked, Ginny heard a sharp voice getting closer and closer. SSH. Stay calm. It's Filch, the caretaker of Hogwarts. He's probably the most annoying person in the entire school. Fred explained in a low voice in her ear. Oh, and don't forget Snape. It would be terrible if we get caught. Professor McGonagall will deduct points from us. To be honest, it's nothing. But it would be too boring if we were put in solitary confinement and asked to write a review. George said, It's okay. He hasn't caught us since 1st grade, right, Fred? That's right. Fred proudly led Ginny to a stone statue of a witch. At this time, she could hear that the administrator named Filch seemed to be very close. Maybe he would catch them when he turned a corner. Then what should we do? Ginny was no longer as panicked as before. Fred and George did scare her, but she panicked because she thought her communication with the diary had been discovered. Of course, we have a secret weapon. Fred proudly pulled out his wand and hit the one-eyed witch twice on the head. Descendium. The next moment, in Ginny's surprised eyes, the stone statue actually separated from the middle, revealing a dark secret passage. Getting quickly, the 3 people immediately got in, and then the stone statue slowly closed. Lumos, wait here for a while. Neither Fred nor George suggested continuing to walk along the secret passage. Where does this secret passage lead to? Ginny asked her brothers in excitement. We can't go anywhere because the front is blocked. Fred lied, pretending to be relaxed. Although he was glad that his sister wasn't as boring as Percy and was even better than Ron, telling her about the secret passage away from the school in first year was not a good idea. Fortunately, Ginny had other things on her mind right now, so she didn't doubt them at all. How did you find me? Finally, she asked the question she was most concerned about. To be honest, we saw you as soon as you came out of the tower, George said with a chuckle. Have you been following me? Ginny's eyes widened. If so, wouldn't they have discovered that I communicated with Mr. Riddle in the diary from time to time? Of course not. We are not that boring. Fred immediately denied it. Actually, we were planning to go to the Forbidden Forest to have a look, but we were only halfway there when we discovered that you were almost caught by Filch, so we came here to save our little sister. Right, George? That's right. George smiled and nodded. But how did you know that Filch and I were here? This is our secret. Fred and George looked at each other in tacit understanding and laughed at the same time. For now, we don't plan to make this secret public. Even you can't do it, Ginny. Secrets dash. Ginny looked at them with a scrutinizing gaze, but neither twin gave in. Well, I'm used to it anyway. Besides, who doesn't have secrets? As she spoke, she subconsciously hugged the diary in her arms tighter. Fred and George didn't notice her little move, but laughed. Come on, Ginny, you can't call it a secret. Almost everyone in the family knows that you like Harry. Except little Ronnie. George added with exaggeration. You're right, except for our little Ronnie. He is really a kid who doesn't grow up. Fred laughed and shook his head. Hearing this, Ginny immediately blushed. But surprisingly, not only was she not angry, but she felt lucky and proud. I'm afraid you will never know what my real secret is, she thought proudly. After a while, when Ginny didn't notice him, Fred took out the Marauder's map, glanced at it quickly, and put the map away again. Okay, let's go. Filch is on the 6th floor now. Peeves is hanging out with him, maybe causing trouble for him. He gloated. What? But how did you know? Ginny asked again. I told you, it's a secret, and secrets can't be told. George opened the door of the secret passage. As expected, there was no one outside. By the way, this secret passage is also a secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? Since I don't want to make this the Gryffindor common room. You two won't tell me your secret, but you want me to keep this a secret for you? Don't forget why we're here in the first place, to save you. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. You would have definitely been suspended. Well, I don't want to be ungrateful, Ginny said helplessly. Then the three of them returned to the tower together. The fat lady was not surprised at all when she saw them. Password, child. Honey eater. Returning to the dormitory, Ginny climbed into bed quietly so as not to wake up her roommate. She originally wanted to talk to Mr. Riddle about the special contribution award and other things that happened tonight, but before she could pick up the pen, she felt sleepy. The thoughts came to her heart, making her head dizzy. In the end, she could only write hastily, "Good night," and then fell asleep. "Good night and have a sweet dream, Ginny." After Cyrus replied, he started studying the magic spell again. Although Voldemort was very talented in his youth, he still had little experience and knowledge, and there were some spells that he did not know. Expecto Patronum, the Patronus charm. To successfully use this spell, the caster must focus on recalling the happiest memory they can think of. Sadly, Voldemort, who does not understand what love is, naturally does not understand what happiness is. Of course, with Voldemort's abilities, it made no difference whether he knew this spell or not. But for Cyrus, he still hopes to learn this magic spell. The Patronus charm is very useful in defending against dark magic and dark creatures, and driving away soul eaters is only a small part of its usefulness. ________. Chapter 7. Tutorial after class. The spell of the Patronus charm is not difficult, and Cyrus knows the principle very well. Tom Riddle once tried to master this spell, but he still couldn't succeed. Cyrus understood the theory, but he had never held a wand and didn't know if he could cast this spell. It wasn't until the next night that Cyrus waited for Ginny's message again. Good evening, Mr. Riddle. I was almost late this morning, but luckily my roommate woke me up. Cyrus saw the hint of complaint in Ginny's text and immediately replied, Almost? Hee. You mean you even managed to go in time? Well, I think the night outing last night was interesting, right? Even if it was really late, it was worth it. Anyway, I can teach you most of the knowledge, maybe better than the professors, because I am more patient and provide one-on-one tutoring. But I will be deducted points if I don't go. I don't want to become a sinner of Gryffindor. Ginny wrote these words with a red face. Then she seemed to remember something and couldn't wait to write again. Mr. Riddle, do you want to know what happened after I went to the metal display room? She pretended to be shy and stopped after writing this sentence, waiting for her Mr. Riddle to respond. I would appreciate further details. Ginny was not so satisfied with this answer, but she still pouted and wrote. I was almost caught by the administrator, but Fred and George helped me hide. They have a secret. They can know where a person is even if they can't see. And they also know some secret passages. There is a one-eyed witch statue in the corridor on the 4th floor. They asked me to keep it a secret, but I think it doesn't matter if I tell you. By the way, Mr. Riddle, This was not in the map you gave me. The Marauder's map? Cyrus knew immediately what the twins' secret was. On the Marauder's map, created by 4 Marauders led by Harry's father, even Dumbledore's location would be marked whenever he was in the school. It can be said that as a magic prop, the Marauder's map is still very exquisite. Cyrus was also very interested in the existence of the Marauder's map, but after thinking about it, he realized that the map was of little use to his plan, and many places in Hogwarts could not be displayed even on the map, such as the Room of Requirement and the Secret Room. As for the secret passages leaving Hogwarts, he knew 3 of them after reading the original novel: the Whomping Willow, the One-Eyed Witch stone statue on the 4th floor, and the one behind the mirror on the 5th floor. These 3 roads are enough for him. This is normal, Ginny. At Hogwarts, there are as many secrets as you want, but I don't think others can know the secrets that I know. For example, Ginny asked provocatively, such as some secret rooms. Cyrus's words attracted Ginny like magic. Secret rooms? That's right, Cyrus replied slowly. He didn't intend to reveal Slytherin's secret room right now. In fact, in addition to Slytherin's secret room, there are many other secret rooms in the castle. Tom Riddle had found many secret rooms when he was looking for Slytherin's chambers before, but most of the chambers were empty or only had some shabby rags inside. As a magical castle with a history of more than 1,000 years, Hogwarts actually has many secret rooms. Although most of them are empty rooms, sometimes they can be enough to serve as a temporary shelter. He revealed the locations of several secret rooms in succession, which surprised Ginny. Why didn't you tell me before? I think it would be more of a surprise to discover this for yourself. Don't you think so? Ginny nodded and wrote down in her diary what happened in class today. Since she had studied in advance, she received a lot of praise today and managed to gain several points for Gryffindor. She was almost like a little Hermione. Nah, a little better than her. However, her personality is not as sensitive and sharp as Hermione's, so not only is she not disliked by others, but she has made many friends. Haha. By the way, Ron got a howler sent from Mom this morning. It seems Dad is in trouble because of them too. Ron is always in trouble, and Fred and George were right. It's like he's never grown up. Just like a child. Ginny couldn't find anyone to share this matter with during the day, so she could only share her bitterness with Cyrus. And, actually, I also feel a little embarrassed. Because during class, people often asked me, who was the guy getting yelled at in the morning? Was it your brother? And was it your mom who sent the roaring letter? She said sadly, obviously feeling that Ron had embarrassed her in front of her new friends. But in fact, Ron was still very concerned about Ginny. After narrowly escaping death at the hands of the Whomping Willow last night, he wanted to see Ginny's sorting ceremony regardless of his injuries. It's a pity that the sorting ceremony had already ended by that time. You don't understand, little Ginny. Boys are like this. Childish and immature. No, that's not true. You are not like them. Ginny retorted. I'm not a child. Cyrus ended the topic. Okay, let's start tonight's tutoring. You don't have to worry about charms and transfiguration this semester, but you still have to pay attention and learn more. So always practice my previous lessons. Now, what do you want to learn next? Defense against the dark arts. I asked Ron to borrow the textbook, but he immediately gave me Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Last year's Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook was called Dark Arts, a guide to self-defense. But the book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, can also be regarded as a supplementary book. Defense Against the Dark Arts for grades 1 to 3 is almost all about dealing with dark creatures. And these dark creatures are also part of the magical beasts. Ginny originally planned to use Lockhart's secondhand books that she spent a lot of money to buy this year for class. But Cyrus told her that those books were no different than scrap paper. Even if you read it as a novel, you have to endure Lockhart's narcissism everywhere in the text. Ginny opened Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. After the preface by Dumbledore and Newt, the first part of the book asked the question, what are animals? She saw Ron's note written behind the question, a guy with lots of legs and a hairy body, which made her laugh immediately. Obviously, this wasn't the right answer, but she could easily relate to Ron being afraid of spiders. Then, she soon discovered other joys left in the book. For example, according to the classification level of the Ministry of Magic, the most dangerous creatures are labeled times, followed by Ron's added note. The most dangerous creatures are whatever Hagrid likes. Ginny was overjoyed. She knew that Hagrid was the huge man who took the new students onto the boat across the lake. He was also the one who took Harry out when he strayed into Nocturne Alley during the summer vacation. During the holidays, Ginny had heard Ron talk about 3-headed dogs and fire dragons more than once, and these ferocious things were all raised by Mr. Hagrid. Then she also discovered that Ron added 4 more XS after the 5 XS on the back of the Acromantula, turning it into an unprecedented 9 X level magical animal. It shows how scared Ron is of spiders. Another book, Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense, mentions a lot of spells, such as the repel spell, the snot spell, red sparks, and green sparks, which are not taught in spells classes. There are also similar illuminating spells and extinguishing spells, which are also mentioned in standard spells. Cyrus asked Ginny to read the book by herself. If she encountered anything she didn't understand, she could ask him questions. Regarding defense against dark arts, he can now be said to be a true master. I am afraid that there are not many professors in the Defense Against Dark Arts class who have stronger theoretical knowledge than me. Of course, Dumbledore is not included among these people. Chapter 8 Ginny's First Possession. The time passed peacefully, and almost nothing major happened in Hogwarts during this period. Well, except for the chaos caused by Lockhart in his classes. Ginny now almost understood why Mr. Riddle held Lockhart's books in such bad contempt. He's just a piece of shit. Ron had said this more than once during dinner, but every time it aroused Hermione's dissatisfaction. Hermione is almost a huge fan of Lockhart. Even though she has seen him causing trouble several times, she still firmly believes in the false Lockhart in the books she had read of him. During this time, Ginny became more and more dependent on Mr. Riddle. She shared almost everything with Cyrus, her happiness, worries, troubles, and fears. She almost opened her whole soul to Cyrus, and Cyrus greedily devoured her secrets and fears. Now, Ginny raised her eyes, her expression, completely different from usual, or it would be more appropriate to call her Cyrus now. This was the first time Cyrus had tried to seize control of Ginny's body in several weeks since school started. He was very cautious of her friends finding out and would give up if anything went wrong. But in fact, it was smoother than he imagined. Gulp gulp, op. Cyrus stuffed the patty into his mouth and took a swig of pumpkin juice. Although it is not his own body, he can feel everything this body can feel now. I'll send FBI if you guys think of anything dirty. The long-lost food makes him feel very happy. He plans to go shopping after breakfast. Colin Creevey? He turned his head and looked at a very thin boy with gray hair next to the dining table. What's wrong, Miss Weasley? Colin Creevey turned his head in surprise. Since the beginning of the school year, he has not spoken to this very cute classmate. Please give me a day off. I'm feeling a little unwell. But I think your complexion doesn't seem to be wrong. Okay. Colin Creevey looked at Cyrus's back blankly, because Cyrus had already taken a big step before he finished speaking and left. Cyrus first wandered around the school and then walked towards the Forbidden Forest. He needs to first find out where the school's roosters are kept, and then prepare for the opportunity to kill them all. Passing by the playground, Cyrus gradually moved away from the castle and embarked on a path. On the path, he could see a vast forest in the distance. The area of the Forbidden Forest covers at least several hills, and on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, there is a small house made of wood. Cyrus stepped closer and saw Hagrid bent over in the field. The pumpkins in the field were almost taller than Ginny's body. Hey! Hagrid noticed her and immediately stood up and shouted, "Little wizard, go back quickly. The Forbidden Forest is not where you should be." "Hello, Hagrid. I'm not going in. I'm just taking a walk." Ginny, Cyrus, did not stop, but slowly walked to Hagrid's pumpkin patch. "It's such a big pumpkin. Did you use the expansion spell on it?" "Ah, it's you, the little girl of the Weasley family." Hagrid also recognized Ginny now, and his attitude immediately became friendly, but at the same time, he became more vigilant. Because of Fred and George, the two troublemakers, Hagrid now has a psychological shadow on everyone in the Weasley family. Haha, the spell just helped a little, and they will be even bigger by Halloween. Do you want to come in and sit down? No, I'll just walk around. Cyrus had no intention of eating Hagrid's dark delicacies and immediately refused. Don't worry, I won't go to the Forbidden Forest. I know it's very dangerous there. That's good. You're much more obedient than your two brothers. Hagrid was glad that he didn't have to deal with more troublemakers. Cyrus walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest and soon found the wild rooster in captivity. At the same time, he could also feel Hagrid's eyes looking over him from time to time, fearing that Ginny would suddenly dive into the Forbidden Forest. Cyrus, who had no chance to take action, had no choice but to walk back slowly. The air here is really good. I'm going back first, Hagrid. I'll be your guest next time. Hagrid was taken aback. Of course, Hagrid said. He has always loved his pets as well as his friends, and several of the Weasley boys have a good relationship with him, plus their attitude towards Harry is also very friendly. Therefore, he was also very friendly to Ginny. The hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest usually seemed a bit lonely. Even Harry and the others don't come over often. When Cyrus returned to the castle, classes had probably begun, and there was no one in the corridor. But just in case, he picked up Ginny's wand and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Ginny's wand was made of yew like Voldemort's, and Cyrus was surprised to find that the wand fit him quite well. The yew tree symbolizes death and rebirth, which is indeed very suitable for him now. The only pity was that Ginny's magic was a little too weak, so the disillusionment charm she cast was not as good as he imagined. You can't see anything when he is still, but as soon as he moves, you can find that there is still a shallow outline around his body, like a layer of raised glass. But it should be enough if you're careful. Cyrus cautiously walked towards the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. At this time, Filch's sharp voice came to his ears. "What's wrong? What did you find?" Filch shouted excitedly. "A student who skipped class." Cyrus saw Filch staggering behind the thin cat, excitement written all over his face. Mrs. Norris probably smelled the scent of Cyrus and walked towards where Cyrus stayed with her head lowered. It got closer and closer, probably because the smell here was stronger, so her pace slowed down. Mrs. Norris raised her head and looked at the corner with doubtful eyes. Filch also looked over immediately. "Nothing." He cursed in a low voice and said viciously, "You must be hiding. You casted a spell, and now the crime will be increased." After patrolling Hogwarts for so many years, he certainly knew that there were some spells that could hide a person's appearance. Situations like this had happened more than once. At first, Filch thought there was something wrong with Mrs. Norris, but it wasn't until a student's half-baked disguise spell suddenly failed that he understood what was going on. So he immediately stretched out his hand and groped around here, looking like a blind man with normal eyes. Although this action is funny, it is indeed effective, especially when Cyrus's spell is not perfect and will have flaws as long as he moves, so he continues standing still. But Filch was not going away and was still swinging his hand near him. TSK. Seeing this, Cyrus had no choice but to take a risk. He raised the wand as little as possible and pointed the tip of the wand at Mrs. Norris. "Confundo!" Mrs. Norris screamed, all the hair on her body standing on end, startling Filch. Before Filch could say anything, Mrs. Norris rushed out quickly, as if she had found some other clues. Mrs. Norris, did you find some clue?" Filch immediately limped after her. Cyrus breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking toward the 3rd floor. __________. Chapter 9. The Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. "You did. Thank you. ___________. Ever since Myrtle was killed by the basilisk 50 years ago, this bathroom has been almost abandoned. No one wants to use the toilet here. It's not that they think it's unlucky. It's just that no one wants a ghost head to suddenly pop out of the toilet while they are using it, not to mention that the ghost will be chattering and crying. Myrtle is extremely unpopular even among ghosts, second only to the evil-doing Peeves. Over time, no one wants to use the toilets here. Cyrus didn't see Myrtle when he walked into the bathroom. She had probably used the toilet to flush herself into the Black Lake again. This is a good thing. Cyrus walked to the sink, and the mirror on the sink reflected Ginny's lovely face. Ginny's appearance cannot be said to be completely unrelated to that in the movie. It can only be said that she is more beautiful than the actress. In fact, she is much cuter. He praised her cuteness, and then found the copper faucet that did not produce water according to Riddle's memory. An inconspicuous snake was engraved on the side of the faucet. "Open." Cyrus opened his mouth and let out a terrifying hiss. He inherited all of Riddle's talents, including Parseltongue. Suddenly, the snake's head emitted a dazzling white light and began to spin rapidly. Then, the pool started to move, slowly sank, and disappeared from his sight, revealing a very thick water pipe that could allow a person to get in. Cyrus jumped down without hesitation. Of course, he did not forget to close the door to the secret room to avoid any accidents. It was like rushing down a dark, slimy, endless slide. He could see many more pipes branching off in all directions, but none as thick as this one. After a while, the slide was almost at the end. It was a black rock tunnel. Cyrus cast a flying spell to levitate himself so he wouldn't fall to the ground. He was flying without a broom, just like Voldemort. The rock tunnel is very humid and contains a lot of sludge. He himself prefers cleanliness. Lumos Solum. A huge bright light flew out from the wand and hung above Cyrus' head like a sun, illuminating almost the entire tunnel. The tunnel leading to the secret chamber is dark and damp. It may be because it is built under the Black Lake, so the stalactites above the head will drip a few drops of water from time to time, making the road to the cave very muddy. Cyrus was glad that Voldemort had invented a flying spell, because it made him a little nauseous just to think that these water droplets dripping from the top of his head were connected to the Black Lake, and the Black Lake was where so much toilet excrement accumulated in Hogwarts. Yuck! But in fact, Not to mention that the self-purification ability of the huge black lake itself is enough to deal with the dirt. The process of water droplets seeping down from the soil has already filtered out the impurities. Continuing to walk inside, he saw a huge monster, its width as big as an adult. The terrifying outline is vivid in the darkness. This is the Snake King's snake slough, a layer of snake skin covered with treasures. Voldemort looked down upon these things in the novel, but Cyrus found it a bit strange. After all, the basilisk has not been seen in the UK for many years. Even if there are basilisks in other places, they may not grow so big or live as long as this one. We can find a way to take it away then. The skin of the basilisk itself has strong magic resistance. Whether it is used to make armor, make wine, ***, or use it as a potion material, it is very precious. And it's not difficult to take it away from this place. You just need to use the invisible stretching charm to make a suitcase with a large space, and then find an opportunity to take it out of Hogwarts. Doing that in the Christmas holidays would be a good idea. After bypassing the huge snake skin and walking further in, Cyrus followed the tunnel, turning and coming out from one to another. He finally found a solid wall in front of it, with two intertwined snakes engraved on it, and their eyes were set with big rings. Sparkling emeralds were embedded in those rings. Open. Cyrus made a hissing sound from his mouth, which sounded like an evil curse. He was like the king of snakes, commanding everything from here. The two snake figures separated, and the stone wall cracked in the middle, slowly sliding to both sides and disappearing. Behind the door was a long, dimly lit room. Many stone pillars carved with entangled snakes towered up to support the ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting long and strange black shadows on the entire room that was filled with green and mysterious mist. Cyrus took Ginny's wand and strode between the serpent-coiled stone pillars. He was very familiar with this place, as if he had returned to his own home, and his footsteps produced hollow, loud echoes among the ghostly walls. When he reached parallel with the last pair of stone pillars, a statue as tall as the room itself loomed before him, clinging to the dark wall behind. Not so handsome, It was an old, monkey-like face, with a long sparse beard that almost reached the hem of the wizard's robe carved out of stone, and two large gray feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. This statue was of Slytherin himself. He knew from Tom's memories, but Cyrus raised his head and looked up. The stone statue was ugly, but it didn't matter. He was dead anyway, and compared to Slytherin's power, his appearance is no longer that important. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Slytherin's huge stone face moved, and its mouth began to opening wider and wider, eventually forming a huge black hole. Cyrus closed his eyes to avoid being accidentally harmed by the basilisk's magic. Then, he heard something moving in the mouth of the statue, sliding upwards from the depths of the statue. Thump! A moment later, something heavy hit the ground, and the entire secret room shook. Hiss! He could hear its heavy body gliding slowly across the dusty ground. Not long after, Cyrus opened his eyes again and saw the appearance of the basilisk with his own eyes. Its scales were green, but they reflected a colorful luster. Its huge body swam across the floor of the chamber, forming a huge circle around Cyrus. Finally, its upper body stood up from behind Cyrus. From there, eyes bigger than light bulbs floated above Cyrus's head. This is proof of its obedience. The innate Parseltongue has the power to make snakes submit, but the acquired Parseltongue, like Harry's, is just a language. After sleeping for almost 50 years, this is a new, different moment in the life of the basilisk, seeing someone inside the chambers. Now, it seems to have gained a chance to be reborn, and its terrifying magic power is swaying wantonly. Quiet, Cyrus ordered with a hissing sound. The basilisk immediately bowed its head. Don't worry, you will be able to move freely soon. But before that, we still need to be patient. Cyrus raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He just came here today to see the status of the basilisk. As for the attack on little wizards, it will be postponed to the night before Halloween. Halloween at Hogwarts would start to feel like it was missing something if something unexpected didn't happen. After all, there should be a little horror show in this festival of ghosts, right? ________. Chapter 10, Ginny's Suspicion. Knock knock, dear mate. Could you throw some stones on me? ________. Yawn. The next morning, Ginny covered her head and crawled out of bed. She felt a little groggy, as if she hadn't had any rest. But she knew that she couldn't lie down like this anymore. If she slept for a while longer, the class would probably start. So she quickly sat up, started to get dressed, combed her hair, and then went to wash up. But when she came back from the shower to get her textbooks, She found that her roommates were still asleep on the bed as she checked one by one. "Hey, get up quickly, or you will be late for the class," she shouted. However, a head popped out from the curtain of the bed next door. "Ginny, are you talking in your sleep? Today is the weekend." "Weekend?" Ginny's eyes widened. How could it be the weekend? She clearly remembered that it was Thursday when she went to bed yesterday. What was happening? Did he sleep all day? Or is it true that in this world of magic, she had skipped a day and come to the future? Of course, it's the weekend. Wasn't yesterday Friday? You said you weren't feeling well and asked Colin to ask for leave for you. Is it possible that you haven't recovered yet? Do you want to go to the campus hospital for a checkup? Or do we need to send you to St. M? Several roommates immediately asked with concern. Forget it. Ginny stopped them. It's okay. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Ginny scratched her hair, slowly sat back on the edge of the bed, and turned her gaze to her small desk. There was nothing on the desk, but the diary was hidden in the drawer. Is it you, Mr. Riddle? Although she had a little doubt in her mind, Ginny kept the matter in her heart. At this point, if she were to tell her parents about the diary, she would definitely be scolded. She didn't want to receive a shouting letter while eating. If that happened, no. She would rather die than receive a howler. On the other hand, Ginny didn't want to believe that Mr. Riddle would hurt her. Just like now. Although I have lost a small part of my memory, I don't seem to be harmed. Perhaps Mr. Riddle has another reason? She wanted to open the diary immediately and figure everything out, but when she put her hands on the drawer, she was a little afraid. She was afraid that it was all false, and that from the first day, Mr. Riddle was just trying to gain her trust. I regard Mr. Riddle as a friend and tell him all my secrets. If I am really betrayed, what should I do? Thinking of this, Ginny suddenly realized that she didn't know anything about Mr. Riddle. She had only seen the other's glory in the metal room. But what about everything else? What kind of person is Tom Riddle? He looked so good in those photos, maybe like Percy? No, he was much more interesting than Percy, and not as rigid. Ginny thought about how Mr. Riddle instigated her to violate some trivial school rules these days, which was indeed interesting. He also taught her many little curses that could not be learned in textbooks, saying that they should be of help to her when she's in middle of a conflict with others. Come on, comparing him with Percy was wrong. He is not grumpy like Percy at all, but his nature is a lot like Bill. Ginny thought this way, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was impossible for Mr. Riddle to hurt her. But in this way, the question returns to the starting point. Was she really ill yesterday, or was it really Mr. Riddle who is up to something? And if so, why is he doing it? And should I continue to communicate with Mr. Riddle? Ugh, all kinds of problems bothered Ginny and made her a little irritable. She wanted to go back to sleep, but she couldn't sleep at all. So she simply got up and walked silently to the common room. Hey, Ginny. Yawn. Ron stopped her with his eyes dazed. Can you help me call Hermione? Harry went to practice Quidditch this morning. We plan to go over and have a look. You can also come with us. Oh, okay, but I'm not in the mood right now. Ginny just nodded and turned to find Hermione's dormitory. A few minutes later, Ginny and Hermione hurried down together. Are you really not coming with us, Ginny? Ron looked more awake now. He was a little confused. His sister usually admired Harry so much and wanted to keep her eyes on Harry all the time. But now, she didn't seem to be so interested in Harry. This is not surprising. Ron thought. Putting aside those legends, Harry is actually just an ordinary wizard. Ron himself also realized this in the process of getting along with him. Of course, after taking off the cloak of legend, Harry is still a great friend, at least much better than that idiot Lockhart. Ginny pondered for a moment. She was really not in the mood at first, thinking that Mr. Riddle would make her feel more cheerful from time to time and was much better than Harry. But she suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with going to see Harry's practice with Ron and Hermione. It just so happened that she had nothing to do now because she found that when she was unconscious, Mr. Riddle had thoughtfully completed all her homework for the weekend. All right, she finally decided to go with them. The three of them first went to the hall to bring some food, and then went to the playground together. The Quidditch stands were empty, with almost no one there. Well, no spectators would come to watch someone practicing in the morning, but no one was on the field as well. When they got to the stands, they saw Colin holding up his camera and taking photos everywhere crazily. The three of them sat together, and the morning fog on the playground had not completely dispersed. After a while, look, some people finally showed up, Hermione said. Harry and other team members came out wearing uniforms. It looks like he's about to start training again. Ron was surprised at the intensity of his Quidditch practice, as Harry had set off before dawn. You haven't finished practicing yet. Not finished yet? No, it hasn't started yet. Harry shook his head and said, Wood has been talking about tactics for several hours, and I'm already going crazy with hunger. Would you like something to eat? Ginny handed out the bread in her hand. She didn't have much appetite. Now, everyone, come to the center. Wood's voice came. He was a little excited, but Wood didn't intend to give him time to eat. Harry kicked off his feet and flew into the sky on his Nimbus 2000. But the training was interrupted almost before it started, because Colin was holding the camera and filming them like crazy, which made Wood very unhappy. Why is that kid taking pictures of our practice? He suspected that this kid was a spy sent by Slytherin to get information about their new tactics. Slytherin doesn't need spies, dude, George said helplessly. How do you know? Oliver Wood looked at George. Because they can see on their own. George pointed toward a direction. Several people in green robes walked into the stadium, holding broomsticks in their hands. It was the team of their old enemy, Slytherin. Wood flew down angrily, and the two teams immediately erupted into a strong smell of conflict. What's going on now? Hermione asked Ron. Hermione's slightly worried voice made Ginny look toward the newly arrived group. What's wrong, Ron? She also asked. They're quarreling. Let's go over there and take a look. Ron jumped down immediately. He thought that if a conflict really broke out, he couldn't just sit back and watch. When they rushed downstairs, Ron and Hermione looked at the man with platinum blonde hair in the Slytherin team in surprise. Draco Malfoy. Of course, Ginny also knew him. It was this platinum boy's father who fought with her own father at Flourish and Blott's bookstore during the summer vacation. ___________. Chapter 11. Ginny knows more than Hermione. What's wrong? What is he doing here? Ron asked the twins quickly, but before anyone could answer. I'm the new seeker of the Slytherin team, Weasley, Malfoy said proudly. Just now, everyone was admiring the broomstick my father bought for our whole team. Ron stared dumbfounded at the 7 advanced broomsticks in front of him. Nimbus 2001, which has a better performance than Harry's Nimbus 2000. It's nice, isn't it? Malfoy said pleasantly. But maybe Gryffindor can use some gold and buy some new brooms. Oh, I think you can sell those old not-so-clean sweep 5s. They are so old, I think the museum will bid for them, Weasley. The Slytherins laughed loudly. At least none of the Gryffindor players can be bought by someone's father, so that someone can join the team, Hermione said sharply. Our team members got in the team purely on merit. Malfoy's proud face darkened, and it was clear that these words completely hurt him. No one asked for your opinion, you stinking little mudblood, he said harshly. This sentence immediately caused an explosive reaction. Flint had to rush in front of Draco to prevent Fred and George from jumping on him. Ron screamed, "How dare you?" and reached out to his clothes, pulling out the broken wand from it. "You will pay for it, Malfoy," he shouted and pointed furiously from Flint's arm, looking at Malfoy's face. "Now go and spit slugs, Slugulus Eructo." But due to his wand being broken, a huge explosion resounded throughout the stadium, and a green light shot out from the back of the wand, hitting Ron in the abdomen, causing him to stagger and fall to the grass. Ron, are you okay?" Hermione screamed. Ron opened his mouth to answer, but no words came out. Instead, he burped loudly, and several slugs fell from his mouth onto his lap. The Gryffindor team gathered around Ron, who kept spitting out big shiny slugs, and no one seemed to want to touch him. "Bahaha! Who's spiting slugs now, you fool? Poor Weasley can't even cast a simple charm." The Slytherin team members all collapsed with laughter. Flint laughed so hard that he couldn't stand upright, leaning on his new broom for support. "Weasley, why did you eat this many slugs? Now they are climbing your belly." Malfoy was on all fours, pounding the ground with his fists. Ginny seemed to have only come back to her senses from this moment on. Dirty and filthy words entered her mind, and Ron's miserable situation made her very angry. She was already a little upset and angry, but when she saw Malfoy and the others being so hateful, she immediately took them as an outlet to vent her annoyance. Furnunculus. A curse immediately flew out from her wand, but it did not hit Malfoy. Instead, it hit Marcus Flint, who was standing in front of Malfoy. The big man screamed immediately. His skin was burning under the influence of the curse, and it was covered with pimples and became extremely ugly, as if a layer of chili oil had been poured on a festering wound. Flint immediately glared at Ginny fiercely and raised his wand with hatred on his face. "You little brat! How dare you attack me? Hey, stop it!" Fred and George immediately rushed towards him and grabbed his wand with their hands. Wood and others also reacted and hurriedly struggled with the Slytherin people. An all-out war broke out. "Harry, take Ginny and Ron away quickly." No one knew who shouted, and Harry finally reacted and quickly helped up the dirty Ron. "Go to Hagrid's house. That's the closest." The 4 people pushed through the crowd and rushed out. Colin didn't know what was going on and ran over without any eyesight to take a picture of Ron, who was spitting out slugs. Get out of the way, Creevy. Ginny pushed him away angrily. Colin watched them leave blankly, confused. Wasn't Ginny Weasley quite polite yesterday? They soon arrived at Hagrid's hut, but saw Lockhart walk out from inside. Don't let him see us. In order not to get into trouble, Harry had to hide first. This was a very correct decision. If Lockhart was allowed to treat Ron, his life would probably be in danger. They waited until Lockhart was gone before knocking on Hagrid's house. Oh, Harry, it's you. I thought it was Lockhart who was back. Ugh, what's wrong with Ron? Hagrid asked quickly. Ron was struck by his own spell, said Hermione. Hagrid wasn't too worried. He found a large copper basin and placed it in front of Ron. It's better to spit it out than swallow it. Spit it all out, Ron. I guess there's no other way but to wait for it to stop on its own, Hermione said worriedly as she watched Ron leaning over the copper basin. Even under the best of conditions, that's a very difficult spell to cast, and you even used a broken wand. Wait, maybe I can make it stop. Ginny suddenly thought of something. How to undo the evil curse. He taught me. With that said, she picked up her wand and pointed it at Ron. This made everyone else a little worried. After all, it felt uncomfortable to be pointed at by a wand. Ugh, Ginny, if you are not sure, I think it's okay to vomit. Ugh, Ron said as he vomited. It's better to try than to do nothing. Ginny felt very confident. The pimple spell she just used was also taught by Mr. Riddle, and it turned out to be very useful. Her wand glowed again, and after the spell hit Ron, Ron shivered first. Although he was still vomiting, no slugs were coming out of his mouth. It worked. How did you do it? Hermione's eyes widened. She didn't expect that Ginny, who had just entered school this year, could break the curse that she was unable to do anything about. Yeah, hi. I read it in the book. Ginny was very happy to see her spell working. This proves that Mr. Riddle did not deceive her. What book is it? Hermione's eyes sparkled as she asked carefully. I'll go read it later too. I can't believe that I missed such an important book. Maybe I remembered it wrong. I didn't see it in the book. Maybe it was Bill, yes. Bill taught it to me, Ginny said quickly. Hermione was a little suspicious. Really? Fortunately, Hagrid interrupted her and asked what happened. She had no choice but to tell Hagrid everything that had happened. Malfoy scolded Hermione, which must have been a very nasty word because everyone was so angry, Harry quickly answered. Not just nasty, very vicious, croaked Ron, who had almost recovered, his face pale and sweaty. Malfoy called her a mudblood, and Hagrid looked very angry and cut him off, yelling, Is it true? Yes, she said, but I don't know what it means. Of course, I can tell it's very rude. Mudblood is a slanderous term for muggleborns, people whose parents do not know magic. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, always feel that they are superior to others because they are so-called purebloods. Ron explained, Actually, the rest of us know it doesn't matter at all. Look at Neville Longbottom. He's a pureblood, but he can't even put the cauldron correctly. You're right, they haven't invented any spell that Hermione can't do yet, Hagrid said proudly, and Hermione's face turned red with embarrassment. But I didn't expect you to be so brave, Ginny. It's a pity that we didn't hit that annoying Malfoy. Ginny looked at Ron and said unhappily, It's not that bad. It would have been a bit troublesome if it had hit. That Malfoy boy's father is the school governor of Hogwarts, Hagrid said. Then, they stayed at Hagrid's place for a while, and Ginny felt better again because she found that everything Mr. Riddle taught her was useful. Even being punished by Mag for confinement after returning to the castle did not affect her mood at all. Chapter 12. I just have a good teacher. You are back, Potter and the two Weasleys. Professor McGonagall walked towards them with a stern face. You three are staying here for the night. As he spoke, Mag couldn't help but look at Ginny and said in an unbelievable and extremely headache-inducing tone, I can't believe that a first-year student dared to cast a spell on a sixth-year senior. This matter I think your parents should know. Ginny's face suddenly turned pale as she thought that she might receive a red shouting letter tomorrow morning. If so, that would be really bad. You, Mr. Weasley, you are going to help Mr. Filch polish the silverware in the trophy room. No magic is allowed. Make sure it's all done by hand. And you, Miss Ginny, I think you're using your charms well, but harming a student is not good, right? You'll go help Professor Flitwick. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry. As for you, Mr. Potter, you go help Professor Lockhart reply to his admirers by letters. Hearing this, Harry immediately felt his heart blockage. The people who gave him the most headaches this semester were the first-year freshman Colin and the narcissistic and idiot defense against the dark arts Professor Lockhart. In contrast, he would rather face Filch. How about you let me polish the metal too, he begged. This made McGonagall curious. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She was obviously happy that her students didn't like Lockhart. But, of course not. Professor Lockhart wants you by name. Remember, you three, you have to be there at 8 o'clock in the evening. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called punishment. Please wait a moment, Professor. Anything else, Miss Weasley? I want to ask, where are those Slytherin students? Don't they need to be punished for insulting their classmates with words? Ginny mustered up the courage to look directly at McGonagall, which made Harry, Ron, and even Hermione widen their eyes. Eyes, full of admiration. Before this, no lion cub dared to talk to Professor McGonagall like this. Even the twins saw her like a mouse seeing a cat. At this time, the Weasley family was better than its predecessor. Of course, they will be punished. Professor Snape will punish them himself. Mag smiled a little. After saying that, Mag turned and left. Did I hear her correctly? Ron said exaggeratedly. Snape will punish them? Doesn't she know that there is no difference between letting them go? The faces of the four people were all ugly. Obviously, in their opinion, Snape would definitely protect those guys. But in fact, this time they guessed wrong. After Ginny hit Marcus with that curse, the two teams almost turned into a big melee, which finally ended with McGonagall and Snape personally coming forward. In this case, Snape naturally knew the whole story and took over the task of punishing Malfoy without hesitation. Now, all the toilets in Slytherin have been taken care of by Malfoy. LOL. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ginny arrived alone on the 8th floor. The Ravenclaw Dean's office was near the West Tower. Ginny counted 13 windows to the right, and then knocked on the door. Please come in. Professor Flitwick's shrill voice came from inside the room. Professor, excuse me. Ah, Miss Weasley, you are finally here. Flitwick immediately smiled happily when he saw Ginny. He looked unattractive and was only about 1.2 meters tall, almost shorter than Ginny. The facial features are also very different from normal people. But in fact, among the four deans, he is the one who cares most about students, very punctual. Sorry, maybe I should have been a little earlier? Ginny asked in a low voice. It was also her first time in solitary confinement, so she was a little nervous. Now, Ron went to clean the trophy, and Harry went to help Lockhart answer letters to his fans. They were all annoying jobs. What about Professor Flitwick's work? Professor McGonagall didn't seem to say that Professor Flitwick wanted to do something on his own. Flitwick could see her worry at a glance, and said quickly, Don't worry, child. I don't have any annoying physical labor here. Compared to that, I would actually rather continue to teach you about spells. You performed very well in class, so maybe I have higher expectations for you. With a wave of Flitwick's wand, his drawers opened automatically. After opening, many small cakes jumped out of the drawer and were placed in front of Ginny. Would you like some? Thank you, Professor. Ginny felt relieved and happily picked up the cake. It was much better than the toffee she had eaten at Hagrid's place this morning. I heard that you cast a curse on a 6th-year student. Flitwick slowly communicated with Ginny, as if having a heart-to-heart conversation. Ginny nodded. I already know what happened. Although this type of statement doesn't suit the identity of a professor, I still want to say that he fully deserves it. Flitwick himself is a wizard with goblin blood, so he is very sensitive in this regard. Sometimes their status as half-bloods seems even lower than that of Muggle wizards. Of course, it is still not recommended to cast curses on classmates. Flitwick revealed the matter lightly. Compared to this, since you can even do such difficult curses, I'm afraid the other first-year students have to learn the spell can't stop you, right? Flitwick looked at her expectantly. Ginny immediately showed Flitwick her skills. Wingardium Leviosa. Then, Spungify. Colloportus. First with the levitating spell to levitate the strawberry off the cake. Then with the softening spell, made the strawberry like a sponge, and by the locking spell, locked the table drawer. Wonderful, Miss Weasley. Professor exclaimed, and then looked at her again. Defendo. Finally, Ginny used the cutting spell to split a hole in the tabletop, and then, Reparo. Used the repairing spell to restore it to its original state. This move really made Flitwick very happy. You know, it's not even Halloween yet, and his lessons for first-grade wizards are still at the theoretical stage. But looking at Ginny like this, she has almost learned all the spells in Standard Spells 1. That's great, Ginny. That's great. Flitwick almost jumped up with excitement. I'm already considering whether to let you join my Charms Club. To be honest, your performance is simply better than Miss Granger's. Yes, potential is even better. Such kind and energetic praise made Ginny blush with embarrassment. She believed that all this was due to the teachings given to her by Mr. Riddle. Without him, her level of magic would not be so high. I just had a good teacher, she said timidly. Flitwick clearly misunderstood the statement and thought he was the good teacher. However, it was precisely because of this misunderstanding that Flitwick, who was in a good mood, directly exempted Ginny from confinement. Ha ha. Okay, Your detention is over. You can go back first. If you encounter any problems with magic spells, or if you have any books you want to read in the library, you are welcome to come to me," he said happily. "I hope you can maintain your current level so that when you are in 5th grade, I will definitely invite you to join the Charms Club immediately." He continued, "Of course, you can come and observe now also if it interests you." _________. Chapter 13. Manipulating the Little Witch. It didn't take Ginny 5 minutes to get back to the Gryffindor common room. The resting rooms of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are both on the tower, just not on the same side, and the tower is connected to the 8th floor of the castle. The Hogwarts school has a total of 5 towers. The tallest central tower is used for astronomy classrooms, and the remaining 4 towers are located in the 4 different directions: southeast, northwest, and northwest. The North Tower is the divination classroom, and the West Tower is the owl shed. The southeastern sides are used as the common room and dormitories for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw respectively. Several students were a little surprised when Ginny slipped under the fat lady's statue. "Ginny, didn't you go to solitary confinement with Ron and the others?" Percy frowned. He wasn't in a good mood because everyone in the Weasley family was in detention except his sister. In fact, the entire Gryffindor team was not spared. "Yes, but Professor Flitwick thinks that my spell casting is very good. He thinks that I should not waste my time in confinement," Ginny said immediately. Ginny had never lied to him, so Percy immediately believed her, and listening to her being praised by her professor made Percy very happy. "Well done, Ginny. Let me just say that being a good student never goes wrong. You see, Hermione was not punished this time. If we have to protect our Weasley family, I think it depends on you and me. Now, if you'll excuse me," Percy said as he walked out. "It's so late. Where are you going?" "A little thing," Percy explained vaguely. Ginny didn't ask any more questions. She was now in a hurry to find Mr. Riddle. Quickly returning to her dormitory, Ginny used a magic spell to unlock the drawer and spread the black-covered diary on the table. The ink-stained quill paused over the diary for a long time. Finally, Ginny took a deep breath and slowly started writing. "Mr. Riddle, I have something to ask you." After finishing one sentence, Ginny quickly wrote the next sentence without waiting for the diary to respond. When she first started writing, she thought it was so difficult to ask this question, but now she seemed to be unable to stop and wrote to the bottom in one breath. "I lost one day's memory. I clearly remembered that it was Thursday when I went to bed, but when I woke up the next day, the day had turned into Saturday. My classmates all said that I took leave on Friday, but in fact, I don't remember doing that at all. What do you think is wrong with me?" She expressed it very tactfully, trying not to sound like she was suspicious of Mr. Riddle, but in fact, maybe this was also a little bit of Ginny's inner expectation. She didn't want it to have anything to do with Mr. Riddle. At least, there is no clear evidence yet. Then, she nervously watched the ink disappear on the yellowed paper. She felt as if there was a little person holding a huge hammer in her chest and pounding hard, making her breathless. "Could it be you, Mr. Riddle?" she thought with a slight hesitation. "Am I discovered?" In the memory space, Cyrus looked at the large sentence that appeared in front of him and began to think about how to answer. Cyrus is not able to see her expressions. He can only speculate from her words. Looking at her sentence, she seems not sure if I did it or not. "Do you want to trust her words?" he asked himself. How about giving her another reason? He thought out loud. Judging from the current situation, Ginny Weasley still believes in him. If he said he didn't know about the matter, or blamed it on other reasons, she would be willing to believe it. But Cyrus thought about it and decided to tell Ginny the truth. Sometimes telling the truth is a better form of deception than lying. "You found out. I originally planned to keep it a secret." "I'm sorry, Ginny." Cyrus tried to make his sentences' tone sound more sincere and blamed himself. "In fact, I controlled your body, as expected of such an evil magic prop, right? This diary, you'd better destroy it." It's really you," Ginny said in disbelief. Although she had already guessed before, but when Cyrus told the truth personally, Ginny still didn't want to believe it. "But, what?" Ginny asked urgently. However, it was not so much that she needed an explanation, but rather that she now very much needed to find an excuse for Mr. Riddle to prove that Mr. Riddle was not dangerous. "What's with this response, Ginny?" Cyrus immediately pretended to be serious. "Ginny, listen, no matter what the reason is, my behavior is unforgivable. A magic item actually controlled the body of a wizard. If this happened with my own body, I would definitely eliminate the item as soon as possible. You should do the same. Destroy me, Ginny. It's just a diary." The use of me in his text had a deeper effect on the little girl. "No," Ginny wrote forcefully, "I don't think you are an evil tool. I think, if you are really evil, then why didn't you do anything? Helping me finish writing weekend homework is hardly an evil move. You have your reasons, some secrets you can't tell, right? Seeing that Cyrus hadn't said anything, Ginny took the initiative to help find an excuse. Cyrus couldn't help but sigh. Children are indeed easily deceived. In other words, people are always willing to believe what they want to believe. This time, he deliberately remained silent for a long time before answering. You're right, there was magic in his words, which made Ginny feel sad and depressed. I should have told you. I am just a little memory left by Tom Riddle in the diary. Ginny nodded, waiting for the next text to appear. Ginny, have you ever wondered where the real Tom Riddle is now? The real Tom Riddle. Ginny muttered this sentence. In fact, she already had a guess in her heart. In the medal display room, it was 50 years ago that Tom Riddle won the medal. Could it be that, Mr. Riddle, you have already? Yes, I have actually been dead for many years. Cyrus began to impress Ginny with his tragic past. The little lions of Gryffindor are always more emotional than rational. My death is actually related to a mysterious man. He was very rampant in that era. So, you were killed by a mysterious man? Ginny asked back, but it was obvious that she was convinced of this answer. It's all in the past. Cyrus didn't answer for a while. Then he said, I was made into a diary when I was a student. After so many years, I really miss this world too much. It's my long-cherished wish to breathe fresh air again while still alive. Mr. Riddle. Ginny burst into tears. Although she thought that Mr. Riddle might be dead, she didn't expect that he was murdered by a mysterious man when he was a student. This was a really pitiful story. She did not notice the contradiction in what Cyrus said at this time. During the summer vacation, Cyrus even said that he had graduated from school. No matter what, my behavior cannot be forgiven. Cyrus scolded himself in his texts, making Ginny even more sad. How can Ginny, who is only in first grade, identify his manipulating words? After listening to Cyrus' words, a little girl like her has no hope. Ginny, destroy me or hand me over to a professor at school. But, he paused for a second, but before that, I want to see you. Thank you for talking to me during this time. After being trapped in a diary for decades, it is indeed a painful and torturous thing. Chapter 14, Destroy Me, Ginny. Ginny, destroy me or hand me over to a professor at school. But, he paused for a second, but before that, I want to see you. Thank you for talking to me during this time. After being trapped in a diary for decades, it is indeed a painful and torturous thing. Sob. She was sobbing, but then looked at the text. Meet Mr. Riddle? Ginny froze. A voice in her subconscious told her, never do this. Trusting a magic item is stupid and dangerous. But she is emotional at the moment, and her curiosity is piqued like a cat's. What kind of person would the real Mr. Riddle be? I have never really understood Mr. Riddle, but now, there is such an opportunity before me. Sob. What should I do? Ginny's inner desire overwhelmed all her vigilance. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Cyrus had made this little girl trust him very much from the first day. Little did she think that Mr. Riddle could possibly harm her. Okay, I also want to see you. Seeing that Ginny agreed, Cyrus was very happy. If Tom Riddle himself has anything worthy of praise besides his magical talent, is that he is the only one who was designated by J.K. Rowling as the most handsome-looking guy in the whole book. Before Tom Riddle transformed himself with black magic, he used it to deceive many women. To this day, the spirit of one of Hogwarts' victims still floats in Ravenclaw's tower. She was obviously the most intelligent descendant of Ravenclaw among the Big Four, but turned out to be a stupid love brain. You just need to bury your face in the book, and I will bring you into my memory. As soon as those texts appeared, the diary seemed to be blown by a strong wind, and the pages flipped through, stopping at a certain page. Ginny gaped at the pages of the diary, which seemed to transform into a miniature television screen. Her hands were trembling slightly, and she raised the book and put her eyes on the small window. Before she could react, her body fell forward. The window was getting bigger, and Ginny felt that her body was leaving. The chair fell headfirst into the gap in the page, into a swirling swirl of colors, light, and shadow. This is a gray space, and the silver mist flowing around it is like flowing morning mist, which looks both light and heavy. She looked around nervously, looking for anyone who might be her Mr. Riddle. Cyrus was not playing hide-and-seek with her. He was standing not far away, holding the phantom of a wand that belonged to no one in his hand, tilting his head and looking at her with a chuckle. Mr. Riddle? Ginny called to him tentatively. Hello, Ginny. Cyrus's reply immediately turned her inner nervousness into excitement. She trotted up to Cyrus and looked at him in surprise. I'm afraid this little girl has never thought that this Mr. Riddle, who has been communicating with her, is so handsome. Hey, are you really Mr. Riddle? She looked at him in day. To be precise, this is just his memory, Cyrus said cleverly, trying to make sure that what he said was not a lie, but it was no different from a lie. I guess you must be very surprised now. I'm afraid you would have never thought that I was a Slytherin student, right? He pointed to the robe he was wearing. I really never thought about it. Mr. Riddle, after all, you always encourage me to violate school rules. Ginny muttered. It seemed that she didn't think much of Slytherin. From the moment she came in, she never took her eyes off of Cyrus's face. What's wrong? I think you look a bit like Harry, Mr. Riddle, Ginny said hesitantly, then quickly added, oh, of course, just a little. This kind of coincidence is not impossible, Sellers said with a smile. Of course, he knew why. In fact, the blood relationship between Riddle and Harry can be traced back to the time of the three Death Brothers. Compared to this, Ginny, you are cuter than I thought, Cyrus said without hesitation. Ginny was immediately speechless with embarrassment and quickly looked away. It was not easy for Cyrus to deal with an 11-year-old girl. Has Mr. Riddle been staying in a place like this for the past 50 years? When Ginny set her sights on this space, she immediately showed a sad expression. There is nothing here. It is pitch black, like an empty and bleak dark forest in winter. The silver mist was so cold that it was suffocating just to look at it. She couldn't imagine how a person could spend 50 years here. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be able to stay for even a day. Poor Mr. Riddle. He just wanted to see the real world. What was so wrong with that? He even took the time to help me with my homework. Ginny wanted to hug Mr. Riddle now, but when she stretched out her hand towards Cyrus, the young hand passed through Cyrus's body. Ahaha. It's useless, Ginny. I'm just a memory, Cyrus said. I can only see and hear, but I can't feel or touch. Well, I could, after I controlled you despicably. That day, I felt really alive. The blue sky, wind, and warm sun shone on my body. It was incredible to be alive. What do you think? Of course, I didn't forget to go to the cafeteria and have a delicious meal. The look of growing satisfaction on his face made Ginny even more uncomfortable, and she almost cried. Mr. Riddle. Okay. At this time, Cyrus' tone suddenly became stern. That's it, Ginny. This voice scared Ginny away, making her tremble for a moment. Then, Cyrus said softly, it's time for you to go back. But, just go quickly. It's not a good thing to stay for a long time with a dead thing like me, not even a revenant. After you go back, destroy the diary. If your magic power is not powerful enough, then hand it over to the others. It's time for us to say goodbye. It was nice to meet you, Ginny. Cyrus said goodbye in disguise, and his figure slowly became transparent and illusory, disappearing into the silver memory. No, Ginny bit her lip, tears forming in a straight line, her head shaking wildly. Be obedient, Ginny. Perhaps destruction is the final destination of a memory like mine. No, Ginny shook her head decisively. Mr. Riddle is my friend, and I will never kill Mr. Riddle. You'll make new friends, Ginny, real friends, Cyrus emphasized. This is different, Ginny shouted with tears. But, does Mr. Riddle intend to hurt me? Do you intend to kill me? Ginny asked quickly. Of course not, Cyrus denied vehemently. This sentence is somewhat true since he will not kill her. If that's the case, then why should I kill Mr. Riddle? Ginny had made up her mind and became extra brave at this time. She wiped away her tears and said forcefully, Mr. Riddle is eager to contact the real world. I can help. I suppose it wouldn't be a big deal to lend my body to Mr. Riddle once in a while, right? The cute little girl said seriously. At one point, Cyrus felt like he really deserved to die, but he still wanted to live. Thank you, Ginny. Underscore. Chapter 15. Curse Practice. Unsuccessful Patronus Charm. The next morning, Ginny came to the hall in a daze. Thinking of what happened last night, Ginny was still a little dazed. What happened was somewhat unbelievable to her. She actually agreed to lend her body to Mr. Riddle, and she had lent her body again that night. Now it seems that it was exactly as she thought. Although she was a little tired, there was no accident. Mr. Riddle would certainly not harm her. Ginny drowsily spread the jam on the bread and stuffed it into her mouth, mechanically. Then, a huge and harsh sound exploded in the auditorium, causing her to wake up suddenly. Ron, how dare you cast a spell on your classmates? And you also led your sister into your mischief. It's not even a month since school started. You guys dare to do such a thing. And you, Friday George. Ginny saw a red letter that turned into a mouth, floating on the Gryffindor table and yelling curses. It almost scolded Ron and the twins, and now it turned to her side. This made her suddenly turn pale. She only remembered about Mr. Riddle yesterday, but completely forgot that Professor McGonagall had told her mother about the spell she had cast on the senior students. When she saw the letter approaching, Ginny wanted to run away immediately. It would be too embarrassing to be scolded in front of everyone. In fact, the two classmates who were originally sitting next to her saw that something was wrong and had jumped away long ago, fearing that they would be accidentally injured by the sound of shouting letters. However, what surprised Ginny was that when the shouting letter hovered in front of her, Molly's voice suddenly became gentle. "I've heard everything, little Ginny. I have to say, you did a good job. Don't worry, no one is bothering your dad. Percy has already told me, and if a senior student got cursed by a first-year student, then we have nothing to say. Of course, don't be so impulsive next time. It's best to tell the professors when you encounter trouble. Okay, see you over Christmas break." After saying that, the roaring letter immediately burned. Ron and the twins were both a bit unbalanced. Had they even done something wrong? Ron's spell was cast on himself. Ginny was the mean one. In fact, only her spell succeeded, but they were the only ones who were scolded by the Howler. "Do you think this is fair?" Ron said angrily. "Okay, just shut up and let her be. She is our sister." Fred and George looked at him with irritation. "And Ginny was really cool yesterday," they said exaggeratedly. Since what happened yesterday became widely known in Gryffindor, Ginny has almost become a hero in Gryffindor. In comparison, Ron seems a bit frustrated. Ron was still angry now as if nothing good could ever happen to him. Thinking of this, Ron glanced sadly at the broken wand covered with tape. If it hadn't been for this thing, maybe his spell would have been successful. "Look around, don't be jealous of Ginny. If it weren't for her, you might still be spitting out slugs today." Hermione comforted Ron. "I'm not jealous of her. She's my sister. I just feel it's a bit unfair. It seems like I'm the only one who's unlucky." Ron had no choice but to sit down and gnaw on the chicken drumsticks gloomily. "I just hope Marcus Flint doesn't stay out of the hospital until the official game," Harry said with a smile, and then whispered the sound he heard last night to Ron and Hermione. In fact, he had already told Ron last night, but neither of them had a clue. In the following days, Cyrus used Ginny's body from time to time to act at night. It's not that he wants to control the basilisk to kill people. In fact, the plan hasn't really started yet. He spent most of his time practicing spells in the Room of Requirement. Although Cyrus absorbed Riddle's memories and theoretical knowledge, knowing the theory and being proficient in using magic spells are not the same thing at all. Considering the difficulties he may face after his resurrection, Cyrus needs to make his magic power strong enough. He slowly ate away at Ginny's life force, but was careful to maintain a limit. Ginny looked like she had a cold these days. It happened to be that the time was slowly approaching Halloween, and the temperature in Hogwarts had begun to drop. This period was the worst time for influenza, and most of the young wizards in the school were feeling depressed. Percy was worried about her, and had been forcing Ginny to drink pick-me-ups. So much so that steam was rising from her head all this time, and her fiery red hair seemed to be on fire. In the spacious classroom, several wooden dolls rushed toward Ginny quickly. Ginny, actually Cyrus, had a cold look in his eyes, and he held the wand in his hand. He did not panic at all in the face of the siege. It wasn't until the puppet at the forefront was approaching that Cyrus raised his wand like lightning and fired a spell. Hit by the curse, the puppet didn't even last for a second before it exploded and turned into powder flying everywhere. Then, without stopping, Cyrus rolled on the ground to avoid the attacks of the other two puppets. But he did not look embarrassed at all. Half crouching, he turned around and split the two puppets into 16 pieces. The pieces of the puppet floated up under his control and hit the other puppets like meteors, knocking them down. Then, the hard ground rose up, and several huge palms stretched out to hold the puppets influenced by him, preventing them from moving. In the blink of an eye, he eliminated a dozen puppets, and during this period, he did not recite a single spell. Cyrus was quite satisfied with his performance. After all, his body now belonged to Ginny. The one-year-old wizard's magical power was not strong, so it was incredible to be able to do this. One must know that those puppets have magical protection. Now, let's try the Patronus charm. Cyrus thought for a moment, closed his eyes, and began to recall what he could call happy memories. He easily began to recall his past life. Although he seems to have become emotionally numb in life as an adult, his memories from childhood are still pleasant. Dense silk threads spurted out from the tip of the wand, like white velvet or cocoon silk spun by silkworms. Not very good. However, perhaps the memory is too far away, making it no longer clear. Although these threads are intertwined in the air, they have never taken shape. Is my mood too calm? Cyrus lowered his head and pondered. After a moment, he planned to recite the magic spell and do it again. This time, he tried hard to recall the memories of his childhood. At that time, he had no worries, was carefree, and yearned for fairy tales, as if the whole world was clean and beautiful. Expecto Patronum. The magic power coming out of the tip of the wand is even stronger than before. The dense silver threads turned into large clumps of existence, but they were still not formed but looked like a white, half-light and half-dark cloud. Soon, the magic was drained from him, or rather Ginny. Cyrus had to stop practicing, put away his wand, and leave the room of requirement. But as soon as he turned the corner, a sharp roar came from aside to his ears. Stop. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 16. Attack on Halloween. As soon as Cyrus turned the corner, a sharp roar came from aside to his ears. Stop. It's Filch again. Cyrus's patience with this annoying administrator had almost reached its limit. But what really gave him a headache was the cat. It probably had a bit of catnip blood or something. In addition to its very sharp nose, it seemed to be able to see through a little bit of magic. Cyrus was almost exposed several times because of it. Otherwise, just a squib wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It is especially dangerous sometimes when you not only meet Filch, but also happen to meet Snape, who is up late at night. No wonder Tom had to operate on this cat in the original novel. Stop. Don't move. I found you. Filch shouted viciously into the air. But in fact, where Cyrus is now standing is behind him. Mrs. Norris sniffed his scent all the way to the outside of the room of requirement, but found nothing. After confirming that his phantom spell had not expired, Cyrus left quickly without hesitation. At this time, he heard Peeves' mocking voice coming from behind. Poor Felger, he's being fooled around. As a result, the two guys started fighting each other. It was getting closer to Halloween, and Cyrus decided it was almost time. On the night before Halloween, everything in Hogwarts became completely different from before. The pumpkin that was nearly as tall as Ginny and Hagrid's field has now grown to the size of a shed. The insides of these pumpkins were hollowed out, and some were made into scary jack-o'-lanterns, while the rest were turned into pumpkin juice and served on the table. There are some bat decorations installed everywhere in the castle. In the past, the ghosts were always the most active at this time, but this time, even Peeves was nowhere to be seen. This is thanks to Sir Nicholas, who made today the 500th anniversary of his death. At the dinner party, Percy looked around with a frown on his face. The Geminis and Lee Jordan were sitting together, almost having a quarrel. Fred, where's Ron? Harry and Hermione are also missing. Percy grabbed one of the twins at random and asked immediately, Hey, I'm George. What a shame that you're still my brother. George said angrily with his eyes widened. Because this time he wasn't playing a prank. Percy really had the wrong person. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, no worries. You want to know where little Ronnie is? Speaking of which, they said, the ghost party would be so cool. The two people immediately put on expressions of surprise and joy mimicking little Ronnie. Of course, they were probably more gloating. They went to a ghost party, can you imagine? A ghost party. I guess they ate all the rotten pieces of meat. Gathering of ghosts. You don't know, it's the 500th anniversary of nearly Headless Nico's death. Let me tell you, he really has the idea to commemorate the date of his death. Fred smiled and shook his head. Probably he already thought nearly Headless Nico was a genius. Harry had accidentally overheard this information when the twins were discussing about it some time ago while he was talking to Ron and Hermione. At first, the twins also had the idea of getting involved with the ghosts, but after inquiring about some information, Fred and George gave up. Wouldn't it be nice to eat hot meals and drink warm pumpkin juice in the hall? Why don't you care about your sister? You know Ginny isn't here either. George glanced at the lower grades and didn't see any conspicuous red hair among the little lions. Ginny is not feeling well and will come over later. You should have paid more attention to her. She has had a cold for several weeks. Percy said sternly. At this moment, all the teachers and students of Hogwarts were gathered in the hall. Even Filch was no exception. Only his cat, still fulfilling its unsavory duty, wandered the corridors of the castle. Meow. Now, it has smelled a familiar scent. During this period of time, the owner of this scent had escaped from her too many times, which aroused Mrs. Norris's desire to win. This animal with catnip blood has an extraordinary intelligence and has regarded Cyrus as a thorn in her side. For this reason, it looked for the smell and moved towards the third-floor corridor. Cyrus controlled Ginny's body and sat on the back of the giant basilisk. He had been letting the basilisk move around inside the pipe all this time, and now it was time to take it out for a walk. Just in time, the annoying Myrtle also went to the death anniversary party. There's no one here except a cat. Mrs. Norris lowered her head to smell the scent and slowly came to the door of the bathroom. Meow. There was water all over the floor, probably because a pipe was leaking, which made Mrs. Norris a little disgusted. But her competitive spirit still outweighed everything else, and she walked slowly around the corner in the sticky water. The next moment, two dim lights were reflected in the water. Mrs. Norris was immediately petrified by the basilisk's eyes before she even had time to react. The annoying cat is finally clean. Cyrus jumped off the basilisk's head and picked up the petrified, immobile cat. Its body now felt harder than iron. He hung Mrs. Norris on the wall and left a line of bloody writing. In fact, Cyrus used to like cats, but obviously, Mrs. Norris could not be counted among them. The little things that hinder his resurrection, no matter how cute they are, must be eliminated, at least temporarily cleared. Then, Cyrus asked the basilisk to return to the secret room and wait for his call at any time, while he slowly returned to the banquet, and returned the body to Ginny. Ginny, who was in a daze, was not too surprised when she opened her eyes and found herself at the Gryffindor table. Apparently, she had guessed that Mr. Riddle had controlled her body just now. Mr. Riddle hasn't celebrated Halloween in 50 years, right? As she thought about it, it was normal for Cyrus to miss the Halloween party at Hogwarts. Of course, she is also looking forward to this holiday. At this moment, looking at the delicious food on the table, she couldn't help it anymore and immediately started eating. Colin opened his mouth and looked at her as if he didn't expect that Ginny's face was not so good-looking, but her appetite did not change. But that's a good thing. The dinner ended quickly, and Ginny followed the team back to the Gryffindor common room. The strange thing is that one of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff common rooms is in the dungeon and the other is in the basement, but for some reason, Malfoy also followed them sneakily. They walked happily to the third floor, and then immediately became silent. Hundreds of people stared at the three helpless little figures in the empty corridor in. The secret room has been opened. Those who are enemies of the heir, be alert. When Malfoy discovered that the person standing in front of him was Harry, he immediately got out and read the blood-red writing on the wall loudly, with a cheerful expression on his face. He looked at the still and stiff cat hanging there. His cold eyes became animated, his normally bloodless face turned red, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. You're next, mudbloods. ___________. Chapter 17. To tell the truth or to sell a lie. What was Draco doing there? Time goes back to the dinner party. Although the table on the Slytherin side was also lively, due to the personalities of the little snakes, it was far less cheerful than that of Gryffindor. While the bored Malfoy was eating, he was thinking about whether to use Halloween as an excuse to scare Harry Potter and the little lions who caused him to be punished by Professor Snape. Why is that idiot trio not here? However, when he looked vaguely towards the Gryffindor table, he did not see the shadow of those annoying people. Of course, Malfoy didn't suspect anything at this time. After all, Gryffindor was different from Slytherin, who had to pay attention to the order of seats when eating. Those guys who didn't understand etiquette always went into the gaps wherever there were seats. Uncivilized. And he didn't dare to look directly at Gryffindor, otherwise other little snakes would find out and think he was going to betray the academy. Once a person has an idea in his heart, it will soon be turned into action. Before the dinner was over, Malfoy had already made up his mind that he must let them see how powerful he was tonight. Even if you get caught, it's a Halloween tradition and you're unlikely to be fined. Therefore, when the dinner was over, he simply did not follow the Slytherin team but sneaked into the Ravenclaw team. Then, the previous scene appeared, and that takes us here. Although he didn't know who was responsible for the prank, Malfoy felt that the other person was a genius. That's right, Malfoy actually thought it was a prank now. Last time in the stadium, Slytherin suffered a big loss. Of course, there will be people who want revenge. Especially Marcus Flint, who was hit by a pimple curse, and his face was almost completely humiliated. Of course, he had heard about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, but would a half-blood Harry, a pure-blood Shame, Ron, and a mud-blood Hermione open the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin? One of the Majestic Four? No way, right? Therefore, Malfoy naturally thought it was a prank. Of course, this does not prevent him from adding another fire to it. To this end, he immediately read the writing on the wall aloud, causing a commotion, preferably making others think that the murderer was Harry Potter and his little followers. Being watched by hundreds of pairs of eyes, the panic on the faces of the Golden Trio could hardly be concealed. Harry already regretted that he didn't listen to Ron and left this hellish place quickly, but it was obviously too late now. Malfoy's voice first attracted Filch, the poor and hateful old man who was now hugging his cat like crazy. Harry had no doubt that Filch would be willing to let him pay for his cat's life, if possible. You killed my cat. You killed Mrs. Norris. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to. Argus. Dumbledore arrived on the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he was past Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and unhooking Mrs. Norris from the torch holder. Come with me, Argus, he said to Filch. And you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. Mr. Dumbledore, Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. My office is closest to here. It's upstairs. If the principal wants, we can go there. Thank you, Gilderoy, said Dumbledore. The silent crowd parted to let them pass. Lockhart was very excited and looked very proud, and hurriedly followed Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall and Snape also followed behind them. Only a few hundred Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students who didn't know what to do were left looking at each other. That's amazing. Why didn't we think of getting rid of this cat? Fred said. Maybe it's because we have a secret weapon? What secret weapon? Lee Jordan came up. Oh, of course, it's a dung bomb, the twins replied in unison. That thing can indeed hinder Mrs. Norris's sense of smell. Lee Jordan nodded with approval, and then added, I really don't know what will happen to Harry and Ron. They shouldn't stay here after doing this kind of crime. What do you think, Ginny? Isn't that Ron your brother? In the crowd, Colin turned to ask Ginny. I don't think the murderer can be Harry. He can't do such a thing. He is the Harry Potter. It would be so sad if he is kicked out. I had written a letter to my brother, and he also wanted to meet Harry Potter when he comes to school. He spoke quickly. Now, Ginny was a little distracted because she was worried about the situation of Ron, Harry, and Hermione. Do you think the secret room is real? I've never heard of it. The bloodstains don't seem to be completely dry yet, so the cat probably died not long ago. You came a little late today. Did you find any traces of the murderer? What? Ginny's eyes widened. What does it mean that you came a little late? She wanted to ask more carefully, but Percy and the Ravenclaw prefects had already reacted to the noise and began to organize discipline. Ginny had to keep her doubts to herself. Okay, stop arguing. Get in line, Percy shouted. And you should go back to Slytherin, or I will somehow deduct points from you. After driving away Malfoy, hundreds of footsteps continued to move forward, but the discussion in the crowd was something that Percy couldn't stop no matter how hard he shouted. Okay, Percy, let them go. Penelope Clearwater couldn't help but say. When they returned to the common room, Ginny was still thinking about what Colin had said. But there were too many people in the lounge, and everyone was discussing what had happened. Rumors of the secret room immediately began to spread. Mr. Riddle seemed to say that he knew the locations of many secret rooms. Could it be that Slytherin's secret room was among them? She doesn't doubt Cyrus at all. Her Mr. Riddle won't do such a thing. That possibility never came to her mind. Ginny was just eager to know if Cyrus had seen the real murderer or had any clues when he controlled her body. If only he knew where Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was. So she returned to the dormitory alone, spread out the diary on the bed, and closed the bed curtains, and started writing. Mr. Riddle, do you know about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Why do you suddenly ask this? Cyrus asked. Ginny slowly wrote down what happened after the dinner. I would like to know, Mr. Riddle, if you have found any clues, or if you know anything about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Tell the truth, or hide the truth. Cyrus is now caught in this dilemma. He didn't know if Tom in the original book had ever told Ginny about this, and speaking out was obviously risky. But Riddle in the story couldn't wait to show his memories immediately after meeting Harry inside the chamber. To say or not to say, that is the question. Chapter 18, Dumbledore. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets does exist. After a brief thought, Cyrus decided that now was not the time. The matter in the secret room has not yet become a big deal, and the victim is only one cat. If Ginny was shown that memory at this time, she would easily expose herself if she went to confront Hagrid. But let's not say it. It also requires a little bit of art. The best way is still not to tell her everything. Oh, so it is true. Mr. Riddle, do you know the location of the Chamber of Secrets? Ginny was overjoyed. The Chamber of Secrets does exist, but the incident you are speaking of can't be true. In fact, something similar happened 50 years ago. You should be wondering why I won the Special Contribution Award. After all, the medal didn't say why I won the award, right? Hearing this, Ginny nodded subconsciously, but she remembered that Mr. Riddle couldn't see her nod, so she wrote hard in her diary. Yeah, I got the award because I betrayed the person who opened the secret room. At that time, a poor student had died at the hands of the monster in the secret room. I discovered the clues and was determined not to cover him up. So I reported him to the principal at the time. Because a student died, so the principal wanted me to block the news. However, the monster in the secret room has been driven away. As for the person who opened the secret room, 50 years have passed, and he may be dead. Cyrus said half-truthfully. The last sentence seems to be a lie, but in fact it is the truth. Tom Riddle is dead, isn't he? As for whether the Chamber of Secrets will be opened again, I don't think so. Just think about it. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets has opened again, and a terrifying monster is released, just to deal with a cat. I admit, that cat is indeed annoying enough, yes, but it's not enough to be treated like this by the monster. Maybe it's a prank? I used your body to walk around the castle at night, and I seemed to see a figure, but I couldn't see it clearly. Is that so? Ginny heard that the person who opened the secret room might be dead, so she stopped asking about the other person's identity. She had no doubts about Cyrus now, but she was very interested in the secret room. Mr. Riddle, can you take me to see the secret room from 50 years ago? Of course. Cyrus followed his memory but didn't show the chamber. Instead, he marked the location of the secret room where Hagrid originally kept Aragog. To be honest, there is no difference between keeping an acromantula in a castle and keeping a basilisk. The two magical animals are equally dangerous. If Tom hadn't already killed someone, causing Aragog to be driven away, Hagrid would have had problems sooner or later. After getting the answer, Ginny already had a plan in mind. That night, around 12 o'clock, Ginny sneaked out of the room and planned to take a look at the secret room. There was no one else in the common room at this time. She walked carefully and slipped out from under the portrait of the fat lady. While walking through a classroom on the 5th floor, she suddenly heard several familiar voices. Ginny immediately crouched in the corner of the window. Do you think I should tell them about the sound I heard? Don't say it, Ron said without thinking. Hearing something that no one else can hear is not a good sign, even in the wizarding world. He was worried that Harry might actually be regarded as the attacker after telling everyone about the voices. Harry felt a slight change in Ron's voice and asked, "You believe me, don't you?" "Of course, I believe you," Ron said quickly. "But you have to admit it sounds bizarre." "I know it's bizarre," Harry said. "The whole thing is bizarre. What's with those writings on the wall? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. What does that mean?" "Oh, this reminds me of something," Ron said slowly. "It seems that someone once told me about the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. Probably Bill. I don't know. But anyways, now that squib can't bother us without the cat." Ron said, "What's a squib?" Harry asked. Ginny heard Harry ask strangely, and then Ron laughed. Ron's laughter was so funny that she also wanted to laugh. Almost every little wizard who has not yet entered school will worry about whether he is a squib. That's right, it's not actually funny, but when it comes to Filch, Ron said, a squib is a person who is born in a wizarding family but has no magical abilities. Squibs and muggle-born wizards are the opposite, but squibs are rare. You can say that Filch is a squib. That would explain a lot, including why he hates students so much. He must be jealous, Ginny thought. Also, Ron and Harry looked cheerful, from the looks of it. It seems like they won't be suspended or expelled, right? Ginny breathed a sigh of relief, and then she heard Harry say again, "Let's go to bed quickly before Snape comes to find us again and frame us." So she immediately left from under the window and hid in the corner. She didn't come out again until those two left. As for the secret room, she didn't want others to know about it yet, at least not until she was sure that tonight's events were related to the secret room. It seems like over here. She walked quickly through the corridor, and after a while, she reached the secret room that Cyrus had marked for her. It's really hidden here, but there's nothing there. As Mr. Riddle said, the monster in the secret room has been driven away. Only thick dust and some old cobwebs are left here. Ginny felt a little happy, but also a little disappointed. But she quickly cheered up. Since it wasn't the monster in the secret room who did it, the most important thing now was to catch the prankster. And the most likely culprit in her eyes, Draco Malfoy. This was Ginny's first suspicion. After what happened during the summer vacation, Ginny had already regarded Draco as a rich, spoiled kid with an evil nature, not to mention that the time of his appearance tonight was strange enough. She wanted to go back to the dormitory immediately and tell Mr. Riddle her guess, but as soon as she turned around, she saw an unexpected figure. Headmaster Dumbledore. Ginny almost froze in place. Good evening, Miss Weasley." Dumbledore stood at the corner of the stairs. He was already tall, but now he looked even taller. Blue eyes shine like gems at night. "Principal, why are you here?" Ginny became nervous. Being caught by the principal while wandering at night was no joke. However, Dumbledore obviously misunderstood the reason for Ginny's nervousness. At this moment, he looked directly into Ginny's eyes, as if he wanted to see through her heart. But the expression on his face remained kind. "I should have asked you this question, Miss Weasley," he said. "After such a horrific attack and at such a late hour, you should stay in Gryffindor's dormitory, not outside the castle. Wandering like this is not a good girl should do. What do you think?" Ginny quickly lowered her head, averting Dumbledore's gaze. "This is not okay." Dumbledore immediately said, "Of course, I will not punish you for this. I came here because someone wanted to create panic and claimed that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened again. It just so happened that 50 years ago, there was a student who reported another student here and drove a monster out of the school. I have to admit, it was indeed a dangerous monster." His words forced Ginny to look up again in surprise. As soon as she heard about her Mr. Riddle's deeds, she immediately wanted to share it with Dumbledore. But soon she remembered that it was a secret between herself and Mr. Riddle, so she swallowed those words back. Dumbledore saw that she was hesitant to speak, and naturally knew that Ginny might have some secrets in her heart. Okay, it's time for you to go back to sleep. Yes, Headmaster. Ginny nodded and passed by Dumbledore. When she reached the upper part of the stairs, she heard Dumbledore's voice coming from behind again. Miss Weasley. What's wrong, Headmaster? Ginny turned her head and her eyes met Dumbledore's. Before you leave, I want to make sure, Miss Weasley. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Those blue eyes seemed a bit aggressive. A series of things flashed through Ginny's mind, and after a moment, she slowly spoke. No, sir. Hearing this, Dumbledore nodded, seemed to be thinking, and said softly, Well, good night, Miss Weasley. On days like this, it's best not to wander around at night. Chapter 19. Dumbledore was led astray by Ginny. So, you met Dumbledore? In the memory space, Cyrus's face didn't look good. He only found out about it the next night. Ginny fell asleep immediately after returning to her dormitory last night. Well, Principal Dumbledore mentioned you. Although he didn't mention your name, I know it was you, Ginny said excitedly. But then, Cyrus's words were like pouring water on her. Cold water. Ginny, I think I've been exposed. Cyrus exhaled deeply, trying to calm down his emotions. He didn't expect that after waiting for so long, he would get such a bad result in the end. After all, he and Riddle are not the same person, and their attitudes towards Ginny are also different. A little coincidence is enough to make the outcome of the matter very different. But maybe there is hope, he thought. If Dumbledore thought that everything was under his control, he would not be so eager to take action. Just like Quirrell last year, it is naturally suitable to use it as a training tool for his savior. There's still room for maneuver. Cyrus forced himself to calm down. In fact, he was not sure what Dumbledore's plan was. But almost 20 hours had passed since Ginny met Dumbledore last night, and the diary was still in Ginny's hands unharmed, which meant that something was wrong. The situation didn't seem hopeless, at least not yet. Exposed? But I have never told anyone about Mr. Riddle or the diary, so how? Ginny was so startled that she almost lost her grip on the pen and said anxiously, It's not your fault, but magic is always hard to guard against. Dumbledore is a master of legilimency. When he looks into your eyes, he can roughly know what you are thinking. After some time, Cyrus calmed down, and now he was in the mood to comfort Ginny. Generally speaking, wizards always say that legilimency is not mind reading, but to an unsuspecting mind, that spell is actually more terrifying than mind reading. Oh, Merlin. Then, what should I do now? Ginny was about to cry. She didn't want to cause Mr. Riddle to die like this because of herself, nor did she want to lose such a close friend. Don't worry, if someone really asks you to hand me over, just hide me. I will modify your memory and hide my existence within your real memory so that no one can find me. Cyrus comforted. This is the last resort. Once he reaches this point, he doesn't know when it will be until another person opens the diary next time. And if the diary got destroyed, would Voldemort die? Cyrus and Ginny were preoccupied here. On the other side, Dumbledore was sitting in the office, thinking hard about the small details of his meeting with Ginny Weasley last night. He shook his head with a heavy sigh. Although it was a bit despicable to say it, he did use legilimency on a first-year wizard. He really wanted to know why the other party appeared in that place by such a coincidence. But the information he got surprised him. This. He put his memory into the pensieve and messed with it, and the scene from last night immediately emerged. He saw himself being aggressive and shamelessly using powerful magic to forcefully enter Ginny's brain and read her thoughts at that moment. And to mention, he also deliberately asked a question to guide the other party to think. Before you leave, I want to make sure something. Miss Weasley, is there anything else you want to say to me? Ginny Weasley was clearly hiding something, and when he looked at her thoughts, at that moment, a single voice kept echoing in her mind. Draco Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. Draco Malfoy? Even he found it a bit ridiculous. If Salazar Slytherin really found Draco Malfoy to be his heir, he was really blind. It's not that Dumbledore looked down on Draco Malfoy. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He believed that Draco was indeed a talent. But the Malfoy family is actually not that qualified as a Slytherin, let alone the successor of Slytherin. Ambition and honor? Yes, but not much. Honor just for show, and greed for wealth. And Draco doesn't have a Parseltongue. This is a very important point. At least Dumbledore believes that if Slytherin really left any secret room, perhaps only a Parselmouth can open the door to the secret room. But in other words, he couldn't confirm whether there was a secret room or not. Dumbledore knew very well that the murderer 50 years ago was not Hagrid. At that time, he did not suspect that it was Tom Riddle, but as time went by, the truth of many things became more and more obvious. The murderer 50 years ago was probably Tom. It's just that Dumbledore wasn't sure what method the other party had used. Is it a deliberate obliteration to make Horcruxes? Or is it really like the rumors say that Slytherin's secret room was opened to eliminate those so-called mudbloods, people who are not worthy of learning magic? Draco Malfoy being related to this? It's not impossible. Arthur seemed to be ransacking Malfoy's house during the summer vacation. Maybe Lucius asked him to bring some things from the Voldemort period to the school. Dumbledore guessed. In fact, he had guessed pretty well. It was actually due to his father that the diary got into Ginny's possession. But because of the words in Ginny's mind, his current guess was slightly biased and incorrect. Moreover, Draco, who was supposed to follow the team back to the dungeon, appeared on the 3rd floor at that time, which was more coincidental than the Golden Trio appearing there. As for why Ginny Weasley appeared in the secret room where Hagrid previously hid the Acromantula, maybe someone told her that this is where the Chamber of Secrets is. 50 years ago, maybe it was her grandfather or grandmother. What are the old things from Voldemort's era? The key to the Chamber of Secrets? Or, he broke away from his memory, looked at Fawkes who was on the verge of rebirth, and said happily, "Hurry up and prepare for your rebirth, my old friend. I may need your help." If that thing is really the monster that he guessed, then he has finally made progress in something that has been fruitless for decades. Of course, with Tom Riddle's madness, he might have made several such things, but in any case, it would be great if he could destroy one now. Fawkes lowered his head and pulled out one of its tail feathers, ignoring Dumbledore's words. "It seems I have to find time to visit my old friend Horace Slughorn. I haven't seen him for a long time since he retired." Dumbledore paced and stood at the window, in front, watching the moonlight shine down. But let's wait a little longer. If it is really Draco, I believe Lucius Malfoy will take action. Chapter 20 The Restricted Book Zone. Ever since Cyrus and Ginny said not long ago that Dumbledore might have discovered her affairs, Ginny had been looking very uneasy. Percy and the twins may have misunderstood and thought she was worried that Ron and Harry might be expelled. Ron thought that she was worried about the cat. But you don't really know Mrs. Norris. To be honest, we're more comfortable without it. It doesn't happen very often at Hogwarts, Ron reassured her. They'll catch the one responsible soon. He looked at Ginny, who was still worried. Don't worry. The madman who caused the trouble will be expelled for sure. I just hope he has time to petrify Filch before he is kicked out. But when the murderer was mentioned, Ginny thought of what happened that night. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she ran away with her head lowered. I was just joking. Ron was at a loss for words. But in any case, as the professors failed to catch the murderer and Filch's cat's petrification did not get cured, the theory of the prank gradually became untenable. More and more people began to believe that Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets had been opened, and the attacker was none other than Harry Potter. Ginny relayed all the gossip to Cyrus. Students at Hogwarts often make secrets. Even if the Chamber of Secrets is really opened, I won't believe that the heir is Harry Potter. Cyrus comforted her. I know. I'm not worried about Harry. I'm just a little worried about you. Since Halloween, the attack has not happened again, and the upperclassmen have almost stopped talking about it, but the younger students still enjoy it. After that night, because Dumbledore seemed to have taken no action, Ginny's hanging heart gradually relaxed. However, she originally wanted to investigate Malfoy, but now she was completely out of the mood. On the contrary, out of the Golden Trio, Harry seemed to have decided that Malfoy was the real successor, and they gathered together mindlessly all day long, not knowing what they were plotting. Ginny faintly heard words like potion, Lockhart, and month. On the contrary, Cyrus was very aware of their every move. How? Hermione got a signature from the silly Lockhart, got powerful potions from the restricted book section, and planned to refine the compound potion. Because of this, the three of them occupied Myrtle's bathroom, making his movements in the night a lot more troublesome. Fortunately, Cyrus rarely went to the Chamber of Secrets. He mostly hid in the room of requirement to practice spells, or found time to strangle the roosters raised by Hagrid. Because of Dumbledore's suspicions, Cyrus often felt that time was running out. He was unwilling to waste a single second. He was eager to increase his power and ensure that he would be able to face the worst situation even with Dumbledore. Not only fighting face to face, but also being able to escape. The Basilisk could be his assist, but it was impossible for the Basilisk alone to stop Dumbledore. It can even be said that even if he absorbed all the magical memories of Tom Riddle when he was a student, he would not have been able to escape from Dumbledore's hands. I need more power. He set his sights on the forbidden books section. Maybe there will be new forbidden books after all these 50 years? The collection of books at Hogwarts has been slowly accumulated since the school was founded, that is, 1,000 years ago. Therefore, the books are very complicated. Most of the magic books in this world have originals or copies. Among them, most of the books that are considered banned are books that have powerful magical powers or are extremely evil. There are so many books that even if Dumbledore stayed in school for nearly 100 years, he would not dare to say that he had read all the books. What's more, there are many books which could curse a reader just by opening them, so there is no need to mention reading. The way to break the situation lies within. At night, when Ginny put the diary on her pillow and fell into a deep sleep, Cyrus possessed Ginny's body with his consciousness. She suddenly opened her eyes and sat up straight like a doll. Then, Cyrus got out of bed and quietly left the tower. Ever since Mrs. Norris was petrified, Hogwarts has become much more peaceful. Many fewer people dare to go out for night walks in the evening. Fred and George were bolder, but without Mrs. Norris, they didn't rely much on the Marauders' map. Filch, who lost Mrs. Norris, was like losing his eyes, and it was impossible to catch the two of them. This provides Cyrus with great convenience. Now, it is almost impossible for anyone to know his whereabouts. Of course, it is still not easy to enter the forbidden book area. Like the movie version, it is impossible for a first-year wizard to open the forbidden book area's lock with just an opening spell. If it were that simple, the restricted book area would have been emptied out by the naughty Gryffindor twins or the knowledge-hungry Ravenclaw students. Cyrus came to the library door on the 4th floor and used the unlocking spell to gently open the library door. So far, so good. He slowly walked into the library, then closed the door, walked through the rows of bookshelves, and came in front of a staircase in the corner of the library. In the middle of the staircase, there was a rope separating the books upstairs and downstairs, which looked very simple, and it seemed that you only needed to bend down to pass through. But Cyrus did not dare to be so bold. This seemingly ordinary rope is actually a magical barrier that separates the forbidden book area from ordinary books. If you are not alert and careful, the alarm will be triggered quickly. He picked up Ginny's wand and began to gradually break the magic on the rope. After almost 10 minutes, the knot in the middle of the rope automatically untied, and the originally tangled rope now looked like a straight rope. It seemed like a snake in the night light, which was simply lying in a corner. It's easier than I had imagined. I really didn't expect that after so many years, the protective magic in the restricted area of Hogwarts has not changed at all. Cyrus thought he would experience some twists and turns, but the result surprised him. With the memory of Riddle, who was a frequent visitor to the restricted zone 50 years ago, Cyrus now feels as comfortable coming to the restricted zone as he would feel in his living room. The 112 books, the darkness of the mysteries, the hermetic documents, natural magic, the Jewish Book of Abraham. Cyrus passed by the banned books one after another. Almost all of them contained names that were not mentioned in the original books, but there was one book that still interested him greatly. The Book of Jewish Abraham. I remember it was a mysterious book that Nico Flamel got from his dream. He was able to refine the Philosopher's Stone because of the inspiration from this book. I didn't expect a copy of that book to be here. Cyrus picked up the book and opened it. After taking a quick look, he immediately became more surprised. It is indeed an authentic work. Chapter 21. Profound Alchemy. Almost as soon as Cyrus took the book in his hands, he realized something was wrong. Its material is neither paper nor sheepskin. The text and illustrations in the book are not drawn, but seem to be stamped with metal. The book is very thin, only 21 pages, but the page numbers in the corners are not in accordance with the rules and are not marked in order. Instead, a 7 is marked every 7 pages, a total of 3. According to the general understanding in the wizarding world, 7 is indeed a magical number. In fact, there is a course at Hogwarts that specifically mentions this magical number, and Voldemort also loves 7 very much. However, this is an alchemy, and in alchemy, 3 is considered a magic number. As for the content in this book, he couldn't decipher it at all. The knowledge possessed by Voldemort in the 5th grade seemed a bit superficial when compared with more profound knowledge. Not to mention, even Nico Flamel, who had the dream revelation, spent 28 years to decipher the mystery of this book. Cyrus closed the Jewish Book of Abraham and looked next to it, and sure enough, he found another book. Nico Flamel's manuscript, the Book of Hieroglyphs. In comparison, this book was very thick. Cyrus flipped through a few pages at random, and an open letter slipped out of the book. To Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dear Albus, after experiencing a very long time, more than 6 centuries, dragging our already dilapidated bodies and facing death. Neither Paranel nor I have any fear. Both of us want to believe that when the world knows after our death, we can't help but feel regret for the end of our lives and greed for our huge wealth. Except for you, Albus. We both believe that death was just another adventure, one in which Paranel and I had been too late. Before I leave, I will give you the two most important books in my lifetime to commemorate you as a friend who is more than 500 years younger than me, but is even wiser than me. In addition, I left my wealth to Beau's batons. I hope you don't mind. Of course, I know very well that Albus Dumbledore has never been interested in this at all. I dare not say that I have understood all the mysteries of the Jewish Book of Abraham. This book foreseen in dreams, although only has a few pages, but contains real wisdom and truth. I hope you will keep it safe. If you can decipher the whole mystery behind it, then it would be even better. However, we all know understanding that book is too difficult. During the time when we first met and later worked closely together to explore the secrets of magic and alchemy, you have read this book countless times. But there is no progress at all. I very much want to believe that since it found me through prophecy, then maybe fate can take it to where it should go. Now, because of Voldemort, I am determined to transfer the Philosopher's Stone to you. Maybe this is also a revelation. Having said that, Paranel and I actually left a lot of elixirs behind, so please don't worry about it. Also, I believe we will meet again soon. Underscore. Cyrus closed the letter, finally understanding what was going on. A person like Riddle who fears death will definitely take it as his own if he knows the existence of this book. But Riddle has no memory of it, because it was placed here by Dumbledore last year. The envelope has been opened, indicating that Dumbledore has read Nicol Flamelia's letter and knows that these two books were actually given to him by Nico, but he has no intention of taking them as his own. Selflessly, he placed them in the Forbidden Book area, waiting for the revelation of fate that Nicholas mentioned. Could this revelation be me? Cyrus couldn't help but think narcissistically. But no matter what, he was unwilling to let go of these two books. If he could really refine the Philosopher's Stone, it would be very helpful for his resurrection. Even if he could only refine some defective products, as long as he could replenish his vitality, the harm to Ginny would be much less. Thinking of this, Cyrus quickly flipped through these two books and also selected some other alchemical works in order to draw parallels. Voldemort's alchemy level was actually very high. Not only did he obtain the Advanced Wizard Certificate with excellent results, he also interned in Borgin's shop for a period of time after graduation. However, that was the Tom Riddle after graduation, not the 5th grade Tom Riddle now. The book, Islamic Alchemy and the Tree of Life in Kabbalah, records a wizard named Hohenheim, another legendary wizard who possesses the Philosopher's Stone. However, there is doubt as to whether it is true or not. Cyrus said aloud. He took a deep breath and quickly started reading. He was glad that his soul was in a state of a memory now. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to memorize all the books in a short time. Because of his special state at this time, the diary will be equivalent to another precious pensieve. All the books he has read will be recorded in the form of pictures inside that gray space. He could just record the contents of these books first, and then analyze them slowly when he gets back. Of course, the time required to study will not actually be reduced. It is just relatively safe. The ancient Egyptian alchemical classic Jade Record also has some reference value. Some kind of riddle is written here. To create the miracle of the only thing, you need to understand that the things in the upper world are the same as the lower world, and the things in the lower world are no different from the upper world. What is the only thing? In addition to this copy of the Jade Record, there was another book of Thoth beside it, which had a very deep connection with the Jade Record, so Cyrus also opened it together with the Jade Record. At this time, he didn't ask for a detailed explanation. It could even be said that he was looking at the pages in a hurry. He only looked at a general idea of whether he needed it, and then immediately decided to put it down or record it. Gradually, Cyrus became obsessed with it, and it was not until the harsh rooster crow came from outside the castle that he woke up, and he suddenly realized that it was almost dawn. I have to go back quickly. I originally said I would look for some powerful black magic books to see if I could improve my strength, but I ended up reading alchemy all night. Cyrus shook his head, but he didn't regret looking at these books and not trying to find the dark magic ones. He didn't feel any pity at all. He just wanted to return this body to Ginny and continue to slowly digest the knowledge in the memory space. Walking quickly in the corridors of Hogwarts, outside the castle, the sky is still dark, but the eastern sky has begun to slowly turn white. By the way, I have to kill a rooster as soon as possible. Before this, Cyrus had already killed a rooster, but he did not dare to kill them all at once. Otherwise, it would have been too suspicious. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 22. Quidditch Match. Underscore, 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 underscore. During these nights, Cyrus used Ginny's body to sneak into the forbidden book area from time to time. In addition to alchemy, he also read many other books, such as the Book of the Red Dragon, the Book of Solomon, the Book of Roger Eyre, the Encyclopedia of Dark Curse, and so on. Some of these books were ones that Tom Riddle had already read, and some that he himself had not had time to read. After all, Riddle's time at Hogwarts was too short, and there was a limit to what he could see. So he just focused most of his energy on black magic. But it's not just black magic books that have terrifying powers. There are also some magics that are not black magic, but because they are very dangerous, they are also placed in the restricted area. For example, the book Cyrus is still reading Theory and Experiment of Fantasy Magus Transformation, the birth of the five-legged monster these days. Although magical animals have been enslaved, the magical power in their bodies is very powerful. If I can realize the transformation of the magical animal Gus, my strength will be greatly improved. Cyrus closed the book and put his consciousness back to the depths of memory. Oh oui, Ginny yawned sleepily. She felt that her head was 10 times heavier than the quaffle. Good morning, Ginny, are you okay? Colin, who was holding the camera, saw her at a glance and came over to say hello. Your face looks too bad. You look like you haven't slept for several days. Click dash, as he said that. He raised the camera and immediately took a picture of Ginny. Then, a picture of a cute little girl with thick dark circles under her eyes was printed. It was hard to see. Colin, who knows the air, was very happy. Honestly, I didn't expect wizards to also lack sleep. You look like you will fall to the ground at any time. You also have dark circles and bags under your eyes dash. This kid was chirping, which made Ginny a little unhappy, and he actually dared to take ugly photos of herself? Shut up, Colin, and give me that picture. What? No way. I'm going to send it home to my brother to see. He yearns for Hogwarts very much. Colin showed his teeth, smiled first, and then said worriedly, Do you want to go and, take a break? You look so bad in the photo, I'm worried you'll die in my camera. Ginny. You're done, kid. Although she was going crazy with anger, her physical exhaustion made Ginny too lazy to argue with him. She just asked listlessly, What's the class today? There are no classes today. I think you really need to rest. Did you forget that today is the Quidditch match? Gryffindor versus Slytherin. He said immediately. I plan to sneak onto the field after a while. Then take a picture of the moment when Harry will win the game. By the way, how is your relationship with Harry? Your brother and he are good friends, right? Colin's mouth kept talking like a machine gun that couldn't be stopped, but Ginny's ears only heard the first 5 words. There is no class today? Skipping class. I'm going back to rest. You're not going to watch the game? Colin said in surprise. He thought every wizard in the wizarding world liked Quidditch. What's more, today is a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Quidditch dash, Ginny paused. Did she like Quidditch? Of course, she liked it. In fact, she was very envious every time she watched her brothers play family Quidditch at home. But most of the time they didn't include her when only the boys played. But on the other hand, ugh, I am really sleepy now. Oh, by the way, I can ask Mr. Riddle if he can help me record the Quidditch match. Yes, that's it. Okay, it'll be almost like sleeping in the playground, hee. What? Colin heard her muttering in excitement and asked. It's nothing. You go over first. I'll go to the playground to see later. Ginny hurried back to the dormitory and took out her diary. Mr. Riddle, there is a Quidditch match today. I don't want to miss it, but I am too tired. Can you record the match in a diary? Just like when we talked face to face. Oh, a Quidditch game? Ginny, I think you should rest if you are tired. No, it's Slytherin versus Gryffindor. I want to be able to see the game, but I'm afraid that I'll just collapse on the stands and miss it. Please, Mr. Riddle, record it for me. I promise I'll rest afterward. Cyrus was immediately attracted by Ginny's words. If he remembered correctly, it was after this game in the original book that the second person attacked by the basilisk appeared. Colin Creevey. It was the first-year guy who kept pestering Harry. Cyrus knew it was time to take action again. Of course, I guarantee to give you an authentic Quidditch match. Great, then I'll go to sleep first. Ginny had already fallen asleep before she finished writing. Cyrus was actually feeling a little tired as he pressed against Ginny's body. However, he had saved some pepper-up potions when Ginny had a cold before. Drinking this is much more useful than drinking coffee. The price was that he had to watch the Quidditch game with a smoking head. Hello, Ginny. Do you have a cold again? Hermione saw Ginny coming and greeted Ginny in a friendly manner on the playground. The relationship between her and Ginny was very good, but Ginny Weasley always gave her a sickly, pitiful kid kind of feeling. She just got over the flu not long ago, but I didn't expect it to happen again today. Hermione thought. I just didn't sleep well. I stayed up late reading, Cyrus replied. Oh, it's good to like reading, but you should pay more attention to rest, Hermione said quickly, while glaring at Ron, who was embarrassed. You should learn from your sister. That's why she, only a first-year student, can cast a spell on a senior student, not to mention break your slug spell. Not like you who can't even cast a simple spell and instead cast on yourself. Are you crazy? It's because my wand is broken. Ron didn't expect that he could be slapped even though he was sitting so far. In hopes of protecting his remaining image, he immediately shouted in grievance. Humph. Hermione didn't say anything further. In fact, she was just persuading her friends to learn, but the effect has not been very good. Several people's attention returned to the court, and Gryffindor was at a disadvantage from the beginning. The Gryffindor team's situation is not looking optimistic. You know Malfoy donated several Nimbus 2001 to the Slytherin team, but the Gryffindor team will still sweep the series, not even the 7-star sweep. Lee Jordan was doing his biased commentary. Even Harry's Nimbus 2000 is a notch behind Malfoy's broom. Those black, smooth broom handles, like a handsome and attractive sports car, caught Ron's attention. The weather was already very dull, and after a while, it started to rain. Now, the score on the court is 0-60, and Slytherin scored 60 points. Cyrus doesn't know much about the balls, but he can still understand the basic rules. The Quaffle scores 10 points, the Golden Snitch scores 150 points, and the Bludger scores no points. This kind of ball is usually hit by anyone. The purpose of the bludger is to hinder the actions of its players. But now, there is obviously something wrong with one of the bludgers. I think I saw something like this last year. Ron said blankly. Oh, Merlin. Someone has done something to that ball. Hermione stood up immediately. At this moment, the bludger almost gave up attacking others and followed Harry as if it had eyes, so that the twins, who were batters, had to surround Harry and keep knocking it away. Hermione didn't notice anyone casting spells. She subconsciously looked at Snape, but after remembering what happened last semester, she lost hope. She couldn't help but look at Lockhart as the last hope. Lockhart, last hope? What's that supposed to mean? _______. Chapter 23, The Medical Master Lockhart. Cyrus looked at the professor's chair. All the professors, including Dumbledore, were watching with fear, but interestingly, no one took action. Now, what is going on? I am not the only one who can see that something is wrong with the bludger. Why the professors are sitting on the stands like idiots? Why aren't they doing something? Shouldn't the professors do something about the ball? Cyrus couldn't help but ask. Ron's face didn't look good, but he still explained. Of course, they can't. You know, you will always encounter some unusual things in official Quidditch matches. If professors interfere in everything, the game will be ruined. Ron looked at Harry being targeted and continued. I think unless someone's life is really in danger, no one will intervene. But what about Harry and the others? Why isn't the Gryffindor team asking to check the bludgers? Of course not. What if there is no problem with the bludgers? Then they will be disqualified from the competition. Before the game started, Wood even told Harry, either catch the Golden Snitch or die on the field. Ron's face turned pale. We have to think of a way. I can't find who is casting the spell. Hermione said anxiously. Cyrus knew who was doing the trick, but he had no intention of doing anything about it. His eyes stayed on another seat in the playground. As the big sponsor of the Slytherin team, Lucius Malfoy naturally came to the match. On the one hand, he wanted to watch his son's game, and on the other hand, he also wanted to take a look if the diary left by the Dark Lord was really capable of opening the secret room. The question is, will Lucius Malfoy act the same as in the original book this time? In the book, when Riddle was controlling Ginny, did he have any secret contact with Lucius? Did he find the right time to drive Dumbledore away? Cyrus immediately realized that the plan he had in mind might not be so easy to implement. At this time, Lucius Malfoy was watching Draco's game wholeheartedly. Although he is usually extremely strict with Draco and does not show any pretense, but he loves his children. He just behaves strictly to make the young boy into a Malfoy. If Draco wants his love, he must be Malfoy first. Must Malfoy first. Cyrus mumbled this sentence silently, already having a plan in his mind. But regardless of whether Riddle had contacted Lucius in the book or not, at least for now, he plans to do so. With the name Malfoy, Lucius will not dare to have any objections to his orders. Of course, not now. Oh! Suddenly, huge and enthusiastic cheers woke him up. He saw the Gryffindors jumping up from their seats one by one. Hermione and Ron did not hesitate to pull Ginny into the crowded crowd and jump down to the playground. There were so many people swarming like them, especially when Harry won the game in an almost tragic gesture. He became a hero to all of Gryffindor. Cyrus only saw him falling to the ground as if he was about to pass out. Worst of all, His arm was almost twisted into a knot. Is he okay? It's hard to say. That crazy bludger hit his right hand. I think it was probably broken at that time. As a result, he crashed directly into Malfoy and stunned Malfoy. Ron said quickly. Later, he caught the golden snitch first, but his arm was injured even more. 3 people gathered around Harry. At this time, a bright and cheerful voice came from outside the crowded crowd. Give way, let me see him. Lockhart pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. He said confidently with his unique smile, broken hand? Haha, just leave it to me. I have almost encountered this situation. Hundreds of times. Hermione quickly made room for him. But Harry didn't trust him that much. No, it could even be said that Harry was fearful. As soon as he heard Lockhart's voice, he was awakened from his coma and weakly refused. Oh no, I don't want you to. The voice was both resistant and fearful. I don't know what he's talking about, Lockhart said loudly to the anxious Gryffindor students gathered around him. Don't worry, Harry. I'm just going to fix your arm. No, Harry said. Just leave it like this, thank you. At this time, war reporter Colin also came in to get involved, and once again used his camera to capture Harry's embarrassing scene. Therefore, it is really not unjust for this kid to be petrified. Lie back, Harry, Lockhart reassured him. It's a simple spell that I've used countless times. Why can't I just go to the campus hospital? Harry gritted his teeth and looked at Cyrus. Even if Ginny comes. He remembered that Ginny easily broke Ron's curse. In comparison, she was much more reliable than Lockhart. In fact, of course, Cyrus could easily cure Harry, but if he didn't let Lockhart, the master of medical skills, show his talents, how could he petrify Colin who was going to visit Harry in the hospital? He really should go to the hospital, said the mud-covered Wood, who couldn't suppress the smile on his face after winning the match despite the injury to his seeker. That was a great catch, Harry. It was brilliant. Wow, I've never seen anyone doing so like you did. Harry looked through the dense crowd of legs around him and saw brothers Fred and George Weasley desperately trying to press the out-of-control bludger into the box. The bludger still struggled ferociously. Stand back, Lockhart said, rolling up his emerald green sleeves. Don't dash, Harry said weakly, but Lockhart was already twirling his wand. After a second, he pointed his wand at Harry's arm. A strange, deeply uncomfortable feeling ran like lightning from Harry's shoulders to the tips of his fingers. It was as if his arms were being drained. He didn't dare to see what was going on, so he closed his eyes and turned his face to one side. But as people around him gasped and Colin Creevey was busy snapping photos again, he found that his worst fears had come true. His arm didn't hurt anymore, but it didn't feel like there is an arm. He could only feel one arm. Lockhart said in a panic. Yes, sometimes this happens. But the key is that he is no longer in pain. This must be remembered. Okay, Harry, take a stroll to the hospital. Mr. Weasley. Miss Granger, can you go with him? And Ms. Pomfrey can, fix it up for you again. Harry stood up, feeling his body tilt oddly to one side. He took a deep breath and looked down at the right side of his body. The sight before him almost caused him to faint again. What protruded from his sleeve looked like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He tried moving his fingers, but there was no response. Lockhart failed to connect Harry's bones, and instead removed all the bones. You must not be feeling any pain. Just tell me if it still hurts. Lockhart said with a smile. _______. Chapter 24, The Second Attack. Madame Pomfrey glared at him. I'm very happy that you came to the campus hospital, but I'm very unhappy that you didn't come to me directly. She held up the poor gloomy Harry's lifeless hand, which was as soft as a rubber. I can reattach the bones in a second, but to make them grow back. Never again. Cyrus asked. It can't be hard again. I mean bones. What else could it be? Ron didn't quite understand. Of course, I will let it grow out, but it will be very painful. He will have to spend the night here. Madame Pomfrey said with a straight face, throwing Harry a set of pajamas and giving Cyrus a hard look. You little girl, what are you thinking in your head? The curtains around Harry's bed were closed. Ron helped him change into his pajamas, and Hermione and Cyrus were waiting outside. Ron struggled to get the rubbery, boneless arm into the sleeve. How can you protect Lockhart now? Hermione. Ron said loudly through the curtain, while pulling Harry's limp fingers out of the cuffs one by one. Everyone makes mistakes, said Hermione. And your arm doesn't hurt now, does it, Harry? It really doesn't hurt anymore. Even Cyrus looked at Hermione with a ridiculous expression. It goes without saying what the first victim Harry's expression was now. Hermione, you should be more sensible and think about it. Can't you see? If Madame Pomfrey couldn't help it, Harry's right hand would be useless. That Lockhart almost made him permanently disabled. He has no ability at all. He should not have done anything uncertain from the beginning. Hermione was a little saddened by this, and then Madame Pomfrey walked into the curtain with a large bottle in her hand, labeled Bone Wraith. The two of them followed. "It will be a tough night for you," she said, pouring out a steaming mug and handing it to Harry. "Growing bones is hard." Seeing Harry's sad look, Ron decided to say something else to change the subject. "At least we won. Thanks to you for catching the golden snitch." That look on Malfoy's face. He looked like he wanted to kill someone. "I really want to know what he did to that bludger," Hermione said angrily. They had already blamed Malfoy for the bludger problem. "We can also write this question on the list and ask him together after we drink the polyjuice potion. I hope the polyjuice potion tastes better than this." Harry's words became quieter and quieter. Before Min and Ron realized something was wrong, they saw Harry's eyes seeming to be fixed on Cyrus. "You were talking about the potion to change appearance?" Cyrus expressed his doubts at the right time. Now, they also realized something is wrong. "Harry, you spilled the beans." Hermione covered his mouth with a pillow like crazy. Ron quickly stopped in front of Cyrus and said hurriedly, "You heard wrong, Ginny. There is no such compound potion. How can we refine the compound potion? That is a potion that even senior students cannot refine, let alone say that the secret recipe is still hidden in the forbidden area, and we need to go to Snape to steal the potion. This is impossible, and we can't find a place where we can concentrate on refining the potion without being disturbed. Ron, I want to remind you that you have told almost everything." Harry used his left hand to push open the pillow with difficulty. Ron immediately turned pale and begged quickly, "Don't tell Mom, please." He leaned to give a kiss on Ginny's forehead. Cyrus dodged and he fell. "Huh." Hermione smiled awkwardly. "Of course I won't snitch." Cyrus shook his head and said it would not do him any good, but, "So, you are planning to use the polyjuice potion to become one of the Slytherin, and then find out if Malfoy is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" The gold trio nodded immediately. Then, Hermione reacted and said in surprise, "Wait, you know the polyjuice potion? And you also know its uses?" "You know," Ron had never heard of the compound potion at all. "I've seen it in books," Cyrus said nonchalantly. Riddle had read the book, Powerful Potion, more than once that year. He dropped the topic and continued, "If you don't mind, you can invite me to join you then." "You are too young dash." Ron was just about to refuse when there was a bustling sound outside the door, and people from the Gryffindor team swarmed in. He had no choice but to shut his mouth and wink at Cyrus as hard as he could. The team members brought a lot of food and drinks as if they were going to have a party directly in the school hospital. This annoyed Madame Pomfrey, who immediately rushed out from the other side and kicked everyone out. "This kid needs to rest. He has 33 bones to grow. Get out. Get out." At the entrance of the school hospital, Cyrus met Colin again, who was about to come to visit. This kid originally wanted to go in, but was let out by a group of people from the team. His small stature stretched out in the crowd. Neck looking around. Ron couldn't avoid him and immediately hid further away. He doesn't want to give an interview to this reporter wannabe. "Don't be sad, Colin. Madame Pomfrey doesn't allow us to visit Harry directly," Cyrus reminded kindly, "but you can visit secretly." After saying that, Cyrus left directly. Ginny's body was a little too tired. In order not to affect Ginny's health, Cyrus planned to take a rest. There were still several hours between now and Hogwarts curfew. At night, Cyrus wakes up in a dark chamber. A huge basilisk surrounded him. Although its eyes have terrifying magic power, they cannot harm him, the person who controls the basilisk. The second hunt is about to begin. He sat on the basilisk's head and ordered the basilisk to close its eyes. This magical animal is actually very different from a snake. Its movements rely more on vision and hearing rather than heat sensing. "Follow my command, and I will guide you forward." Cyrus made a terrifying sound, like something evil was whispering. Hogwarts was quiet and strange at night. Cyrus shrewdly avoided Filch, who was still patrolling, and swarmed toward the school doctor's office on a huge snake. At the same time, Colin also took a bunch of grapes secretly left at the dinner and planned to secretly visit Harry Potter just as Ginny told him. Since it was his first night trip, Colin had also brought his own camera, looking forward to taking pictures of something different. From this aspect, it can be said that he got what he wanted. He hummed and walked briskly around the corner, but unexpectedly bumped into a huge object, causing Colin to fall to the ground, and even the grapes in his hand fell. "What the hell?" His voice soon became hoarse as he looked at the thing he had bumped into. At this time, a huge snake, its head alone was bigger than his head, was facing him with its eyes closed. And on top of the big snake was the Ginny Weasley he was familiar with. "Ginny, are you the heir of Slytherin?" he said absurdly. "Yes, it's a pity that no third person will know about this," Cyrus said jokingly. Colin seemed to realize something and immediately picked up the camera and pointed it at the basilisk and Ginny, trying to take a picture of the culprit. He will die, but at least. Crack. Good night, little Gryffindor. _________________________________________________________________________________________________h. Chapter 25. The question is not who. The question is how. Harry was awakened by voices in his head and the pain in his arms. It felt as if someone had inserted thousands of sharp blades into the muscles of his arms. When the bone fragments grew, they would inevitably cut his flesh and blood. Now, the pain that Lockhart had taken away was back in 2x. But more than the pain, he cared more about the voice that kept echoing in his head. So long ago, he almost forgot about it. And there was a monster that wiped his forehead with a sponge ball. Go away. He waved in panic, but soon recognized who the monster was. Dobby, the house elf that had warned him in the Ministry of Magic. Oh, Sir Potter woke up. Dobby reminded Sir Potter several times. Sir, why didn't you listen to Dobby's warning? When Sir Potter didn't catch the train, why didn't he go home? Dobby said sadly. Now, Harry finally knew who wanted to harm him. Did you do it? It was you who sealed the partition wall and prevented us from passing by. You almost caused me and Ron to be expelled. He said angrily. You'd better get away before my bones are fully grown, or I will strangle you to death. Dobby is used to death threats, Sir Potter. Dobby hears them 5 times a day at home. Dobby said nonchalantly, but he looked a little pitiful. Harry's annoyance suddenly subsided a lot. Why are you wearing that thing, Dobby? He looked at the clothes Dobby was wearing, or a pillowcase that had not been washed for decades and was dirtier than a rag. Are you talking about this, sir? Dobby said, tugging at the pillowcase. This symbolizes the house elf slave status, sir. Dobby can only be freed when his master gives him clothes to wear. The Malfoy family. They were careful not to give Dobby even a pair of socks, sir, because then Dobby would be free and leave their house forever. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately felt sympathy, but his sympathy immediately dissipated the next moment after hearing Dobby's next words. Harry Potter must go home. Dobby thought his bludger would surely make. Your bludger? What do you mean, your bludger? Did you let that bludger kill me? I didn't kill you, sir. I definitely didn't kill you. Dobby said in horror. Dobby wanted to save Harry Potter's life. It's better to be sent home after being seriously injured than to stay here, sir. He said hurriedly. Dobby just wants Sir Harry Potter to be slightly injured and to be sent home. Oh, that's it. Harry asked angrily and sarcastically. I guess you're not going to tell me why you want me to be sent home in pieces, are you? Oh, that Harry Potter himself doesn't know what he means to us humble, enslaved little people in the wizarding world. Dobby has not forgotten the times when he who must not be named was at his most powerful, sir. People treated us house elves like vermin, sir. And of course, they still treat Dobby that way, sir, he admitted, wiping his face on the pillowcase again. But overall, since you defeated he who must not be named, life has improved a lot for those of us. Harry Potter survived, and the Dark Lord's spell was broken. This is a new beginning, sir. For those of us who thought the dark days would never end, Harry Potter shines like a beacon of hope, sir. And now at Hogwarts, something terrible is about to happen, or it may have already happened. Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here, because history is about to repeat itself, and the Chamber of Secrets will be opened again. So, there really is a Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked quietly. And, you say it has been opened before? Tell me about it, Dobby. Sir, stop asking, stop questioning poor Dobby. The elf stammered, his eyes as big as bells in the darkness. There is someone plotting here. When things happen, Harry Potter must not stay here. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. Harry Potter must not get involved in this. Sir, it's too dangerous. Who is that, Dobby? Who opened the Chamber of Secrets? And who had opened it last time? Harry asked. Dobby can't say, sir. Dobby can't answer. Dobby must not say the name, screamed the elf. Go home, Harry Potter, go home. I'm not going anywhere. Harry said irritably. One of my best friends is Muggle-born. If the Chamber of Secrets is really opened, she will bear the brunt. Harry Potter is willing to risk his life for his friends. Dobby groaned sadly and happily at the same time. How noble. How brave. But Sir Potter must protect himself first. He must. Harry Potter must not stay. Dobby suddenly froze, his bat-like ears trembling. Harry heard it too. There were footsteps in the corridor outside. Dobby must go, the elf gasped, frightened. There was a loud crack, and Harry's fist suddenly loosened, leaving only air inside. He fell back on the bed, looking at the dark door of the ward, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Immediately afterward, Dumbledore stepped into the ward. He wore a long woolen dressing gown and a nightcap. He held one end of something sculptural in his hands, and a second later, Professor McGonagall appeared, holding the humanoid sculptor's feet up. Together they put it on the bed. Call Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered, and Professor McGonagall hurried past Harry's bedside and walked out. Harry lay still, pretending to be asleep. He heard someone talking urgently, and then Professor McGonagall came in quickly, followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was wearing a jacket over her pajamas. "Oh, Merlin!" Harry heard a gasp. "What's going on?" Madame Pomfrey asked Dumbledore in a low voice, leaning down to examine the statue. "Another attack," said Dumbledore. "McGonagall and I found him on the stairs. He also has a bunch of grapes with him," said Professor McGonagall. "We guess he wanted to sneak here to see Potter. Who is it? It's not Ron or Hermione, right?" Harry's stomach twitched violently. Slowly and carefully, he lifted himself a few inches so that he could see the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight shone on the stunned face. "It's Colin Creevey." His eyes were wide open and his hands were stretched out in front of his chest, holding up his camera. "Petrified?" Madame Pomfrey asked quietly. "Yes," said Professor McGonagall. "I shudder just thinking about it. If Dumbledore hadn't happened to come downstairs with hot chocolate, who knows what would have happened?" The three people looked at Colin intently. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and took the camera from Colin's stiff fingers. "Could he have taken a photo of the attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He pried open the back of the camera. "Oh, Merlin!" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. A stream of heat hissed out of the camera. Even Harry, who was 3 beds away, smelled the pungent smell of burning plastic. "Melted," Madame Pomfrey said in surprise. "It actually melted." "What does this mean, Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. "This means," said Dumbledore, "that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again." Madame Pomfrey covered her mouth with her hands. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore blankly. "But Albus, you must know who." "The question is not who," Dumbledore said, focusing on Colin. "The question is how." Harry could see the look on Professor McGonagall's face in the shadows and knew that she, like him, had not understood Dumbledore's words. Chapter 26. Rescue in the Opposite Direction. How did Ginny Weasley open the Chamber of Secrets? She can't be the heir of Slytherin. After Dumbledore returned to the office, he began to think. While in the school doctor's office, McGonagall thought he might know who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. In fact, Dumbledore did know. He had suspected Draco Malfoy before due to Ginny's misleading, but after this attack by the time, someone had already revealed the identity of the real murderer. As the principal, he has too many insiders in the school. And this whistleblower isn't even a human being, but... Is it a portrait? Last night, just as Cyrus petrified Colin, Dumbledore arrived. He thought that even if Dumbledore had known Ginny's secret before, it would be impossible for him to control his every move, right? Dumbledore said that he happened to come downstairs to bring hot chocolate. But how could there be so many coincidences in this world? He quickly thought about where the problem lay. The portraits in the castle could not simply be regarded as decorations. They had their own thoughts and served Dumbledore. When Dumbledore wants to know some clues in the castle and when the time comes, he just asks them, or they will take the initiative to report the news, and Dumbledore will know everything. Cyrus had deliberately ignored this point because the original riddle in the book had also ignored this point. Why did Dumbledore not do anything when he knew about the heir? Because he thought that he was in control and used Riddler as a stepping stone for the boy who lived. When Tom Riddle released the basilisk for the first time, he killed Myrtle without even leaving the bathroom. He usually let the basilisk move in the pipes, so naturally, there was no portrait to see him. When Cyrus made his first attack, he was also at the door of the bathroom just like in the book, so he once again avoided the portrait's eyes. But when he attacked for the second time, he directly let the basilisk wander in the corridor, which exposed his position. At least, the location of the secret room has not been exposed yet, Cyrus said to himself. Every time he went to the secret room, he would cast a disillusionment spell on himself just in case, and there were no portraits in the bathroom. Moreover, Cyrus didn't mind too much about Dumbledore knowing part of his information. It would be beneficial for me to make him think he has everything under control, Cyrus thought. Dumbledore must have subjectively believed that the person who started this turmoil was Tom Riddle. Under this premise, he would definitely want to see whether the two people in the prophecy would fight, or in other words, will Harry Potter, the enemy Voldemort personally selected for himself, shine again after defeating Riddle? As for him, as the principal, he only needs to ensure the safety of the students for the time being. It's a pity. The prophecy has long been irrelevant because the soul in the diary no longer belongs to Tom Riddle. Cyrus laughed. This was the result that Dumbledore could never have imagined. When he carefully followed Cyrus's layout and waited for Harry Potter to complete the test again, he'll discover that the boss prepared for him this semester is missing. That will interesting. After petrifying Colin, he returned to Ginny's dormitory. Cyrus climbed out of bed and had a good night's sleep. This made Ginny look a lot better the next day, but she was still a little pale, and her body temperature was a little lower than the average person's. This was a sign that Ginny's life force was passing away, but he did not return her body to Ginny. Instead, after washing up, he came to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was already sitting on the sofa reading a book. "It's that powerful potion. You got up so early. You are so punctual." Hermione looked up and said, "Ron hasn't gotten up yet." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a red-haired man jumping out in a hurry. "Huh, you guys are already here? Sorry, I slept a little longer," Ron said quickly. Hermione closed the book with a snap and whispered, "Let's go." The three people immediately walked outside together. "Where are you going?" Percy emerged from nowhere and looked at Ron suspiciously. "Going out for a walk, what's wrong?" Ron responded not to be outdone. "I just hope you don't go to the women's bathroom and take Ginny with you." Percy was very dissatisfied with Ron's lack of respect for him and immediately said sternly, "Last time, he caught Ron wandering into the bathroom on the 3rd floor. Ron retorted with a blush, "What does this have to do with you? And besides, I don't see anything wrong with Ginny going to the ladies' room." This left Percy speechless. 10 minutes later, in a cubicle of Myrtle's bathroom, Cyrus saw the compound potion with his own eyes for the first time. It looks absolutely disgusting. It's not fully formed yet. There are also bicorn horns and black African tree snake skins that can only be stolen in Snape's office. Hermione stirred the thick, green stuff. It looked like crushed leaves mixed with black soil, while throwing the two-eared grass into the crucible. "And we also need some hair or nails from Slytherin students." "This is easy." After a while, Harry, who had grown bones all night, came out of the school hospital. He walked around in circles to find his friends and didn't even think of the bathroom until he met Percy, so he rushed over immediately. He wasn't surprised to see Ginny there. After all, he was the one who leaked the news yesterday. So, he couldn't wait to tell what happened last night. "Colin was petrified when he was coming to see me." Harry looked guilty. "We already know," Hermione said. "They just met Professor McGonagall on the way here who was talking with Professor Flitwick about it." Although Ron didn't like Colin very much, he couldn't help but feel angry at this time. "We'd better get Malfoy to confess as soon as possible. The sooner the better. He has been depressed since the Quidditch match. He is just venting his anger, and it happens to be Colin who suffered because of it." After a brief moment of anger, they cheered up again. After all, Colin could still be saved. "By the way, there's one more thing," Harry told Dobby's story again. This made them even more convinced that Malfoy was the murderer. "Lucius Malfoy must have opened the Chamber of Secrets while he was at school here, and now he's teaching dear little Draco to do it. That's obvious. However, I do wish Dobby had told you what was inside. What kind of monster is this? I really don't understand. It's sneaking around in the school. How come no one notices it?" "Maybe it can make itself invisible," Hermione said, poking some leeches into the bottom of the cauldron. "Or it can disguise itself, turn into a piece of armor or something. I read about color changing in the book, The Story of the Ghoul." Seeing her working alone, Cyrus also helped and poured some dead lacewings on top of the leech. Harry then told what Dobby had done to him. "So Dobby didn't let us get on the train and broke your arm." Ron shook his head. "You know what, Harry? If he kept rescuing you, you would just die by his hands. First Lockhart, then Dobby. You are really having a bad time." Cyrus also said, _______. P.S. "Yeah, I knew this day would come. I know you guys are going to drop it, but I'm not going to stop you. This is tagged under mystery, but just a small spoiler. Everything is going according to the plan. _________. Chapter 27, Invisibility Cloak. ________. The news that Colin Creevey had been attacked and now lay dead in hospital spread only on Monday morning. So all of a sudden, all the little wizards in the school felt in danger and did not dare to act alone. During this time, without telling the teacher, everyone exchanged amulets, and a ton of amulets plus some other things to protect themselves. This practice soon became popular in the school, and Neville Longbottom bought a big smelly green onion, a pointed amethyst, and a rotting salamander tail. The result was a lingering stench in the common room that even Cyrus couldn't stand. "Neville, you don't need these things. You are a pure blood and will not be attacked." Cyrus fanned his nose, trying to let in fresh air. But he attacked Filch first. "And everyone knows that I am almost a squib," he said in fear and embarrassment. Cyrus couldn't stand the smell, so he simply returned his body to Ginny and continued to study alchemy and magic in his inner space. "Well, Where am I? Oh, the common room. Hello, Mr. Riddle. Is the Quidditch match over? Can you show me? Ginny asked drowsily. Hearing Ginny's question, Cyrus remembered that he hadn't returned her body to Ginny in the past few days, but fortunately, he had memorized all the scenes of the Quidditch match, although his mind was distracted. Yes, my eyes didn't miss any details of that match. And it's been over 2 days, Ginny. Today is Monday, Cyrus said seriously. It's Monday. Ginny was stunned. She didn't expect that Mr. Riddle would use her body for so long this time. Did something happen, Mr. Riddle? Colin Creevey was attacked. Cyrus tried to make his statement sound more serious. Colin. Ginny's eyes widened, and she looked very uneasy. She was sitting at the same table with Colin Creevey in Charm's class, and the two of them were good friends who could communicate together. But now, Colin was attacked. Yes, this is all my fault. When the cat was killed before, I thought it was a prank and didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, it was me who suggested that he should sneak out to see Harry at night. If not for this, he would have not gone there and probably. He won't be killed. Cyrus said in a tone of responsibility. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. I want to find out who is the murderer, so I plan to break into Slytherin with Harry and the others to see if they can find a clue. It's not your fault, Mr. Riddle, Ginny said forcefully. Who knows how crazy that Slytherin heir is? If not Colin, it will be someone else. His purpose is to get rid of all the muggles. He also told Ginny about the polyjuice potion to prevent the secret from being exposed. Sorry, Ginny. I may have to borrow your body a lot during this time. It doesn't matter, Mr. Riddle. It would be great if we could find the heir of Slytherin sooner. Ginny shook her head. Ginny could completely understand Mr. Riddle's self-blame at this time, so she agreed to Cyrus' request without hesitation. And she had almost forgotten about that Quidditch match. So in the following period, Ginny had less time to wake up to consciousness. In December, it began to snow heavily at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall brought a large stack of forms and asked those who planned to stay in school to fill out applications. Malfoy is going to stay at school for Christmas, Harry said in surprise. This is so suspicious. But the polyjuice potion hasn't been brewed yet, Hermione said urgently. We must steal the potion in potions class this Thursday, otherwise we won't be able to make it in time. It's best to make a fool of yourself. Both Harry and Ron looked ugly. If they were asked to steal the potion, Harry would rather confront Voldemort. I'll steal it. Cyrus took the initiative to take on the job. You create some chaos in class, and I'll sneak in. What, no? I can't let you get expelled, Ron said with a look of death. I'd better go. Hermione quickly refused. I can go because I have no criminal record. It will be very easy for Snape to notice that there is one less student in the class if one of go. Am I wrong? Cyrus asked rhetorically. But Snape's office is at the back of the classroom. How could you sneak in while we were in class? There is a way. Cyrus looked at Harry, who was determined to go to Snape's office. I can borrow your invisibility cloak. I almost forgot that I still have the invisibility cloak, Harry said suddenly. Every time he uses up his invisibility cloak, he throws it around, as if it's not a Deathly Hallows but a tattered trench coat. In the evening, Cyrus got Harry's invisibility cloak, and that night, he wore the cloak and wandered around the castle. What's so special about the legendary Deathly Hallows? In his opinion, the magic power of this invisibility cloak is no more powerful than a perfect illusion spell. Compared with the invincible Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone that can resurrect the dead, it is indeed a bit mediocre. If you can't hide from Moody's evil eye, how can you hide from the Eye of Death? Well, the legend is just a legend. As Dumbledore said, the three Peverell brothers were just very powerful and dangerous wizards who successfully created these extremely powerful artifacts. The story of the Deathly Hallows is just that. It's like some sort of legend that has arisen around these inventions. This possibility is indeed greater. Since Nico Flamel can create a magic stone that can turn any stone into gold and achieve immortality, it is not so difficult to accept that the three brothers can create a resurrection stone that can bring people back to life. The power of the Elder Wand and the curse also seem to be closely related. But regardless of whether the legend of the Deathly Hallows is true or false, the three artifacts do have their own special features. Cyrus stroked his cold cloak and slowly reached the 7th floor. I need a room where I can study magic items. I need a room where I can study magic items. I need a room where I can study magic items. When he said these words in his mind 3 times and turned around under the portrait of the trolls, a door appeared on the blank wall. Cyrus took off his cloak, opened the door, and walked in. The door disappeared instantly. This is a room that is somewhat similar to the potions classroom, but not exactly the same. In addition to various crucibles, there are also many mechanical artifacts, or artifacts that look like mechanical artifacts. In fact, They are all products of alchemy. In the magical world, alchemy and potions are not completely independent, but an intersection. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 28, Refining Failure. The original goal of the development of alchemy was to transform base metals into precious metals, especially gold. Later, different researches were developed, such as creating elixirs, finding the Philosopher's Stone, and creating artificial humans. To this day, the only person who has achieved the goal of turning stone into gold and scratched the doors to immortality in this field is Nicholas Flamel. However, in the course of its development, various magical props have appeared, such as pensive, time turners, vanishing cabinets, etc. Although these props have nothing to do with the three ultimate goals of alchemy, they still have very magical effects. Cyrus used a spell to spread the invisibility cloak. He had read a lot of alchemy books carefully these days, and it was not difficult to discover what was unusual about this cloak. First of all, the material is completely different from ordinary cloaks. Ordinary invisibility cloaks are made of the fur of the invisible beast, a silver magical animal similar to an ape, but the cloak in Cyrus's hand feels much colder to the touch. The invisible beast is the only magical animal that can be invisible. Its ability represents 0 in the runes. If the material of this cloak is not the hair of the invisible beast, what else could it be? Cyrus raised his wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a faint light. The light shone on the transparent cloak, immediately reflecting the texture of the cloak. The texture contains countless runes. Cyrus clearly saw Taiwas and Algies. The former's meaning is immortality, and the latter heralding protection. In ancient times, it was very common for runes to be used in alchemical products. These words had great magical power, but they could not be released through spells. Engraving them on magic artifacts can bring out the power of these words even more. But another problem is that runes are obscure and difficult to understand. This is not just a foreign language. In fact, even if most people understand the meaning of the words, they may not be able to resonate with the words and absorb the magic in the inspired words. Nowadays, rune writing has become a subject similar to translation, as if it has no other use except for archaeology. There is indeed a powerful disembodiment spell hidden within this cloak. The powerful spell and the immortal material. This must be the combination that makes this cloak's magic never fade away. Cyrus speculated that the Elder Wand had a similar effect. The material of the Elder Wand is elderberry and thestral hair. Although the number of elderberries is small, you can still find them if you really look for it. But Grigovich continued to imitate the old curse and never created any wand that could rival it. Cyrus speculates that the secret to the Elder Wand's power may lie in its curse itself. Both Dumbledore and Harry believe that the power of the Elder Wand would be destroyed upon the normal death of the original wielder. This is because the curse of the wand has been broken, so the legendary wand will become as ordinary as an ordinary wand. Then Cyrus lowered his cloak. He couldn't have the cloak for too long. In just a few days, it was impossible to completely decipher the mystery of the cloak. In contrast, it is more important to study how to make the Philosopher's Stone. Opening Nico's manual, ignoring the dreams and revelations, Cyrus saw this passage. The Philosopher's Stone is the oldest and most mysterious or least known, the most incomprehensible in nature, blessed and sacred. It is the mystery of mysteries. It is the moral and divine power. It is the limit and purpose of all things in the world, and is the final and incredible result of all the sages' operations. It is the perfect essence of all elements, an indestructible object that cannot be damaged or destroyed by any element, and is the fifth element. It is owned by itself, the double and living mercury of the spirit, which deals with all weak and imperfect metals. It is the eternal radiance, the elixir that cures all diseases, the phoenix of grace and glory in heaven, and the most precious treasure of all treasures, an important asset to the whole of nature. The refining materials of the magic stone are mercury, sulfur, and salt. It must be refined with the four elements, heat, cold, dryness, and moisture, to break the internal and external elements of matter. Cyrus poured mercury into the crucible and lit a flame. Fire represents heat and dryness. Water represents coldness and moisture dash. While constantly stirring the crucible, his magic power flowed into the mercury. Then, he poured in sulfur, salt blocks, and earth. The earth is hot and moist. The contents in the crucible began to boil, and the color slowly turned red. The magic stone in the record is indeed red, but the current mass is difficult to shape. The flames continue to burn, the water in the crucible is boiled, and the cold and moisture are driven away, until finally, Only a little bit of red is left in the crucible in the form of powder. Cyrus twisted the powder with his fingers, feeling no breath of life in it. Failed. He was not discouraged and continued to look through Nico's notes. However, even Nico Flamel himself did not understand how he succeeded. For centuries he tried to recreate that miracle, but never succeeded a second time. The formula for the Philosopher's Stone can't be that simple. I'm afraid Nico's manuscript won't be of much help. Cyrus thought. Nico Flamel must have had some unforeseen accidents and coincidences in the process of refining the Philosopher's Stone, and this coincidence was something that he himself did not notice. In the magical world, sometimes even a gust of wind or a ray of sunshine may affect the results of alchemy or potions. Sometimes even sound is a critical factor. For example, when practicing Animagus, you need the dew that cannot see the sun, and you need the first thunder in the storm as a revelation. Cyrus felt some urgency. He could indeed be resurrected without using the Philosopher's Stone, but this would only be possible if he absorbed all of Ginny's life force. But in this case, Ginny would definitely die. But he had already regarded Ginny as his friend, and he couldn't do such a thing to harm his friend's life for his own resurrection. If it really doesn't work, I will have to. If he cannot successfully refine the Philosopher's Stone by the end of this school year, he will have no choice but to leave Hogwarts in the same state as in the movie. No, it may even be worse than the state in the original work. In the original book, Ginny's state was too dangerous, and it can almost be said that her life was hanging by a thread. Maybe I need to change my host. Cyrus put away the cauldron. _______. Chapter 29, Stealing Potion Materials. On Thursday, Cyrus waited for Harry's potions class. The light in the potions classroom was very dark. This classroom was originally underground, and Snape would close all the windows tightly every time he came in. If there weren't a few torches in the classroom, maybe there wouldn't be any light at all, making everything out of sight. But this cannot be blamed on Snape's inner darkness. Although this is the case, most potions cannot see strong light, and strong light usually causes potions to fail. Cyrus, wearing an invisibility cloak, slowly followed Harry and walked in with the crowd. While Harry walked through the dense crowd of tables to reach his own cauldron, Cyrus continued forward until he reached the corner of the podium, where there was a wooden door behind which was the door to Snape's office. Snape seemed to be carrying the wind as he walked, his wizard robes fluttering up and down like the wings of a giant bat. After he entered the classroom, he first glanced at all the students with a sharp gaze and then looked at Harry. His gaze stayed on his body for a few seconds, let out a sneer, and then said, "Today, let's refine the swelling potion dash. I hope each of you has a sound mind to understand the steps in the textbook. The potion can't be too thick or too thin, otherwise dash." He smiled coldly and looked at Gryffindor. The little wizards, especially Neville, Seamus, and Harry. He stared at their faces for a long time. "If there is an accident, it depends on whether I am happy to give you anti-swelling potion or not." In fact, Harry's talent for potions was not bad, but what the worst part was that Neville and Seamus were on the table to his right. Putting these two little chicks together, there will always be an accident. Every time there is no accident in potions class, it will be on the news. And when Neville is in a hurry, it will inevitably affect Harry. Even if not, Snape can still follow Neville's work and deduct points from Harry for poor performance. If Neville made a mistake, why didn't you help Neville when you were sitting so close? There is no unity and friendship at all. 10 points from Gryffindor. If Neville didn't, dare you help Neville? Do you think your potion refining is excellent? 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape's words aroused a lot of dissatisfaction. It was simply naming names and saying that Gryffindor would no longer be treated, but no one dared to say anything. Only the Slytherin snakes felt the professor's favor, and they all laughed in low voices. Eventually, Snape himself broke the silence. "Now, why don't you start?" Neville immediately started operating in a panic. What should I add first? His round face turned red, and his hands holding the materials kept shaking. "You should grind the herbs into powder first. It says in the book," Harry whispered. But he immediately regretted it. If he hadn't helped Neville, it might have been easier to cause a commotion so Ginny could open the door. Snape immediately spoke sternly. "No whispering." Then, he walked towards Neville's table. Neville, who was already flustered and nervous, now had a completely blank mind. Cyrus even doubted whether he could even crush herbs and pulverize them into powder. Now, Snape started to find trouble to bully Neville. Cyrus simply picked up his wand and fired a spark into Crabbe's cauldron. Then, Crabbe's potion exploded and showered the entire class. Everyone screamed under the attack of the splashing, swelling potion. Malfoy was doused in the face and his nose inflated like a balloon. Crabbe stumbled around with his hands over his eyes, his eyes swollen as big as lunch plates. The classroom suddenly became chaotic. Miserable screams continued one after another, and Snape roared loudly. Quiet, quiet. Cyrus thought that this much commotion should be good. Glancing up, he realized that Snape's vicious gaze was on Harry and his group, obviously suspicious of them. Then he walked towards Snape's office with confidence. When passing Malfoy, he even picked out a few strands of hair. Malfoy screamed even louder. Students who were splashed by the potion came to me to get anti-swelling medicine, Snape said. And when I find out who did it. Cyrus didn't hear the next words, having slipped into Snape's office. The horn of a bicorn, the skin of an African tree snake. He raised his wand, and the tip of the wand lit up. With the faint light, a whole wall of bottles and cans appeared in front of Cyrus' eyes. Snape has so many good things. Cyrus was not polite. In addition to the two materials, he also took out other useful materials. Most of them are materials that can be used to replenish a person's life energy. He wasn't worried at all about the possibility of being discovered by Snape. So what if he was discovered? Not knowing who the real thief was, he could only report it to Dumbledore, but Dumbledore had long known that that there was a ghost of Voldemort causing trouble. Although he has not yet figured out whether it is Voldemort himself who controls all this, or his Horcrux, or just an evil spell or prop. But no matter what, he chose to wait and see, choosing the fateful enemy handpicked by Voldemort himself to fight against. Since a miracle occurred 11 years ago, and Harry Potter also defeated Voldemort last semester, no matter how weak Voldemort was at the time, it was impossible for a first-year wizard to be able to fight against him. But the result ended in Quirrell's death. In this case, Dumbledore believes that this time, Harry Potter may be able to defeat Voldemort's conspiracy again. And it can be seen from Quirrell's tragic situation last semester that Tom Riddle's possession alone will consume a person's life. If he does not replenish some energy, Ginny Weasley's life will be in danger. Although Dumbledore was not in a hurry to stop himself, he also did not want to see an innocent little wizard die. Cyrus took advantage of this and dared to take Snape's potion so unscrupulously. When he put the potion away and quietly slipped out of the office, Snape had applied anti-swelling potions to all the students injured by the swelling potion. At this time, he was standing in front of Crabbe's cauldron, bowed his head, and pondered. A weak spark dash, his dark eyes swept across all the little wizards, and finally stopped on Harry and the others. What a clever little trick. Using magic spells in the potions class will be your downfall. Mr. Harry Potter, why don't you take out your wand and let me check what spells you've cast? ____________. Chapter 30. No, I didn't. Snape's annoying eyes seemed to want to penetrate Harry from head to toe, which made Harry feel very disgusted. Asking for a wand. It seemed that Snape was planning to use the wand history spell, Priori Incantatem, to see what magic Harry had used. Cyrus thought, and then laughed again. It's a good idea, but it's a pity that you got the wrong person, Snape. Cyrus put on his cloak and walked out. At this time, Snape had already snatched Harry's wand to cast the Priori Incantatem spell. The tip of the holly wand burst out with the shadow of a spell. It was not a red spark, but an expansion spell. Snape didn't use Priori Incantatem, but used Capacious Extremis. Sir, this is the expansion charm taught by Flitwick in our last lesson. Harry looked at Snape stubbornly. Snape looked silently at the green eyes under his lenses, miraculously not pursuing the matter further. Instead, he changed the subject. Really? It seems that our Mr. Special seems to think that with the expansion charm, there is no need to learn how to prepare an expansion potion. I didn't, Professor. No? Then why is your potion so diluted? Snape found a fault. 10 points from Gryffindor. 10 points from Gryffindor. Harry dramatically imitated Snape's way of deducting points from him in the bathroom. I don't know if you saw it, Ginny, but he was obviously looking for trouble on purpose. It doesn't count. Harry, your potion was indeed too diluted. Hermione said matter-of-factly. But I didn't expect that there is such a spell, the wand history spell. We were almost exposed, but luckily he didn't use that. And Ginny was able to steal the potion. The strange thing is that Snape seemed to have forgotten about it later and didn't mention it at all in the second half of the class. Ron said strangely. And Harry, can you not do it in the future? Not do what? Harry asked. You looked at Snape so recklessly, and I was afraid that you would start a fight at that time. Or kiss. Ron thought, but didn't say this half of the sentence. Wait, Ron, what did you just say? Cyrus felt as if a needle had been stabbed into his head. Has Harry been looking at Snape? That's right, what's wrong? Harry said disapprovingly. Although he can deduct points from me, I don't want to give in. If he wants to deduct points, just deduct them. I don't want him to think that I am cowardly. This will only make him happier. Foolish. You are wrong, Harry. If you don't look at him, Snape will definitely find a place to secretly drop the pearl. Cyrus said jokingly. But that's actually not the point. The point is looking at each other. Everyone knew that Snape was a master of occlumency. Even Voldemort couldn't see the flaws in his occlumency. It would be a different matter if Voldemort picked up the wand and was determined to know Snape's thoughts. But in this case, Snape would probably become an idiot. And occlumency actually appeared to prevent legilimency. A master of occlumency cannot be too bad at legilimency. The moment Harry and Snape looked at each other, Cyrus was afraid that Snape had learned all the secrets. As for the expansion curse and his bad attitude, it was just Snape acting. It was he who didn't want people to know, or in other words, didn't want to admit that he was protecting James Potter's son. What made Cyrus feel a little irritated was that now Snape probably knew that Ginny was also involved with the Golden Trio. When he was operating in Hogwarts, he had another spy that he needed to pay attention to. But this is a bit helpless. After all, Ginny was still a young girl, so her body is not that sensitive to magic. Cyrus felt a little annoyed and just hoped nothing would happen. The narrow toilet stall was constantly steaming, and the thick potion was bubbling like a ball of hot mud. Hermione processed the potion ingredients with difficulty and poured the powdered snake skin and a small piece of horn into it. That's it. It will probably take more than a week. Let's go out first. My neck is almost stiff. I don't know why you two are still crowding the place if you can't help, she complained. On the other side, Snape returned to his classroom in silence. The horn of the bicorn and the skin of the African tree snake. The trio are going to make a polyjuice potion? Hermione, if you can really make it, I will give you a few compliments. The corners of his mouth were slightly twitched, and it looked like his cheeks were twitching. It flashed away like a tendon. It's a pity that Harry didn't inherit Lily's potion talent. As expected, the polyjuice potion should have been brewed by the know-it-all lady. Harry and Ron were not qualified to help her. That first-year Ginny Weasley is also quite talented. But Snape didn't like Hermione's rigid dogma. No creativity. There is indeed a big gap between Hermione's potion skills and Snape's, which can be seen in the Half-Blood Prince season. After Harry got Snape's old notebook, he immediately took away Hermione's limelight in potions class and became the first place. He did not intend to pursue the matter of Harry and others stealing the potion to refine the compound potion. Now, Dumbledore personally admitted that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. It was not a bad thing to let these golden kids mess with it, but how dare she steal my fire dragon blood? It costs 17 sequos to buy an ounce. Snape gritted his teeth and looked at a huge container placed on the wall cabinet. Only a little bit of the blood-red liquid was left in it. This meant that at least 6 pints of dragon blood had been stolen by the thief. He lost 120 galleons in dragon blood alone. And it wasn't just the dragon's blood that they stole. 3 drops of phoenix tears. I shamelessly asked for these from Dumbledore. All the venom of rune snakes. I'm not sad about this. After all, I raised a nest of snakes that can extract the venom at any time. But how dare you? How dare you take away my snakes too? Snape felt as if his chest was exploding. The boxes where he originally kept snakes were now empty, and even a few newly bred snake eggs had been taken away by Cyrus. A pinch of Chimera's mane. Snape pinched his own philtrum to prevent himself from passing out. As a XXXXX dangerous Chimera beast, there is only one record of being killed by a wizard so far. Therefore, the magic materials of this magical animal are very difficult to obtain and can be said to be priceless. Then, he counted the stolen materials one by one. Till the end. What? Even the large bottle of morning dew. This is quite cheap. You can get it anywhere. He seemed to be crazy, his chest heaved violently, but he smiled, and his voice sounded like he was biting a piece of iron. But for this jar of morning dew, I bent down to collect leaf by leaf in the Forbidden Forest, and almost broke my spine. Thud. Snape passed out. I always felt that Snape wouldn't give up easily. Now I just hope he doesn't find out that we stole his things. By the way, you didn't secretly take more, did you? Ron looked at Cyrus alertly. Cyrus took out a few snake eggs from his sleeves, put them on the wand, and roasted them, then tilted his head and thought for a while. No, I didn't, Ginny shrugged. Don't worry so much. I'll treat you to baked eggs. Ron cracked one open without hesitation, and the scent of snake eggs immediately spread. Fragrant. Underscore. Chapter 31. Lockhart. What can a stinky potion refiner do? As soon as Snape woke up, he rushed to Dumbledore's office. Now, he will not come back with these magic materials because he has no evidence. The Ministry of Magic has never considered legilimency as evidence because memory can be modified. But the losses totaling more than 1,000 galleons had to be reimbursed by someone who was taken advantage of. This person must not be the one being taken advantage of. When Snape rushed to the headmaster's office angrily, he discovered that another annoying peacock was also there. Please wait, Severus, Dumbledore said quietly. Good afternoon, Snape. Lockhart showed what he thought was a charming smile, which immediately annoyed Snape even more. Why did you come here to? Could it be that you found out that I planned to apply to the headmaster to organize a dueling club? Ah, so you came here to be my assistant, huh? Duel club. Lockhart's words briefly pulled Snape out of his annoyance, and then came his contemptuous gaze, as if to say, You will teach dueling? But Lockhart had no idea. He probably thinks he is the perfect candidate. Dumbledore, the situation is very serious now. Someone has been hurt. I think it is very necessary to organize a dueling club and fully train everyone in case they need to defend themselves one day. Protect yourself in the same way I have used countless times. And I am also a member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Association. I think there is no one more suitable than me. He looked at Dumbledore with burning eyes, expecting to get a positive response from Dumbledore. It hardly took Dumbledore long to agree. This excited Lockhart greatly. Believe me, you will definitely be glad that you made this decision. He said, You are in luck. Although I promised you to teach this course, the duel club does not count. This is my own small contribution to my little student's safety. No need to owe me. Thank you so much. Dumbledore said playfully. So, let me think about the candidate for your assistant. What about Phileas? He was a duel champion when he was young. Dumbledore strongly recommended it. Lockhart's expression changed immediately when he heard the word dueling champion, and he paced back and forth anxiously in the office, but he soon thought of a suitable excuse. Phileas. Although he was indeed very powerful when he was young, but now, I doubt whether he can keep up with my pace. To tell you the truth, if wizard duels hadn't been cancelled in the UK, now maybe I would be the champion. Scoff hearing this, even Snape found it very funny. At this time, Lockhart's eyes turned to Snape. He recalled Snape's behavior during school days. It seemed that he was often bullied by several Gryffindors. They were 4 years apart, and Lockhart wasn't very aware of Snape's performance during his school days. However, I still vaguely remember that there was a student in Slytherin House who didn't like to wash his hair and was often bullied by several people from Gryffindor. If this is the case, then he must have no ability. Also, what can a stinky-faced person who makes magic potions do? There's no way you can win a duel with the skill of burning a dry pot. Thinking of this, Lockhart's eyes lit up and he immediately used a provocation. Professor Snape, you are a suitable candidate. Ah, forget it. I'm afraid my powerful magic might hurt you. I'd better think about others. Mr. Lockhart is worrying about hurting me? No need, scoff. Snape laughed in anger and looked at Lockhart with a very unkind look. It just so happens that I know a thing or two about dueling. That's great. Lockhart was afraid that Snape would refuse, so he rushed forward and slapped Snape's shoulders hard with both hands. That's it, Dumbledore. Snape will be mine. Mine assistant, I mean. Don't worry, I won't let the children's potions master be harmed. Snape swept his hand away from his shoulder in disgust, and at the same time rubbed the back of his hand mercilessly on his cloak. Now that you have reached an agreement, it couldn't be better, Dumbledore said happily, and he was about to see off the guests. Severus, may I know the reason for you coming here? Snape was brought back into anger by Dumbledore's words, and he spoke before Lockhart even left the headmaster's office. I'm going to report a few thieves to you. They stole my potion ingredients. Have you been robbed? Lockhart, who was about to step out of the principal's office door, immediately turned around and strode over. It seems that my dueling assistant has encountered a little trouble. But catching a thief is not something I am bragging about. If you have read my books, you will know that I have done it countless times. Finding clues and finding the murderer will never be a problem for me. He turned around enthusiastically and spared no effort to take over the matter. Leave it to me, and the thief can be caught and brought to justice as soon as tomorrow. But both Snape and Dumbledore ignored him. They had completed the communication just by looking into each other's eyes. The school director will compensate you for your losses, Dumbledore said. In addition, please pay attention, You don't need to tell me. I will pay attention to her. Snape flipped his cloak, turned, and left. What's wrong? Lockhart was still wondering if Snape wasn't here to ask for help. Why did you leave so suddenly? He didn't want to miss any opportunity to be in the limelight, so he quickly followed him and chirped in Snape's ear. Seriously, Snape, if I take action, I will definitely be able to steal back your ingredients and win. Seeing as we are colleagues, I will help you for free. Otherwise, it will be another price. Come on, take me to your office. I have an automatic tracking magic. Just use it, and you can find the thief that took your potions immediately. Snape shuddered when he thought of his ability to make Harry's hand bones disappear and heal with a spell, fearing that his spell would explode all his other potions. And the thought of Harry's hand bones being taken away made him even more annoyed. I don't have to be old-fashioned to protect that kid, but this guy actually dares to let him, Lily's son, get hurt. You're done, Peacock. Let's just focus on your dueling club. I will be happy to be your assistant. Snape smiled cruelly. Translation, wait to die? Smiling face with horns. But Lockhart was already lost in the illusion of his own glory. That's it. We will hold one before Christmas. You may be asked to help me give a small demonstration. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. We won't use powerful magic, only defensive magic, to remove your weapons and armor to protect yourself. Okay, this will not be difficult for you. It's just a disarming spell. No need to worry. Underscore. Chapter 32. Snape, you better be. Underscore. Cyrus felt targeted. Snape had been targeting him since he stole Snape's billion-dot collection last time. Usually, when I was wandering around the school, he would suddenly appear from time to time, looking at me unscrupulously with a pair of gloomy eyes, as if he was interrogating a criminal who had committed a heinous crime. Cyrus guessed that he probably wanted legitimacy, but it had no effect on him. As for class, not to mention, Snape almost had the words, "I don't like you" written on his face. Miss Weasley, could you please tell me how many effects dragon blood has? During the last potions class before Christmas, Snape called out Cyrus very pointedly and asked a question that made him feel heartbroken. 12, sir. Cyrus stood up. He almost thought Snape was going to ask him, what can you get by adding narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion? I didn't expect that it was just dragon blood that was useful. But this is indeed the content of the first-year textbook. The 12 uses of the fire dragon's blood were discovered and summarized by Headmaster Dumbledore. The blood of the fire dragon has the ability to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and treat. It can be used to make various cleansers, freckle removal potions, and treat warts. You're right, Dash. I could see that he was unhappy. Then, why don't you talk about the efficacy of Phoenix tears? But sir, we didn't learn about the Phoenix, Cyrus said without any sign of weakness. But I think you might need to know about the uses of the tears of the Phoenix, the venom of the rune snake, the mane of the chimera. After all, you don't know what can save your life when you are poisoned, right? What do you say? He almost said openly that he already knew that you, Ginny Weasley, was the despicable thief. But Cyrus was unmoved and even expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Professor. If I can really get so many expensive medicinal materials, I will definitely remember your warning today. Snape became even more angry. Now, you should tell me what morning dew can be used for. I'm sorry, but I don't know. Maybe it's used to practice animagus? Cyrus shook his shoulders. Obviously, this is an extremely perfunctory answer, because Cyrus cannot have the pupa of the ghost-faced hawkmoth. And it wasn't even his own body. You better be, said Snape angrily. For almost the whole class, Cyrus faced Snape's difficulties, but he resolved them one by one. In the end, Snape deducted 5 points from Gryffindor's saying, because you were restless in your seat to go out before class was officially over. He doesn't like you. Luna's unique voice sounded like her soul had been pulled out. Cyrus turned his head and saw a girl with bulging eyes and a strange dress. Obviously, Cyrus said, how could he beg a middle-aged teacher who was persecuted by him not long ago to like him? What's more, as we all know, the only person Snape likes is Lily. You look strange, but you're much better than before. Luna shook her hair briskly and jumped away like an elf. Cyrus couldn't help but be surprised by the other party's amazing intuition. He separated from his Ravenclaw classmates on the 8th floor. As he walked through the foyer, he found many people gathered at the bulletin board in the common room. What's going on here? They're going to have a dueling club. First party tonight. Fred and George, 2 good brothers, jumped out to explain to their sister Ginny. I have a plan, Dash. Fred hugged his sister's shoulders with such enthusiasm and said excitedly, remember the last time you cast a spell on Marcus at the stadium? What? Are you worried that he will take revenge on me? He wouldn't do it unless he wanted to lose face, Fred said. But I don't know if he would get other second and third-year Slytherin students to deal with you. But we absolutely know that it won't affect you, right? George and Fred looked at him with affirmative eyes. Of course, I'm not afraid. He can ask Snape to come in person. Cyrus didn't take it to heart at all. You're right. If you were so confident in front of Harry, he would definitely fall in love with you. Cyrus just rolled his eyes, but neither brother paid it any mind. Fred continued. We thought this was an opportunity as well. The Slytherin guys have been giving us trouble these days. It's not often that we get the chance to have an honest brawl. So, what do you want me to do? Find the underclassmen in Slytherin. It would be better if it was Draco Malfoy. George added. Don't forget that his father also gave us trouble during the summer vacation. Give them a good fix. The 2 people said in unison, resolutely. If they're going to cause trouble, then of course I'm not going to back down. Cyrus nodded. Probably hearing their movements, Percy emerged from the crowd, blocked Cyrus behind him as if guarding against a thief, and looked at Fred and George warily. "What are you two talking to Ginny about?" "It's nothing." The twins immediately looked at each other and raised the corners of their mouths. I just feel that the Slytherin students are in trouble. No matter what you are going to do, I advise you not to lead Ginny astray," Percy warned, "or I will tell Mother." With that said, Percy dragged Cyrus away from the two troublemakers. Fred and George looked at each other, and then made exaggerated, funny, and very hurt expressions at the same time. "Oh my God, he actually thinks that we are going to lead Ginny. Ginny doesn't need us to lead the way," George added. "The implication is that Ginny is a genius in her own right. She dares to cast a spell on 7th graders in the 1st grade. Who else can do it? Another meaning is that it was not them who led Ginny to evil, but someone else." They had long since discovered that Ginny often squeezed into Myrtle's toilet with Harry and the others during this period. With 4 people together, it's not just intriguing, it's simply exciting. "Ignore them," Percy said as he patted his little sister Ginny on the shoulder. "You're not like them, Ginny." His tone was full of great anticipation. "Almost all the professors have praised you and said that your performance is very good. Hermione also told me that you have a talent for learning spells. This is a good thing," Percy said. He automatically ignored Snape because Snape never complimented anyone, let alone Gryffindor. "If we continue like this, you can be like me and become a prefect in the 5th year and get all the OWL certificates. After the 7th year, we can strive to become the president of the student union and then enter the Ministry of Magic after graduation to seek a good job. Position," Percy said excitedly. Being the president of the Hogwarts Student Union still carries a lot of weight. After all, it is the only magic school in the UK. Almost as soon as Percy graduated, he became Barty Crouch's assistant. Although there are some other factors involved, there is no doubt that if you are planning to get a promising job at the Ministry of Magic, being the president of the Students' Union is enough to make the road smooth for you. Maybe you think these goals are too far away into the future, but I think you should make plans early. First of all, I suggest that you take all elective subjects in the 3rd year. I can't say more about the specific reasons. I just hope you can do it. Although it's a bit tiring, but you know, in a family like ours, many people actually look down on us." Percy paused, swallowed his words, and then patted Cyrus hard on the back. "I shouldn't say this to you, but no matter what, work hard, okay? Don't imitate Fred, Red, and George. They are not good role models. And don't learn from Ron. He is too playful and has no goals at all. He never knows what he is doing. _________________________________________________ Chapter 33, Duel Club. 200 PS. 400 PS. __________________________________________________ At 8 o'clock in the evening, Cyrus and Harry returned to the auditorium together. The appearance of the auditorium had completely changed at this moment. The long dining table disappeared, and a gilded stage appeared along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of candles floating in the sky. The ceiling became as dark as velvet again, and almost all the students from the school were here, crowded together, everyone holding their own wands, their faces full of excitement. The 4 people squeezed into the crowd relying on their small size. Hermione said with difficulty, "I don't know who will teach us. I heard that Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it will be him. No matter who it is, as long as it's not Snape or Locke." Before Harry could finish his words, he saw 2 people he least wanted to see walking onto the stage. One of them was the dazzling Lockhart in a purple robe, and the other? It was Snape with a gloomy face, who wore black robes that had remained unchanged for thousands of years. His appearance looked like a stark contrast to Lockhart. Harry's unfinished words turned into a sad moan. "Oh, Merlin, Professor Lockhart will teach us duel." Hermione is very happy. She still thinks that Lockhart is as great as what is written in his books. As for his stupid behavior, they were all ignored under Lockhart's shining face. It's hard to imagine that Hermione could be so irrational. Lockhart alone made her fascinated. Sure enough, even in the wizarding world, appearance is a thing comparable to a magic potion. Otherwise, Tom Riddle wouldn't be so successful. He's also just a scumbag who goes around deceiving young girls, rich women, and high-ranking officials just because he's good-looking. He even deceived female ghosts. Condemn. Must be condemned. What? Now I look like him, right? That's okay then. Come inside, be quiet. Haha. No need to be so excited. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Great. Lockhart felt the enthusiastic support of hundreds of female students, and suddenly became more excited, sparing no effort. The performance started. That's right. Professor Dumbledore allowed me to open this small dueling club to fully train everyone in case you need to defend yourself one day. Protect yourself in the same way that I have used countless times. For details on this, please see my published work. Oh, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, Lockhart said, grinning broadly. He told me that he himself knew a thing or two about dueling, and he generously agreed to help me with a small demonstration before class, he said. I don't want to worry you little guys. After I finish the demonstration with him, I will return your potions teacher intact to you. You guys, don't be afraid. Wouldn't it be great if they fought it out and both sides got injured? Ron whispered in Harry's ear. Come on, I'm afraid Lockhart can't even catch Snape's move. Cyrus shook his head and said, I heard that Snape is the most powerful among the 4 head professors. If he could freely use black magic, then Snape would indeed be stronger than the other 3 head professors. His talent was also appreciated by Voldemort. After all, he was a genius who developed several types of magic during his school days. And according to Sirius, at the age of 11, Snape knew more charms and curses than most 7th grade students. Harry agreed very much with what Cyrus said, because he saw Snape's upper lip curled up, showing a very scary look, like a cat playfully playing with a mouse, and he didn't understand that. Why the hell is Lockhart still smiling? If Snape had looked at him like that, he would have spread his legs and run in the opposite direction. There are always people who even deceive themselves in lies. It's really sad, don't you think? Cyrus whispered in Harry's ear. Ron looked at Ginny in surprise. Are you not shy now? Cyrus ignored him. At this point, Lockhart and Snape turned to each other and bowed. Lockhart did many tricks with his hands, but Snape just shook his head impatiently. Then they held their wands to their chests like arrows. The students all fell silent and watched this scene nervously. It was like a group of people watching the duel between 2 masters at the top of the Forbidden City, fearing that the slightest noise would affect the 2 masters. As you can see, we hold our wands in the normal dueling posture, Lockhart told the hushed crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spell. Of course, none of us will use strong spells and harm the other person's life. I don't dare to bet. In response, Snape showed his teeth and smiled lowly. They both jerked their wands over their shoulders at the same time. 1, 2, 3. Snape recited the curse at lightning speed. Expelliarmus. Suddenly a dazzling red light flashed, and Lockhart was struck unsteadily. He flew backwards off the stage, crashed into the wall, then slid off and curled up on the floor. He was almost fooled. Didn't he agree that he is just a magic potion refining person? Why is he so strong? Malfoy and several other Slytherin students applauded. Hermione jumped up and down on tiptoe. Do you think he's okay? She screamed, covering her mouth with her fingers. Whatever, Harry and Ron said at the same time. Lockhart staggered to his feet, his hat falling off and his wavy curls standing on end. Looking at the doubtful looks of those young wizards, Lockhart realized that he had to regain control of the overall situation and correct his ugly appearance. So he rushed back to the stage, the remaining power of the spell making him dizzy and walking crookedly. Well, you see, it's a disarming charm. As you can see, I lost my wand. Thank you, Miss Brown. He got his wand back. He turned to Snape. Yes, Professor Snape, it's a great idea to show them this move. However, don't mind what I say. Your intention to do such a move just now was too obvious. I could have stopped you without any effort. But I think that in order to increase their knowledge, I might as well let them see. He is so shameless. Cyrus twitched the corner of his mouth. He dared to say that even though he was obviously inferior to others, Snape must be regretting that he just used Expelliarmus. Sure enough, Snape looked murderous. Lockhart probably noticed it, so he quickly said, This is the end of the demonstration. Now I will come among you and divide you into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you are willing to help me. They walked through the crowd and paired people up. Lockhart asked Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley to form a pair, but Snape walked in front of Harry and the others first. I think the dream team should be broken up, he said with a smile. Weasley, you can form a pair with Finnegan. And Potter, scoff. Harry subconsciously moved closer to Hermione. I don't think so, Snape said, with a cold smile on his face. Malfoy, come up here. Let's see what kind of person you can make the famous Potter into. Miss Granger, you can be paired with Miss Bursted. And as for you, Miss Ginny Weasley. The corners of his mouth turned up into an evil smile. Chapter 34, Levi Corpus. Second chapter of the day. Cyrus saw Malfoy walking over arrogantly, followed by a tall and round girl, who was obviously the Miss Pasteur that Snape was talking about. At the same time, he also saw Fred and George not far away hiding in the crowd and waving and cheering him up. Fred also tried his best to make lip syncs, telling him not to forget to teach the Slytherin students. As for you, Ginny Weasley, I think there is someone who would be willing to partner up with you. Snape sneered. Flint, here's your chance. He stepped aside half of his body, and then, a man stronger than a chimpanzee walked out with a cruel smile. The sounds in the hall suddenly became much quieter. Fred and George could no longer move their arms, as if they had been petrified by a basilisk. He finally went crazy. Ron couldn't bear it any longer and immediately spoke out his inner thoughts loudly. Snape immediately glared back with a fierce look, but this time Ron didn't give in at all. Isn't it crazy to ask a first-year student to go against a sixth-year? Not to mention that Marcus Flynn had been sneak-attacked by Ginny before, so he was obviously prepared this time. Professor, I think this is too unreasonable. Percy walked out with a frown and stopped in front of Cyrus. I can pair up with Flint. It is true that he is a good student, but this does not mean that he is willing to obey all the unreasonable demands of a professor. The students are right. Lockhart rubbed his palms and said carefully. He didn't dare to refute Snape's opinion now, but Snape's allocation was too outrageous. We hold the club to teach young wizards to have a certain ability to resist when facing danger, so instead of, I think Flint is capable of playing a danger. What do you think? Snape said with a smile. Or is it that Miss Weasley, who is good at sneak attacks, is now afraid to face his head-on? Others wanted to say something else, but were interrupted by Cyrus. Sure, why not? Cyrus nodded. I think Professor Snape is right about one thing. At least he looks like a very dangerous, brainless troll. It turns out, that's the kind of students that are getting a lot of care in the Slytherin house these days. It's a shame. These words immediately offended a lot of Slytherins. Malfoy, who was originally going to deal with Harry, wanted to cast a spell on Cyrus now. But the most annoyed person is of course Marcus Flynn himself. Just wait and see. He coldly walked to the side and positioned himself at an appropriate distance. The rest of the students dispersed. Even the little wizards who had already chosen their opponents did not start their own duel at this moment. Instead, they watched the competition with a huge disparity in strength. The Slytherins even crossed their arms to watch the joke. Snape also looked at Cyrus expectantly. He wanted to see the true form of Ginny Weasley. Last year Dumbledore asked him to pay attention to Quirrell, but Quirrell became Voldemort's puppet. It's not yet certain who the Ginny Weasley in front of him is. How could a first-year wizard resist his legitimacy? You shouldn't have agreed. Hermione pulled Cyrus' sleeve, and Ron and Harry were unwilling to leave. They each held their own wands, watching Marcus Flint warily to prevent him from sneaking up on Ginny. How about we go? There's no requirement to join the club. Hermione suggested. It's okay. What's there to be afraid of? Cyrus said nonchalantly. We're with you. Ron firmly held the broken wand with magic tape on it and took a deep breath. Huh? Don't cause trouble with your broken wand. Cyrus pushed Ron away and turned to Harry. Hey, Harry. Heh. You want to see the spell which Lockhart taught you? What? Harry was confused for a moment. When had this loser Lockhart ever taught him the secret? Watch me remove his bones. After saying that, Cyrus pushed Harry away, took out his wand, and stood in front of Flint. The Golden Trio wanted to follow, but Snape stopped them all with a flick of his sleeves. I think. Your opponents are all on the other side. Several people turned to look, and Malfoy showed a ferocious smile. Heh, I have learned some special moves. Okay. Lockhart's tangled features were almost twisted together. Hermione looked at him expectantly, hoping that he could stop this farce. But how could he dare to resist Snape now? Face your partner. Lockhart returned to the stage, shouting, Take a bow. Cyrus immediately stretched his right hand to the side and bent down gracefully. But Flint seemed to have no intention of bowing. This didn't make Cyrus happy. You should bow. I won't bow to a little kid like her. Marcus said contemptuously. The Slytherins laughed loudly, obviously very proud of what Marcus did, and they probably thought it was an insult to Gryffindor. You disappoint me. How can Slytherin can be so ungraceful? Take a bow. Etiquette is required. Cyrus said, raising the arm, holding the wand above his head, his wrist pointing down. A light emerged from the tip of his wand. Marcus, who was still laughing, suddenly felt his spine bend, as if someone was holding his shoulders hard. Those who were laughing immediately closed their mouths and looked at Cyrus with heart palpitations. Even Harry and the others felt a little frightened. They had probably never seen such a scary Ginny Weasley before. Enough. Cyrus almost bent Marcus's waist to 90 degrees. If Snape hadn't cast a spell to interrupt him, Marcus' face would have been pressed to the ground. Lockhart was afraid that something might happen again, so he quickly shouted before the angry Marcus could get even more angry. Raise your wand and get ready. When I count to 3, you'll cast a spell to disarm the opponent. Just disarm. We don't want anything to happen. 1, 2, 3 dash. But Marcus took action at the count of 2. He cast a fierce curse, but Cyrus dismissed it without even looking. He didn't give Marcus any more time to react and cast a spell without mercy. Levi Corpus. Marcus suddenly felt his ankle being pulled by a force, and then his body immediately turned over, and his whole body was hung on the gorgeous black velvet ceiling. Everyone in the auditorium was stunned, and Snape was awakened to some not-so-good memories. Now look, the golden bell falls to the ground. Libera Corpus. He pointed his wand, and Marcus immediately fell down with a snap. Ginny Weasley. H. How did you know this spell? Underscore. Chapter 35. Beating. Snape's eyes were gloomy and annoyed. Looking at Marcus when he was being hung upside down, he almost seemed to see himself. After Marcus' release, he strode up to Cyrus, his thin body wrapped in a black wizard robe, and looked down at Cyrus. Who taught you this magic, Ginny Weasley? The curse that Cyrus used just now was naturally the upside-down jinx Levi Corpus, invented by Snape. After this curse was accidentally leaked, it immediately became popular in Hogwarts, so much so that Snape was nearly killed by James Potter, humiliated with the magic he himself had invented. But after so many years, not many people still remember this jinx. But it just so happened that Cyrus knew the spell. Snape originally suspected that Ginny Weasley was possessed by Voldemort like Quirrell, but Voldemort was not interested in such boring tricks. Bill taught me that, Cyrus said immediately. When in doubt, I blame Bill for it. Anyway, Snape can't tell which pyramid in Egypt he is in now, and Bill went to school about 10 years later than Snape and the others. At that time, this spell was still popular in the school. Why didn't Bill teach me such a useful spell? Ron said extremely unbalancedly. Next time I will write a letter to scold him. William Arthur Weasley. Snape naturally had heard of this man who had won 12 OWL certificates. Since Cyrus said this, he had no way to tell whether it was true or false, so he had no choice but to give up. Marcus Flint looked at Snape. Professor, shut up. Snape gave Flint a hard look at this embarrassing display. His face was extremely ugly. It was conceivable that Marcus Flint would become a shame to the entire Slytherin from today on. Upon seeing this, Harry immediately became happy. As long as Snape was frustrated, he would be happy enough. Snape obviously noticed this and vented his anger on Harry. It seems that some people see others winning the game and think they can be just as lucky. His eyes first turned to look at Harry sideways, and then his expressionless face turned around. Humph. Harry, damn it. Why don't you find your own opponent? Do you think you can succeed if others succeed by luck? Malfoy. Draco first glanced at Marcus Flint with disdain, then confidently took a step forward. I'm here to meet you. Of course, it was impossible for Harry not to fight. The other students also recovered from the previous battle and began to face their opponents. As a result, the scene immediately became chaotic. Everyone was casting jinxes, and the duel between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw was relatively restrained, but Slytherin and Gryffindor could be said to be adding new hatred to old hatred. So how could they be merciful? Fred and George both found Slytherin's batter, and would also secretly act it. There are even people who want to take advantage of the chaos to attack Cyrus, so that this enemy who has embarrassed Slytherin will also suffer. Of course, Cyrus was not polite about this and hung them all from the roof. Stop. More than 10 minutes later, when Lockhart shouted in a sharp voice to ask the students to stop, the ceiling of the auditorium was already covered with a large row of figures. From a distance, it looked like it was covered with rows of green figures hanging like bacon. Snape was trembling all over, and he didn't know whether it was from cold or anger. In the end, he didn't say anything. He just cast a large-scale universal anti-curse, removing Malfoy who was under the pimple curse, and those who were under the dancing curse. Harry and the batch of dried snake strips on the roof were all put down. Oh Merlin! Oh Merlin! Lockhart jumped up and down in the crowd, looking at the aftermath of the duel. You stand up, Macmillan. Look out, Miss Fawcett. Pinch hard, the blood will come soon. Stop it, but he regrets it now, regrets it very much. Both eyes became sluggish as if they had lost hope. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I should never have agreed to Dumbledore from the beginning. If I had not agreed to Dumbledore, I would not have been a professor of defense against the dark arts. If I had not been a professor of defense against the dark arts, I would not have fallen into such a sad place. If I had not fallen into such a sad place, I would not have to face such a lot of troubles. After finally stopping the commotion, Lockhart stood in the center of the auditorium with a flustered expression. He glanced at Snape and saw the cold light in Snape's black eyes, and immediately looked away. I think I'd better teach you how to stop unfriendly magic. Please volunteer to come up as a couple, Longbottom and Finrelly. What do you think? He said it was voluntary, but he took the initiative to select 2 classmates who were not outstanding. At least this way, Even if he made trouble, he will also be capable of solving it. This is a bad idea, Professor Lockhart, said Snape, gliding across the stage like a large, vicious bat. Longbottom can wreak havoc even with the simplest of spells. That way, we will have to put Finglioli's remains in a matchbox and send it to the St. Mungos. Neville's round face immediately turned red, not because Snape said bad things about him, but because Snape had completely misremembered him and Seamus. At this time, Cyrus felt Snape's eyes sweep across his body first, and he immediately raised his eyebrows in return. He wanted to see if Snape dared him to go up and fight Malfoy. Snape's eyes scanned Cyrus and Harry, and it could be seen that he actually hoped that the person who was going to make a fool of himself at this moment was Harry. But when he thought of what Dumbledore had said to him not long ago, he still aimed his snake-like eyes at Cyrus. What about Ginny Weasley fights Marcus Flynn again? What? Although Lockhart had already planned to refuse no matter who Snape proposed, he was still shocked when Snape said these two names. I don't think this is appropriate. I hope you remember that Miss Weasley had just defeated him in a duel, and now he looks angry. Maybe he'll try to harm her. Lockhart said with a troubled face. Yes, quite outstanding, Snape said every word. But I think we can give the loser another chance, right? He looked at Lockhart. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised, making Lockhart feel terrified. Okay, great. Then Miss Weasley and Mr. Flint. Lockhart dared not disobey Snape and quickly pulled Cyrus to his side. Okay, Ginny, maybe he was not expecting you to suddenly use that. Jinx. But now, this is what you do when Flint points his wand at you. Lockhart raised his wand and waved it left and right, trying to conjure complicated tricks, but accidentally dropped it on the ground. If you can't give any good advice, please get out of the way, sir. Cyrus was tired of him and pushed him away with his hands. Will Ginny win again? Ron was very worried. Of course. Didn't you see how Ginny showed off her skills just now? And the professor just taught him a few tricks. Hermione said with confidence while arranging her messy hair. She still hasn't seen Lockhart's true face. If you mean dropping the wand on the ground, that's true, Ron said, unhappy. And he could see that Snape was the real one. Maybe he would teach Flynn a powerful spell? It's okay, Ron. We have to trust Ginny. Harry patted Ron's shoulder hard, and he still had an unreal feeling. For the first time, Snape was targeting someone else in front of him. Ron's guess was right. When Marcus Flint walked up to Snape, the gloomy big bat immediately stretched out its claws, grabbed him, and said semi-threateningly, I'm giving you another chance, Flint. I don't want to hear any more excuses. Snape said coldly. But on the other hand, if Ginny Weasley was as he suspected at this moment, Flint would never win. Yes, sir. I'll teach you a spell, Snape whispered in his ear. Marcus Flint strutted onto the duel platform. He looked at the petite Ginny, standing not far away. On one side was a little afraid after several defeats, and on the other side was the contempt for a first-year student. But no matter what, he was really nervous at the moment. Slytherin has made enough mockery of him. If he loses again, he will either transfer to another school or die. ___________. Chapter 36. Huge guy with a tiny PP. Marcus Flint stood on a high stage at the same time as Cyrus. The stage looked a bit like it was built with dining tables. Flint looked at his opponent warily while blushing with shame. The other party seemed so relaxed and at ease, not taking him seriously at all. He felt humiliated and embarrassed. But in fact, except for the Gryffindor students who were deliberately heckled, none of the other students felt that there was anything inappropriate about it. After all, a few minutes ago, the first-year student named Ginny Weasley turned a dozen Slytherin students into dried snakes and hung them from the ceiling of the auditorium. I'm going to teach you a lesson this time, Flint said in a serious tone. He really had no confidence, and he was sweating just looking at Cyrus's fingertips twirling the wand. I hope you can perform better after learning from Professor Snape. Otherwise, Slytherin's level will really disappoint me, Cyrus said nonchalantly. For a guy like Flint who has more brawn than brains, Tom Riddle could teach him a lesson at the level of a first-year curse. To be honest, it might be more dangerous for him to rush over with his fists while holding a wand. Come on, I'll give you a move, Cyrus said generously. You can cast the spell first, or you can do a sneak attack. His arrogant attitude made Flint grit his teeth, but the Slytherin gorilla did not refuse. He just tightened his grip on the wand and breathed hard. Don't be nervous, Marcus. You were just careless before. He kept telling himself in his mind. She's just a first-year wizard. You can't lose. Lockhart started again, but this time Flint didn't take the lead. He kept looking at Cyrus vigilantly, ready to defend at any time, fearing that the same spell he cast before would be deflected by Cyrus. What's wrong? You don't want to do anything. Cyrus felt a little ridiculous when he saw Flint's timid appearance. He originally looked like a gorilla, but now he looks more like a turtle with a shrunken head. He took a step forward, and Flint immediately couldn't help but take a step back. This embarrassing look made the Slytherin wizards couldn't help but curse. "What are you doing, Flint? A shame. Teach her a lesson. Quit Slytherin, you loser." Malfoy scolded the loudest. It was as if they were not the ones who were afraid of Ginny, as if they were the brave ones, and Marcus was the only cowardly loser. Marcus glared at him fiercely, and Malfoy immediately shrank his head and did not dare to speak. Now, the gorilla was finally forced to do something about it. He raised his wand. Cyrus was glad he remembered that he was a wizard and fired a stunner. Cyrus knew it was a coma spell because Marcus said it loudly. Flint hasn't mastered the secret of silent spells yet. That is, he can cast those small evil spells that are not on the table more smoothly. Cyrus didn't bother to put up a defense. He turned his head slightly to dodge the over-the-top attack. A duel is not as simple as standing around and firing magic spells. The battle with Marcus even made Cyrus find it very boring. He gave the opponent a few moves, or in other words, his intention to release the spell with Marcus was so obvious every time that Cyrus easily dodged it. This was too easy for him, but the audience in the auditorium were terrified. From their perspective, Ginny Weasley didn't fight back for some reason, but could only avoid Marcus' attacks. Every time Marcus's curse rubbed, Ginny's little body flying over, hitting the wall hard. "Ginny, fight back!" Ron yelled in fright. "Knock her down, Flint." The wizards of Slytherin were not to be outdone. Everyone in every house is very nervous. People in 3 houses are worried about Ginny, but the Slytherin students are looking forward to it, hoping that Flint can avenge his shame. Even Marcus Flint himself thought he had the upper hand. He shot out more and more curses and aggressively attacked while approaching, trying to put more pressure on Cyrus. Ginny Weasley? Just a small kid, he thought, feeling that he had a chance to win. Only Snape could see that Cyrus was at ease, and even at ease was a euphemism. She is not even taking him seriously, Snape thought. His eyes were very gloomy. A first-year freshman who has only been in school for half a semester can defeat a senior wizard. This is already a fantasy outcome. Not to mention that the difference in strength between the two people now is almost as big as clouds and mud. No need to think too much. There is definitely something wrong with Ginny Weasley. "You bore me terribly, Mr. Flint." On the stage, Cyrus was tired of this kind of childish playhouse battle. He flicked his wrist, and his wand made a whooshing sound in the air. Flint's powerful spell was actually shattered by Cyrus in front of him. In Cyrus's eyes, the seemingly powerful spell was just a useless firework. Marcus paused, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. The indomitable momentum just now was extinguished. Now holding the wand, he was stared at by Cyrus's eyes, and he actually felt fearful. Cyrus slowly picked up the wand and shot a powerful spell. The light of the curse instantly illuminated the astonished faces of the circle of young wizards surrounding the stage. They subconsciously closed their eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. "Protego!" Marcus Flint shouted urgently. Boom. Then a muffled sound was heard, as if a firecracker had exploded. The stage seemed to shake a few times. "What's the matter?" Ron asked timidly. Harry never moved his eyes. Flint blocked the spell. Flint was swaying on the stage, as if he was drunk, and his hands were numb, but he still blocked the spell. Flint breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least the curse could be blocked, right? But he didn't know that this was just the power that Cyrus used for dueling. What's more, a qualified Protego spell should not only block attacks, but also rebound the power of the spell. "How many times can you block it, Flint?" Cyrus asked teasingly. Marcus looked at the cute face of Ginny, but swallowed in fear, as if what he saw now was not a cute little girl, but a ferocious beast. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, but heard another, more terrifying sound coming from behind him. "Use the spell I taught you, Flint," Snape roared in his characteristic way of speaking. Flint was shocked and took another step in the direction of Cyrus. Instead of becoming braver, it felt like there were thorns growing on his back, forcing him to move forward. Serpensortia. The front end of his wand exploded, and a black snake sprang out of the wand, landed heavily on the ground, raised its body, opened its fangs, and started roaring. The little wizards surrounding the stage immediately jumped away in fear, their faces turning pale. Marcus watched the spell taught by Snape take effect and immediately looked at Cyrus with pride. Yet he could see no fear on Cyrus's face. In fact, Cyrus was looking at the little black snake he summoned. Compared with the basilisk, it is as small as a black snake, but it also grins. It doesn't look scary at all, but rather cute. "What's wrong, Flint? Don't tell me you plan to scare me with this thing." Cyrus chuckled. He controlled Parseltongue very well and would not say it without knowing it like Harry did. "Don't worry, big guy. Size doesn't matter every time. The little ones are cute too." Flint felt that he had been humiliated. Although he had been humiliated enough during this period, he still couldn't swallow this breath. Seeing Ginny's annoying look, he simply became heartbroken and cast another spell at the snake. This time it's a swelling spell. The black snake seemed to be inflated, and it immediately swelled. Its head almost reached the ceiling, and with a powerful sweep of its tail, Flint himself was knocked away first. The auditorium suddenly fell into chaos. The little wizards screamed and ran around like a pod of rats, only to bump into each other, while Lockhart's legs gave way and he fell to the ground. Chapter 37, Parseltongue. The auditorium was filled with the screams of the little wizards. Many students were frightened and fainted, and even Snape turned pale. Of course, Snape wasn't afraid of a snake that was looking like a big dragon. Being able to be affected by the expansion curse proves that the snake itself is not a magical animal and does not have much magic resistance. It only needs a magic spell to kill it. But now that there is such a huge commotion, what should the little wizards do if they are injured? He couldn't help but resent Flint, this useless idiot, who taught him to use the expansion spell on summoned objects. But at this moment, Flint had been knocked unconscious by the big snake he had conjured. Calm down. Snape had to add a spell to his voice so that it could reach the ears of every young wizard. This was probably the only time in his life that he spoke so loudly that Harry felt like his ears were filled with Snape's voice, which made him sick for a while. Ginny, run. Ron's face was full of panic. He, Percy, and the twins wanted to rush forward and pull Cyrus back, but the little wizards were all running away in every direction. Almost 1,000 people were crowded together like the offshore tide that took them farther away. Hermione was completely panicked. She didn't know what to do, and her mind went blank until Harry called for her. Send me there, Hermione. Harry's voice rang in her ears, and she glanced at him. What? Send me to Ginny. Harry shouted anxiously. Send you there. But how? Use the levitation charm on my clothes. Harry quickly came up with an idea. Okay, I get it. If Hermione had been calmer, she would have thought that instead of sending Harry there, it would be better to bring Ginny over directly. But now she couldn't think clearly and could only passively follow the instructions. Fortunately, she hasn't forgotten the spell yet. Wingardium Leviosa. As Hermione raised her wand, Harry immediately felt as if his clothes were caught on something and flew up with him. His field of vision suddenly became higher. He loved to see Hermione's panicked face and saw Ron, who was originally with them but was squeezed away. He tried desperately to get closer to Ginny but was tripped by Draco. George and Fred were mixed with Lee Jordan and Wood. Percy's physical strength was not very good. Harry only saw his face struggling and being drowned by the crowd. Harry quickly felt himself spinning, and then he was slammed onto the stage, between Ginny and the giant black snake. Harry, Potter, Cyrus and Snape made surprised sounds at the same time. Why are you here, Harry? Cyrus asked calmly. Harry wanted to speak, but his hand was sprained when he fell to the ground, and the pain made him gasp. Don't move. Harry, Weasley, let me do it. Snape took a step forward, his heart hanging, fearing that Harry and Cyrus' little move might offend the big snake. He didn't dare to directly cast a spell to kill it. Even if the poisonous snake was dead, it was still dangerous. Even if it only had one head, it could bite through a person's body with its fangs. But Harry felt that he could listen to the big snake's words. He can talk to snakes. He took a step forward without thinking much, his eyes looking directly at the black snake. Cyrus looked at Harry's little back and could see that Harry himself was actually very scared. But Ginny Weasley was his best friend's sister, so he could risk his life to save her. Of course, Cyrus didn't need his help. Harry, you don't need. But Harry had already opened his mouth and made a hoarse, terrifying sound. The great hall suddenly fell silent, which was much more effective than the amplifying spell Snape had used. The huge black snake suddenly became quiet, leaned over, and put its head on Harry's chest, looking so docile. It's okay, Ginny. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, reached out, and touched the black snake's head, and then turned his head. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. 1,000 people in the entire auditorium stared at him in horror. What's wrong? Harry looked confused. But before anyone could respond to him, Cyrus grabbed his wrist and jumped off the stage with him. What's wrong? Stop talking and leave. Ron rushed over quickly and grabbed Harry's other hand, and Hermione quickly followed. Wherever they passed, everyone quickly made way. They looked away from Harry almost as if they were seeing the snake itself. They were silent all the way until they rushed from the first floor to the tower and arrived at the empty Gryffindor common room. Ron then asked, You're a Parseltongue. Why didn't you tell us? What am I? Harry didn't understand, but he obviously realized something was wrong. Parseltongue. Cyrus pretended as if it was the first time he knew such a surprising thing. You can talk to snakes. I know, said Harry. I mean, This is the second time I've done it. One time at the zoo, I accidentally let a python out, and the python said something to my cousin and pounced on. Ugh, it's a long story. At that time, the python told me that it had never been to Brazil, so I unknowingly let it out. I didn't mean to. At that time, I didn't know that I was a wizard. You met a big python, and the big python tells you that it has never been to Brazil. Ron asked in a weak voice. What's the matter? Said Harry. I bet a lot of people here can do that. You're wrong, Harry. Cyrus shook his head. There are very few people who understand the language of snakes. Very few, and very poorly. Why are you guys making it a big scene? Harry asked. If I hadn't told the snake to quiet down, it might have attacked you. Oh, that's what you said to him. What do you mean? You were there. You heard me. We couldn't understand. I heard you speaking in parcel tongue, the language of snakes. It could have been anything you said. It sounded like you were egging on the snake. It was creepy, you know? Cyrus said. He certainly has this ability, but unlike Harry, he has more control over parcel tongue. Of course, I know you would never harm anyone, but the students, they don't think so. Ron said. Harry stared at him dumbfounded. I spoke another language? But I didn't realize. How could I speak another language and not know it? Ron shook his head. Both he and Hermione looked heavy-hearted, as if someone had died. Harry didn't understand what could be so terrible. But even if this is the case, so what? You believe me, this is enough. You know that I intend to save you, right? He said to Cyrus. In this case, why does it matter if I can talk to snakes? Wasn't that a good thing? It's very important. Hermione finally lowered her voice, because Salazar Slytherin is famous for being able to talk to snakes. Therefore, the symbol of the Slytherin school is a snake. Harry's mouth dropped open. That's right, Cyrus said. Now, everyone in the school will think that you are a descendant of Slytherin, maybe his great-great-great-grandson or something, and being a descendant of Slytherin, they will think that you are the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. But I'm not, Harry said. He had a panicked expression. You'll find this hard to prove, said Hermione. He lived about 1,000 years ago. From all we know, it's likely that you are his descendant. Not to mention, Cyrus looked into Harry's eyes and pursed his lips. Not to mention, rumors never require your consent. Harry was immediately struck by a silent force. _____________. Chapter 38. Shower together? ____________. The four of them were silent for a while. Harry was upset. Cyrus slowly walked to the window. At this time, it started to snow outside the window. Cyrus was also thinking about something, and for a while, there was only the sound of firewood burning in the lounge. It wasn't long before Harry and Ron went back upstairs to rest. Ron was probably worried that the dual club members would come back after a while. To be honest, Harry didn't know what to do if something like this happened. Escape seemed to be the easiest option. Cyrus and Hermione were the only ones left in the common room. The little witch picked up the book and read for a while, feeling a little sleepy. Shall we go and rest too? Hermione said to Cyrus. But how about taking a bath first? It's a bit cold. Cyrus. Okay. There are many bathrooms in Hogwarts where you can take a bath. In fact, there are bathhouses in the dormitories. It's just that, unlike a luxurious place like the prefect's bathroom, the dormitory's bathhouse is just a public bathhouse separated from men and women. Cyrus was using Ginny's body, so naturally, he could only enter the women's bathhouse. It wasn't cold at all in the bathhouse. After the shower was turned on, warm water flowed down. Of course, Hogwarts does not have solar energy or water heaters, but water can be heated using magic. The bathroom was filled with mist. Cyrus sat on a small table, and Hermione carefully washed her fluffy hair. Ginny, could you rub my back? I can't reach it. Of course, Cyrus said calmly. He is not a Lolita fan, and he has no interest in Hermione, a little girl, for the time being. Early the next morning, Cyrus walked down with Ginny's body, which seemed to be much more energetic, and found Harry sitting next to the burning fireplace without saying a word. Ron and Hermione are playing wizard chess. What's wrong with you? Didn't you go to class? There is only herbal medicine class today, and it has been cancelled. Ron turned around. It's snowing, and Professor Sprout needs to put socks and a scarf on Mandrick. Then Hermione whispered in Cyrus's ear. It's quite difficult for Harry. You know what happened yesterday? Everyone is now avoiding him. I think I can help explain it to them. Cyrus thought for a while and said, but Harry had already stood up from the sofa. No, thank you. I don't care what they think of me. As long as you guys believe in me, that's enough. Where are you going? Ron saw Cyrus and Harry walking out together. He remembered that Ginny's class today seemed to be in the afternoon. To eat breakfast. I'm going to get some air. Cyrus and Harry left the lounge together. Sure enough, there was a snowstorm outside the castle. Thick, gray snowflakes were dancing in the sky, sealing every window. The castle was much darker than usual during the day. Don't worry too much, Harry. I believe they will understand soon that you would not do such a thing. Everyone knows that you are an upright person. Cyrus comforted. Thank you, Ginny. Harry smiled reluctantly. He didn't have much hope for this. Just like Ginny said yesterday, those people don't care what the truth is. They just need a rumor. With so many things going on, students just need an outlet for their emotions. It doesn't matter if it's him or not, and it's better to be him. He was the famous Harry Potter, after all. It is always extremely satisfying to associate a famous person with those bad rumors. It's as if just discussing some controversies makes some students look more awake than others. The two people did not go together, but soon separated. Cyrus did not go to the hall to eat, but turned around and went to the bathroom. The attack must continue. The attack is not for the attack itself, but only by creating panic will the events in Hogwarts receive attention, and only in this way can Cyrus find a way to temporarily drive Dumbledore out of school. Otherwise, even if he is resurrected, he will not be Dumbledore's opponent. Soon, he came out of the bathroom alone. At this moment, the basilisk was already walking through the pipe. Cyrus walked the corridors, looking for his next target. It was snowing heavily outside. Thick, gray snowflakes were floating in the air, and the corridor was filled with wind. He quickly found a target in Justin Finch-Fletchley, a second-year Hufflepuff wizard from the Muggle world. He looked like he was going to the kitchen to get some extra stoves, along with a friend of his. Cyrus didn't know him, but that didn't matter. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and followed them. Ernie, do you think Harry Potter is really the heir of Slytherin? Justin asked his companion as he walked. To be honest, I only knew about the Parseltongue you were talking about yesterday. I couldn't believe that there was such a thing. I think him being the heir is almost true, since that's the exclusive ability of dark wizards. Ernie said confidently. And you saw it. He was so scary when he talked to that snake yesterday. Maybe you're right. Justin nodded seriously. Cyrus had already walked to their side. He took out his wand and waved it near Justin's temple. Justin's eyes immediately became wandering, as if his soul had been taken away by Cyrus. He stopped. What's wrong? Ernie asked strangely. Nothing. I remembered that I have something to do, and I have to go back first. Can you get me a cup of hot pumpkin juice? Justin said numbly under Cyrus' control. Ernie, being a young kid, had no doubts about something being wrong. Then you have to be careful on the road. I remember you told Harry that you were born as a Muggle, right? Yeah, I will be careful. Cyrus controls Justin and leaves. Fortunately, due to the weather, there were very few people in the corridor today. It was too cold, and it was still snowing. If the snow stopped, there would be many people hanging out. He took Justin to search for traces of ghosts in the castle and soon met the nearly headless Nick, who was wandering in a dark corridor. Then, he lifted the Imperius curse from Justin. The confused wizard hadn't figured out what was going on and looked around blankly. Why am I here? Justin murmured. Why are you here? You look really confused. Didn't you come here by yourself? Nick tilted his head. His head almost fell off and said with confusion, Are you the Gryffindor ghost? What are you doing here? Nothing, just solving problems. Nick said sadly. Also, I found that the window here was open. I wanted to close it for you students, but then I remembered that I was dead and was a ghost. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed an expression of extreme fear on Justin's face, and then he fell straight down as if he was frightened out of his body. What? Even though I am a ghost, am I so scary? Nick looked ridiculous. I remember that I had made an appearance in your year when you little wizards first entered school. Haven't you present? He turned his head with a strange expression. Ah, now he knew why Justin was so scared. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 39, Marauder's Map. Justin was petrified. Also petrified was Nick, who was almost headless. A terrifying attacker. Even the dead Nick was not an exception. What's worse is that Harry once again, coincidentally, appeared at the scene of the crime, and he was caught red-handed. Now, he was taken to Dumbledore's office by Professor McGonagall. Cyrus bit into a piece of bread and squeezed into the crowd, pretending to be completely unaware of the commotion. You came just in time, Ginny. Ron saw Ginny, as if he had seen a savior. From the looks in his and Hermione's eyes, it was easy to see that they were expecting Cyrus to give some useful information. Ginny, you and Harry went out together. Did you find anything? Ron asked eagerly. No, what happened? I went directly to the restaurant. Hearing this, Ron immediately showed a disappointed expression. Hermione then explained what Cyrus already knew best. If we didn't know Harry's personality from the start, maybe even we would think he was the murderer. George, Harry Potter really is the heir of Slytherin. Fred shook his head with a smile and looked at his brother. George was just as ridiculous as he was, but they thought it was funny. The most evil wizard in the world, Harry Potter, is a Gryffindor, and is still the heir of Slytherin. Now we have defeated all the Slytherins. George said cheerfully. What a pity. There are always so many people, and the timing is also worse. Otherwise we can find out who the attacker is, Fred said to George in a low tone which no one heard, except Cyrus. George and Fred's words immediately made Cyrus think twice. The Marauder's Map. This God's Perspective map, which can be called an artifact, is perfect for finding criminals. However, in order to prevent the map from being revealed, the twins naturally could not take out the map and look at it all the time. But what if? What if the next time I plan to attack someone, they happen to take out a map? Cyrus can't guarantee that the trajectory of everything now will be exactly the same as in the original work. And now that Dumbledore was doubting himself, the map could always come in handy if he planned to escape from Hogwarts. Even just confirming Dumbledore's location would add a lot of insurance to him. So, he immediately walked towards the twins and pulled them aside. What, Ginny? I always feel like she has bad intentions. I am your sister. What bad thoughts can I have? Cyrus said with an innocent face. Let me ask you, how did I behave last night? Did I deal with Slytherin hard? Wasn't that fun? That's true. You satisfy your brothers. Fred and George immediately sang in harmony, recalling Slytherin's performance in the duel club yesterday, and said happily, I think they will not be able to hold their heads up for at least this year. A whole year? I dare say they will suffer as long as Ginny is at Hogwarts. Since I performed so well, can you do me a favor? Cyrus showed them a toothy smile, and now he was finally about to reveal his dagger. It's just that the twins were not fooled at all. What does your taking care of Slytherin have to do with us? Fred knew without even thinking that his sister was going to make some embarrassing demands. In the final analysis, that gorilla, Marcus Flint, wanted to deal with you to avenge himself and his face because of your previous curse. That's right. Even if you think a little further back, you had done it for Ron. So you should ask Ron for help. George said immediately. But you asked me to be cruel to the Slytherin students before the duel club started. And Cyrus secretly glanced back at Ron. Do you really think Ron can help? The two brothers also subconsciously looked at the stupid Ron, and for a moment they felt that Cyrus' words could not be refuted. Okay, we are convinced by you. Especially the second half of the sentence. The two asked in unison. Okay, let's see what help our dear sister wants. Do you still remember when you saved me on the first day of school? You mean the secret passage? Fred pretended to be stupid. No. Ginny raised her voice, but she was worried that others would hear the conversation, so she lowered her voice again. I mean your method of not seeing others, but knowing where they are. Maybe you can use it to find the real person. The murderer. It seems that our sister is eyeing the secret of our success, George. I'm not surprised at all, but no. George said immediately. In fact, what Cyrus said coincided with their original idea, and they had actually thought of trying it. It's impossible to succeed, Ginny. No one knows when the successor will launch an attack. You can't stare at the map forever. You have to give it a try, Cyrus said. Now that so many victims have appeared, and Harry has been wrongfully accused, we can't let the murderer continue to be rampant. Give it to me, or I will tell Dumbledore about you guys having a secret that can find the murderer. Hearing this, Fred and George looked very hurt. Did you hear that? Our good sister is threatening us. I heard Fred, there's nothing wrong with my ears. George immediately responded with a look of sorrow on his face. Get it out quickly if you don't want Dumbledore or the others to know. No, we'd rather let Dumbledore know. Cyrus didn't expect that even for this reason, they were still unwilling to take out the map. This made him very confused. Why? When I find the murderer, I will return the map to you. No, this is too dangerous, Ginny. We don't want to hear about you being petrified. Dumbledore said that this kind of petrification spell must be cast by someone who is proficient in dark magic, and you are only in the first year. Although the twins may seem a bit heartless, in fact, they still care about their little sister very much. I'm better than both of you, Cyrus said with a straight face. And you think I will be safe after defeating and humiliating those Slytherin students? You can make fun, but we all know Harry is innocent. What if the heir really comes from Slytherin? Then he must hate me very much. But you're a pureblood. Fred was shaken. I am. But there is no evidence that that person will not attack purebloods, right? The writing on the wall says those who are enemies of the successor, be cautious, not mudbloods, be cautious. Cyrus said the two of them were unable to refute. If I can know the location of others in advance, maybe I can know who is going to attack me, right? It makes sense. Okay, the two men hesitated for a while, but finally thought that what Cyrus said was right. It is easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Give it to her. Anyway, we are almost done with it. George also nodded. They then led Cyrus outside the common room. The snowstorm continued, and it was so cold outside that almost no one was still outside. But just in case, the two of them found an empty classroom and locked the door. Then Fred took out a square piece of paper from his robe. To be honest, I'm quite reluctant to part with it. That's right. I think back then, we were only in the first grade, young, carefree, and innocent, George said. Cyrus smiled immediately. Ah, more innocent than now. We had a bit of trouble with Filch back then, Fred said. So he pulled us into his office and started threatening us with his usual threats, George completed. And we couldn't help but take aim at one of his filing cabinet drawers, which was marked confiscated items, highly dangerous. Hey, what would you do if it were you? Fred said, looking at smiling Ginny. George threw another dung bomb to distract him. I immediately opened the drawer and caught this. It's not as bad as it sounds, you know, said George. We reckon Filch never figured out how to use it, but he probably guessed what it was, or he wouldn't have confiscated it. Do you know how to use it? Ginny asked. Oh, I know, Fred said with a proud smile. This little baby has taught us more than all the teachers in the school. He pulled out his wand, tapped the parchment, and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. In an instant, thin lines of ink spread like a spider web from where the tip of George's wand touched, connecting, crisscrossing, and extending to every corner of the parchment. Then words appeared on the top, green, large floral letters. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Gentlemen who are here to help magical mischief makers. Introducing Marauder's Map. The map showed all the details of Hogwarts castle and grounds. But what was most unusual was that there were many small black dots moving across the map, each with a name in tiny font. In addition to marking everyone's location, it also marked many secret passages. The one we went to last time was the one leading to Hogsmeade. But we were worried about you running out alone, so we lied to you about the secret passages inside, saying it was blocked. But now, we have to admit that you are really capable. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. George patted the title of the map and sighed. Thanks to them. What a noble man, working tirelessly to help a new generation of disciplinary students, Fred said solemnly. Yes, George agreed briskly. Don't forget to dispel it after use, Otherwise everyone can see it, Fred warned. Just tap it again and say, mischief managed, and it becomes a blank sheet of paper again. Okay, now little Ginny, said Fred, imitating Percy in a weird voice. Just take care of yourself. After Cyrus took the parchment, he immediately put on the same solemn expression. Thank you. I will return it to you when I'm done using it. Underscore. Chapter 40. Transformation. After getting the Marauder's Map, Cyrus couldn't help but study it. It was something developed by a few students, but the effect was unexpectedly powerful. Cyrus couldn't help but lament that the students during the war years were just different. Let's look at what the students at Hogwarts are busy doing right now. As a role model, the prefect is actually in love, and he's still banging in the women's restroom. It's you, Percy. Cyrus stood at the door of the bathroom on the 3rd floor. He originally just wanted to see how the polyjuice potion was being refined, but now he narrowed his eyes when he saw a man and a woman appearing in the women's bathroom. Ginny. Percy blushed, and his hands bounced off Penelope's arms as if they were electrocuted. Why are you here? Me? Using the restroom, you? Cyrus took a step back, turned to look at the sign outside the restroom, and after confirming again that this was the women's restroom, he looked nonchalantly at the two lovers who had no future. P.S. Professional cockblocker. Doing such things in the women's bathroom? I really don't understand you. It's not like Hogwarts doesn't allow love, so why are you doing this secretly? As she said that, she looked at Penelope again. I am Penelope Clearwater. I'm from Ravenclaw. Hello, Ginny. Penelope was no better than Percy. Her face was as red as a dyed one, and when she spoke her lips were trembling. Hello, Miss Penelope Clearwater. Cyrus also greeted him. He just wanted to keep the two lovers away from the Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on this floor to avoid accidents at some critical moment. Listen to me, Ginny. Percy seemed to have recovered from his nervousness and spoke immediately. Can you please keep it secret? Cyrus asked. The couple nodded immediately. You know, if George and Fred found out, Percy felt horrified just thinking about that scene. They will definitely write a letter to their mother, and then hang countless banners in every corner of the school, saying, congratulations to Percy, the model student, for finding a girlfriend. Or worse. Yes, I will shut my mouth, but I suggest you change this place. Cyrus said, it's really a bad idea to hide in the women's bathroom, and especially this one. Don't you know that Ron often comes here? If he knew, then almost the whole school would we all know it. Hearing this, Percy's expression turned a little darker. Thank you, Ginny. Let's go first. The two lovebirds ran away quickly as if they were fleeing. Cyrus also heard Percy complaining to Penelope. See, like I said, it's not safe to choose that place. We were discovered the first time we came there. Then find one yourself. Penelope's voice sounded a little annoyed. I just came over and saw Percy and the Ravenclaw prefect walking from here. Were you not discovered? Ron rushed into the toilet and immediately looked at Cyrus nervously. I was discovered, but what's so weird about me being in the women's room? Cyrus asked. As long as the polyjuice potion is fine. Hermione pushed open the last compartment of the toilet, and the potion in the cauldron was almost ready. Now we just need to add a little bit of Slytherin student's hair. It's best to use Goyle and Crabbe. She turned to look at Harry and Ron. It's true, but what about you? Harry asked. I already have mine. Hermione said happily, taking out a small bottle from her pocket and showing them a piece of hair inside. Remember when Millicent wrestled with me in the dueling club? She left this on my dress while she was choking me. She's gone home for Christmas. All I have to say to the Slytherins is that I've decided to come back. I have some too. Cyrus also took out a few hairs. Okay. Ron and Harry had no choice but to get Goyle and Crabbe's hair. By the way, Ginny, I'll go to the laundry room and steal some clothes. You keep stirring the potion, Hermione said and rushed out. Cyrus had no choice but to continue stirring the crucible. Now black smoke began to rise from the crucible, and the whole compartment was filled with smoke. You can't even see anything inside the toilet cubicle. Fortunately, it wasn't smoking when Percy came over, otherwise this would have been discovered. After a while, Hermione returned with several cups and 4 sets of clothes, followed closely by Harry and Ron. Hermione poured the bubbling potion of the cauldron into a cup, and then added Millicent's hair. The potion made a loud noise, like a pot of boiling water, and foamed vigorously. After a second, it turned into an ugly yellow color. Oh, the essence of Millicent, said Ron, looking at it with distaste. I suppose it tastes bad. Okay, add yours, Hermione said. Harry put Goyle's hair into the middle cup, and Ron put Crabbe's hair into the last cup. Both glasses sizzled and bubbled. Goyle's turned the color of a tank, Crabbe's a dark brown. Cyrus also put the small handful of white hair in his hand into the potion. In an instant, the potion turned into a color between black and white, but not gray. It kinda looks twisted like. Cyrus was about to give up drinking the compound potion for a moment. He should have taken a risk and used body transformation. Wait a minute, said Harry. We'd better not all drink here. Once we become Crabbe and Goyle, there won't be space in here. Millicent is not a dainty person either. That makes sense, Ron said, opening the door. Let's each occupy a private room. Cyrus chose a cubicle that was a little off. He originally wanted to simply pour the potion, but in order to achieve a perfect deformation using the human body transfiguration technique, one must have a considerable understanding of the details of the object being transformed. The other person's height and weight, body proportions, details of facial features. But he was not so impressed by Malfoy. Yes, Cyrus planned to become Malfoy. This was something he had decided before. On the Thursday when he stole the potion, he took a handful of Malfoy's hair. So, he raised his head and drank the compound potion. Surprisingly, it was not unpleasant to drink, but it had a very awkward taste, like a mixture of sweet and bitter, a little sour and a little spicy at the same time. But no matter what, he had already drunk the potion. The compound potion immediately begins to take effect. He felt like something alive was burrowing under Ginny's skin, and it was constantly surging. It was like a snake was swimming under the skin, tearing open the connection between the skin and flesh, and eating her flesh. But the pain is fleeting. The next moment, Cyrus saw platinum bangs on his head through the eyes that looked like Draco's. Chapter 41. Ginny lost the diary? After a while, he heard the two best friends, Harry and Ron, communicating outside. Then, they knocked on the door of the compartment where Cyrus and Hermione were respectively. Hurry up, we have to go. A sharp voice answered him. I really don't want to come out. You can go on your own. Hermione, we know Millicent is ugly, and no one will know it's you. No, really no, I don't think I can come. You two hurry up, you are wasting your time. Harry looked at Ron with a confused expression that looked more like Goyle's. Well, at least we still have Ginny, Malfoy. Ron's final voice was still stuck in his throat, and he saw a figure that almost scared him to death. Why is Draco Malfoy here? Plan exposed already. Ron thought, making a grim expression. However, Harry soon discovered that the Malfoy in front of him was wearing a Gryffindor school uniform. Are you Ginny? Cyrus nodded. At this moment, Ron also reacted. He looked at Ginny with a ridiculous face. He couldn't believe that Ginny, who had been very reliable since the beginning of school until now, actually fell off the chain. But how can you stand up to it? From all those other Slytherins you settled for Malfoy's face. You're right. That's why I can't go. Cyrus pretended to be helpless with Malfoy's face, which made Harry want to punch him twice. Yeah, just hide that face like Hermione, and ugh, don't make that kind of expression, Ron said. Sorry, Ginny, you look really annoying, Harry commented. Thank you. You look stupid too. The time is almost up. The potion prepared by Hermione will not be effective for a long time. You guys must hurry up. Cyrus rolled his eyes and said immediately. After sending the two guys away, Cyrus said, Hermione, wait for me here. I think I can use Malfoy's appearance to go somewhere else to get some information. Okay, go ahead. Hermione wished Ginny would leave quickly. Cyrus didn't intend to change his clothes. With a touch of the wand, his robe turned green. Then, he walked out quickly and headed towards the owl loft without hesitation. He took out the map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Many traces immediately appeared on the blank parchment. Dumbledore is in the headmaster's office, and the other professors are also in their respective offices. There is someone in the owl shed, Malfoy. Why is he in the owl shed? Very good, let's leave. Cyrus was startled, but he found that Malfoy did not stay there for long and left immediately. He immediately cast a disillusionment charm on himself and walked towards the path where Malfoy went downstairs. Malfoy lowered his head and read a letter while walking. It was probably a gift sent to him by Narcissa or Lucius. Usually, these would be sent directly to his dormitory by the house elves, but it may be due to the recent situation in the Malfoy family. More special, Arthur Weasley is trying to deal with them. After reading the letter, he opened another newspaper, and Malfoy's face immediately became happy. Cyrus glanced over and noticed that it was reporting that Ron and Harry had driven to school, for which Arthur Weasley had been punished. Apparently, Lucius was putting a little pressure on this too, so that Mr. Weasley didn't have the energy to cause trouble for him. After missing out on Malfoy, Cyrus continued walking upstairs and soon reached the tower. There are very few owls in the tower. Almost all of them are public owls raised by the school. Cyrus took out the letter he had prepared in advance, found Draco Malfoy's owl, and released it. The owl did not realize that the man in front of him was not its real owner. Seeing the owl spreading its wings in the snow, Cyrus couldn't help but curl up his lips. Now, it's time to kick Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. Did you find out the secret? Cyrus met Harry and Ron at the door of the bathroom. The two of them had almost completely transformed back. Their large robes made them look very funny. Malfoy is not the heir. So our work was in vain? Cyrus asked. Fortunately, it's not a complete waste of time, Ron gasped, turning around and closing the bathroom door. I know we still haven't figured out who launched these attacks, but I'm going to write to Dad tomorrow and ask him to go and search under the Malfoy living room. Ron knocked hard on the door of Hermione's room. Hermione, come out. We have a lot to tell you. Go away. Hermione piped up. What happened? Ron said. You must have returned to normal now, Weeping Myrtle suddenly appeared from the crack in the door of the single room. She looked very happy as if she had met some huge happy event. Oh, wait and see, Myrtle said. It's terrible. They heard the door lock slide open and Hermione emerged, sobbing, her face covered in black hair, her eyes turned yellow, and two long pointed ears sticking out of her hair. I made a mistake. That was a piece of cat hair, she cried miserably. And Millicent must have a cat. But this potion is not used to transform into animals. So I became like this. What bad luck, said Ron. But the corners of his mouth were raised as if he had awakened some strange XP. You'll be teased to no end, Myrtle said happily. It's okay, Hermione. Cyrus also felt that Hermione looked very cute like this. There were not many Furies alive, but seeing that Hermione was so sad, he still gave an opinion. We will send you to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey never asks. It took them a while to persuade Hermione to leave the bathroom. Moaning Myrtle laughed gleefully and loudly, causing them to quicken their pace. Just wait. Everyone will find out that you have a tail. Don't worry, Hermione. There are too many precedents like you. It can be cured, as long as you are not handed over to Lockhart, Cyrus said, almost making Ron laugh. After sending Hermione to the school hospital, Cyrus planned to return her body to Ginny first. During this period of intense possession, Ginny's physical condition became a bit worse. It would be best to let her go during the Christmas holiday and get some peace of mind. Cyrus picked a few things to tell Ginny so that she wouldn't reveal them. So, Malfoy is not the heir, and our clues are broken again. Ginny summarized the progress of Mr. Riddle during this period. It can be said that her work was almost in vain. It's not all in vain. At least Ron discovered some flaws in the Malfoy family, and I discovered that your brother Percy was in an embarrassing posture with the prefect of Ravenclaw in the girls' bathroom. So, don't worry, I believe things will get better. Cyrus comforted her. However, the accident still happened. When the Christmas holiday was over, Cyrus suddenly found that he could no longer contact Ginny. Underscore, 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 underscore. Chapter 42. Secrets that have been told. Is this what my father said? The thing that can help me open the secret room? Draco picked up the diary and read it from different angles, but didn't find anything strange about it. And this diary looks like something from the Muggle world. This made Draco Malfoy feel a little disgusted, and he even felt that he could no longer keep the two fingers holding the corner of the book. However, in order to become the heir of Slytherin, Malfoy was still determined to endure this dirty and stench, but in the end, he didn't even know how to use the diary. Reveal yourself quickly. The diary didn't change at all. What the hell? Dad asked me to be more respectful to the owner of the diary. He opened the cover and looked at the only handwriting on the cover with disdain, Tom Riddle. As soon as he heard it, he knew he was not a pureblood wizard. I just hope he's at least a half-blood. If it's another mudblood, then I can't stand it. The thought of Hermione Granger made him sick. Let's write something. He spread the diary on the table, picked up a very expensive-looking quill, dipped some ink, and wrote in the diary. Show me your secret. Ginny, what secret do you have? The four Weasley brothers surrounded Ginny, and Harry and Hermione also blocked Ginny's retreat. After this morning's classes ended, someone found out that Ginny's dormitory had been robbed. The thief was probably looking for something and turned her room into a mess. After Ginny came back, she kept rummaging through the mess and repeated in despair, "It's gone." They all wanted to know what it was that Ginny and the thief valued so much. Except for the twins. The two of them were very nervous now. What was important to Ginny? The Marauder's map. Fred and George looked at each other with unpleasant expressions on their faces. Fred asked heartbrokenly, "Is it really lost?" Ginny just nodded mechanically. "What on earth are you talking about?" Ron and Percy were a little annoyed by these secret inner circle talks. But obviously, neither Ginny nor the Geminis could tell their own secrets. So they can only speak vaguely. It's the only hope for catching the heir. George sighed and said, "Without it, maybe we really can't find the culprit." This actually made Ginny look at the two of them strangely. Do George and Fred know about Mr. Riddle? Cyrus had never told Ginny about the Marauder's map. At this time, Ginny thought the twins were talking about Riddle's diary. In her opinion, Mr. Riddle must have some clues, so it was stolen by the heir of Slytherin. From this perspective, it is very reasonable to describe the diary as the hope of catching the murderer. In this case, we should tell the professors about this. Hermione and Percy both agreed that the professors should catch the thief. But this proposal was immediately opposed by three people. No, X3. Ginny, Fred, and George immediately shook their heads. Fred and George thought, if the Marauder's map falls into the hands of professors, will those students who attempt to violate discipline have a future? While Ginny thought, if the diary falls into the hands of the professors, will there be a future for me and Mr. Riddle? Absolutely not, X3. What are you three hiding from me? Percy frowned. He suspected that the twins were messing around with Ginny. Maybe what was stolen was not something important at all, but something they planned to use as a prop for their pranks. I advise you not to lead Ginny astray, otherwise I will tell Mother. No dash. Ginny's reaction was even bigger than that of the twins. Her mother always felt very sorry for her. If her mother found out about this, there would definitely be a big fuss. In that case, Mr. Riddle will. Percy must be stopped. She remembered what Cyrus told her about Percy's little secret, so she immediately threatened. You can't tell anyone, Percy, or I'll spill your secret. Hey. Percy immediately blushed and fell silent. The rest of the people looked at each other, eager to know what the secret was, which made Percy, who had always been rigid, give in. In this regard, Percy could only use his brother's dignity and drive them away one by one. Now, Ginny's side is peaceful, but she was still unhappy. She was hesitating whether to tell Dumbledore about the diary. However, if her mother found out, the diary might be destroyed. But the diary falling into the wrong hands is also not a good thing. Not long after, Ron, Harry, and Hermione sneaked around again. Listen to me. Ginny, what exactly are you missing? Harry looked at her seriously. If this is really important, you can tell us, and we can help you. Yes, Ron and Hermione also nodded vigorously. But Ginny still hesitated to speak. You don't trust us. Ron was a little impatient. I can't believe it, Ginny. We can say that we share weal and woe. You forgot how we drank such a nasty polyjuice potion to investigate Malfoy. Asterisk psi asterisk Ginny. We broke almost several laws together. Hundreds of school rules. Still, you don't believe in us. Ginny wanted to say that the person acting with them was actually Mr. Riddle, but from another perspective, at least the three of them were indeed trustworthy. Please, Ginny, we need your help. If we can't find the real heir, Harry will always be wronged, and we don't want to see him enter Azkaban unjustly. With the pairs of eyes watching her, mainly Hermione and Harry, Ginny finally made up her mind. Hermione has a very smart mind and may really be able to help. If she had to find the diary by herself, there would be no way to start. Why, you must promise not to tell anyone. Ginny looked at them seriously. I promise. Ron was the first to blurt out, without seeming to be sincere at all. Swear first. The three little ones just looked at each other and made an oath, but it was not bound by any magic. Let's go to a place where no one is around first, Ginny said. In fact, there is no one in the common room now, but this place is too public. She took Harry and others to an abandoned secret room, and the three little wizards were stunned along the way. Hogwarts actually has a place like this. You can finally say it now, right? Ron put his hands on his hips. The stolen thing was a diary. Ginny finally said, Diary? But what about a diary? Harry and Hermione were both very puzzled. That diary is different. It's Mr. Riddle's diary. Riddle, Ron shouted. Tom Riddle. __________________. Chapter 43. Am I really a genius? Wait, stop. Wait a minute. Harry looked at Ron suspiciously, as if he was asking when the other person met another man behind his back. So you know this Tom Riddle? I should know. It's better to say that I will never forget this name until I die. Ron felt annoyed when he thought about it. Remember when we fought with Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch? That's when I cast a hex on Malfoy. To yourself, Hermione interrupted, reminding that the spell had backfired. It does not matter, Ron retorted. Then please tell me what's important. I was about to say that, Ron said. Then Professor McGonagall sent me to work for Filch, and then I spent the whole night in the metal room polishing Tom Riddle's trophy. Moral Award, Outstanding Student Award, Special Contribution Award. Especially this Special Contribution Award. It is a very big piece, and I spent more than half an hour cleaning it. Fortunately, the reason for the award was not written on it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have finished cleaning it till the next day. Harry and Hermione were still surprised at the coincidence, and Ginny said something else that surprised them. Mr. Riddle won the award because he caught the last person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago. What? The three people immediately stood up and looked at Ginny with wide eyes. They had never felt that they were so close to the truth at any time. Who was it? In the small secret room, the three breathing sounds suddenly became rapid. However, Ginny shook her head. Mr. Riddle didn't tell me. Hearing this, the three of them sat back on the dusty floor in frustration, but at this time, Harry caught the blind spot. Mr. Riddle didn't tell you? What do you mean he didn't tell you? Because the diary has thoughts. Mr. Riddle put his memories in the diary. I have been communicating with him since last semester. Later, after the Chamber of Secrets was opened again, he said that he would search and find the culprit again. And now the diary has been stolen. Mr. Riddle must have discovered something, so he was targeted by the heir. Ginny started to cry as she spoke. Hermione believed that she had been surprised by enough things till now, and no matter what she heard from Ginny, she would not be more surprised. But now she knows she was wrong. Ron's face was full of surprise and fear. You? How dare you talk to a thinking thing? What if it curses you? Mr. Riddle doesn't do that, Ginny said angrily. She knew that others might not be willing to accept it after hearing about the diary. Mr. Riddle will not hurt me. He is my friend. He has helped me a lot, taught me spells, guided me in transformation and potions, and various undoings of spells. If it weren't for Mr. Riddle's help, you might still be spitting out slugs. Ron was immediately ashamed. Now, all three of them knew why Ginny was so good. But it is still far from ordinary. If it were me, I would never believe it easily. Ron was still wary. Then tell me, do I look like I'm in danger? If Mr. Riddle wanted to harm me, he would have succeeded long ago. But he didn't. He even helped me with my homework. What? Ron and Hermione screamed at the same time. Even with the same open-mouthed expression. He actually helped you with your homework? This is so crazy. This Riddle must not be a good person. How could he do this? This is Hermione. This is so crazy. He must really be a good guy. Why wasn't I the one who got this notebook? This was Ron. Ow. Hermione kicked him hard. Now, Harry was very clear about this. But who stole the diary? Do you have any idea? It must be someone else from Gryffindor House. And it's a girl, Ron said without hesitation. Otherwise, no one can enter the girls' dormitory. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that you went to the Slytherin common room a few weeks ago. Hermione reminded them not to forget about the possibility of the polyjuice potion. But in this way, the number of people to suspect has greatly increased. Could it be Malfoy? But Malfoy is not the heir of Slytherin. Several people suddenly fell into a deadlock again. Harry felt a great deal of pain, like a fruit that was on the verge of ripening, but suddenly disappeared. We were this close to finding the real heir. Cyrus was in agony. He also felt like a fruit that was about to ripen from his hard work, but then suddenly disappeared. It took him so long to make Ginny Weasley completely trust him and gain a short period of freedom as a result. But now, the diary has fallen into the hands of another person, and he didn't even know who the person in front of him was. Could it be Dumbledore? Did he change his mind about training Harry and plan to destroy me directly? Just as he was struggling, a piece of text finally emerged. Show me your secret. Show the secret of my dick size. Cyrus just wants to sucker punch him twice. You'd better not let me know who you are, or you'll be dead. Of course, these were just angry words. No matter what, in order to be resurrected, he still had to be patient and bewitch the little wizard in front of him. First, we still need to confirm his identity. Who are you? On the other side, Malfoy immediately smiled when he saw the diary's response. Unexpectedly, I just wrote a secret word casually, and the secret of this diary was actually revealed. Am I really a genius? After a brief moment of self-indulgence, Malfoy immediately continued writing in his diary. My name is Draco Malfoy. My father told me that this diary could help me open the Chamber of Secrets. Is your master the last person to open the Chamber of Secrets? Tell me, where is he? I want him to serve me. Draco had forgotten Lucius's warning. He will soon be the heir of Slytherin. Why does he need to grovel to others? Draco Malfoy? And was it Lucius who asked him to do this? Cyrus was stunned. Lucius, you big-browed man. It turns out you have betrayed the revolution too. Cyrus felt a little suffocated at the thought of being stabbed in the back after writing a letter to Lucius Malfoy. He had fired a short gun on his front foot. Of course, he naturally believed that Lucius did not dare to openly betray Voldemort. At least at this stage, Lucius was still on the opposite side of Dumbledore. He must have misunderstood the letter I wrote in the past. So, it's me who shot myself in the foot. Forget it. It's the same if it's Malfoy, but I have to gain his trust quickly. _____________________________________________ Chapter 44. Causes and Consequences. Gaining Draco's trust was easier than imagined, and Cyrus knew that it was probably thanks to Lucius. This kid still admired his father very much. Since it was Lucius who told him that this diary could help him open the secret room, Draco naturally believed it. In the process of communicating with Draco, Cyrus finally understood the cause and effect. At that time, Cyrus turned into Draco and found the owl of the Malfoy family. The owl did not recognize that the Draco Malfoy in front of him was not the real one, so it flew to the Malfoy manor in Wiltshire with the letter. Cyrus was afraid that Lucius Malfoy would disobey his orders, so when he wrote the letter, he clearly hinted that Draco's fate was in his hands and asked Lucius to cooperate with him to bring Dumbledore to justice and be kicked out of school. As a result, when Lucius and Narcissa received the letter from their son, they immediately panicked, causing a misunderstanding. Time goes back to the days of Christmas. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. It's already Christmas. They should finally calm down. Narcissa's face was full of displeasure. This temperament destroyed her original beauty, and she looked like a person who was not so easy to converse with. But no one could blame her. The Ministry of Magic had been causing trouble for them this year, trying to find out the dark magic items hidden in the Malfoy family. Although Lucius has secretly dealt with the most difficult batch, the Malfoy family has not been a good gentleman in the wizarding world for so many years. Unless the entire manor is turned into an empty shell, there is no way to finish the deal. And about his beloved son, it was because of the continuous searches that Lucius decided to let Draco spend Christmas at school this year. Narcissa was naturally unhappy that she couldn't see her cute and great son after a hard-fought vacation. I've put pressure on the Daily Prophet and the Ministry of Magic. Fortunately, Arthur Weasley has a stupid son, and that Harry Potter. Naturally, Lucius would not let go of taking advantage of Weasley's son's blunders. Arthur Weasley, right? If you cause trouble for me, I won't make it easy for you. In fact, he started doing it during the summer vacation. He remembered a diary that Voldemort had given him for safekeeping. That diary looked like something from the Muggle world. If it hadn't been left by that person and asked him to keep it, he would have thrown it away as trash. Lucius remembered that he seemed to have asked the Dark Lord back then why he was destined to keep a notebook from the Muggle world. The answer given by the Dark Lord at that time was, the diary is the key to the secret chamber. If the Dark Lord was still alive, Lucius would never dare to hand over the diary, but now, he has disappeared for 11 years. In this case, why not use this diary to cause a little trouble for the Weasley family? So he mixed the diary with the Weasleys' belongings. After that, he did not let go of the flying car incident. Not only did he contact the newspaper to make the matter bigger, but he also paid to bribe some officials in the Ministry of Magic who were close to him, causing Arthur Weasley to fall into trouble. Now, the annoying, endless search is finally over. Let me see. Do you want to go to Hogwarts and bring Draco back? Narcissa said a little worriedly. Last time Draco wrote back, he already said that there was an attack in the school. I'm afraid the secret room has really been opened, and I am worried that he will be in danger if he stays in the school. Lucius pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The one who was attacked was just a mud-blood. Draco will not be in danger. And I have written to him not to show his face too much. He knows very little about this matter. There will be no problem. It's not impossible to go all the way to bring Draco home. But Draco will also be the one to succeed the Malfoy family in the future, so he shouldn't be so pretentious. As the two of them were talking, they saw a flying shadow in the sky. It was the owl they bought for Draco. Didn't Draco send a letter? Narcissa eagerly took the letter from the owl and opened it. After a few seconds, her already pale face immediately became even paler. She covered her mouth in fear. Her whole body seemed to be shaky. What's the matter? Lucius suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly took the letter and checked it. My dear servant, Lucius Malfoy. I'm really sorry, Lucius. Did I disappear from other people's eyes for a while, and you forget about my magic power? Otherwise, how dare you give away the things I asked you to keep? I think you probably think that the Dark Lord is dead, defeated by a baby who can't even walk, as countless people have said. You know me well, so you are eager to clear up the relationship, right? Lucius only read the first paragraph. His breathing became short. His whole body couldn't stop shaking, and he slowly said, He's back. He's back. Then he looked at the second part with fear. I have to admit that my current state is indeed not good, but it is still easy to kill a few people. Now, I need you to complete one thing to make up for the mistakes you made. Not too hard. Just kick Dumbledore out of school. Also, wish you a Merry Christmas. There were only a few words in the letter, but it made Lucius and Narcissa look pale. Is it really him? It can't be him. Narcissa said in fear. He has disappeared for 11 years. How could he come back again? She was unwilling to accept the fact that her son was in danger at this moment. But Lucius knew very well that no one except Voldemort and himself knew about the diary. There is still a chance. There is still a chance to atone for our sins. He immediately came out of his fear. Lucius understood Voldemort's character. If he did his task well enough, it would be possible to avoid punishment, and Draco would not be in danger. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. If Dumbledore can't find the culprit, then I can use the power of the school director to drive him out of Hogwarts. Lucius already had a plan in mind, but he still needed to convince the other school directors. The number of victims must be increased. How can only one mudblood be enough? Draco must do this. The Dark Lord is not dead yet. Only in this way will he praise Draco. Come here, Dobby. Dobby greets the master. A house elf with scars all over his body appeared in front of Lucius. He looked at Lucius Malfoy with fearful and tentative eyes. Lucius was too lazy to pay attention to why it had so many scars. Now, there was only one thing he wanted to do, and that was to complete the Dark Lord's mission and prevent Draco from encountering danger. Dobby, I want you to go to Hogwarts, find Ginny Weasley, steal a black diary, and give it to Draco. Then, give him this letter. Lucius wrote another letter. ____________________________________________________________________ Chapter 45 Me. Can you really let me open the Chamber of Secrets? Malfoy's eyes were shining. His heart was as excited as exploding fireworks. The heir of Slytherin. This is simply an incredible honor. In Britain, all, or almost all pureblood wizards admire Slytherin very much. This great wizard who eventually parted ways with the other three giants is their real idol. If he could inherit Slytherin's secrets, couldn't he become the second great wizard? At that time, just like his father said, Hogwarts must be purified. Those filthy mudbloods should be eliminated. Colin Creevey and Justin are just the beginning. I, Draco Malfoy, am the one who will inherit Slytherin's legacy. Wait. The fire in Malfoy's heart suddenly stagnated, and he suddenly thought, since he only got the diary now, who was the last person to have the diary? He was not referring to the successor 50 years ago, but the person who caused the two mudbloods to be petrified not long ago. He immediately asked Cyrus. Cyrus didn't want to tell Malfoy about Ginny, so he just replied, just a pathetic coward. Just because the professors became wary, he immediately started to be afraid. Otherwise, your father wouldn't have asked you to cooperate with me. Hearing this, Malfoy immediately felt that it made sense. You mean, my father thinks I am more reliable? Draco thought aloud and wrote excitedly. Of course, I am Malfoy. It was easier than Ginny to deal with such a silly boy who was full of pretentiousness. Cyrus gave a slight hint and made Malfoy confused. Okay, let's take action immediately. Malfoy naturally did not want to be a coward like the previous owner, and he couldn't wait to see Hermione Granger become the next victim. No, Cyrus rejected him without hesitation. Now is not a good time. and I know you are not a coward, Draco. But it would be terrible if we were discovered. We need to get them to let their guard down first. However, I can take you to the secret chamber to take a look first. Draco was disappointed a second ago, but after seeing that he could go to the Chamber of Secrets, he immediately became excited again. I can't wait to appear in the center of the secret room in the next second and see that terrifying monster. How do we go there? I need to use your body. Cyrus came up with a plan. What? Do you think I will let you possess me? Malfoy immediately screamed. He knows the horror of dark magic items better than anyone else. Who knows what will happen if you let such a thing possess you? You do not dare? Cyrus smiled. Do you think I will harm you? Do you think your father would send something to you that might threaten your safety? Cyrus asked 3 consecutive questions, shattering all the doubts in Draco's heart. Okay, what to do? You don't have to do anything. You just put your face close to the diary dash. Draco immediately moved his face slowly towards the diary, and a silver mist began to appear in his vision like the thread spurted out by some kind of insect. The thread clung to his face, leading him into a dark abyss before he could react. When he raised his head again, the consciousness of this body already belonged to Cyrus. Finally, Cyrus first greedily absorbed a little bit of Draco's life energy and then planned to take Draco to the secret chamber for a look as agreed. Although he had gained Draco's trust, the level of trust was still much lower than that of Ginny. Ginny's trust in herself was so deep that she would make excuses for herself when problems arose. But the trust between Cyrus and Draco was easily broken. Under such circumstances, even possession cannot last very long. He still needed to gain Draco's trust further. But before that, he still needed to get something. The Marauder's map. After getting the Marauder's map from Fred and George, Cyrus hid it. At that time, he felt that the fewer people knew about the Marauder's map, the more useful it would be. So he did not tell anyone about the Marauder's map, not even Ginny. I didn't expect it to work now. After getting the Marauder's map, Cyrus folded it and hid it in Draco's sleeve. Then he turned and walked towards the bathroom of the Moaning Mertau. The sink in the bathroom was opened at his command, and there was endless darkness in the secret passage. Draco Malfoy felt himself slowly opening his eyes in the darkness, and finally, a little light shone in. Although it is weak, I can see things at least. Then, the physical sensation slowly returned. He felt like he was lying in sticky mud, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But soon the fear of being in a completely unfamiliar place made him forget this little discomfort. There is a very high dome above the head, and it can be seen that this is a very huge space. The sides are carved with lifelike stone statues of snakes, each with a terrifying head rising from the black water. The secret room of Slytherin. The answer immediately popped into Draco's head. He quickly sat up from the ground, causing the diary that was originally flat on his chest to fall to the ground. Draco quickly picked up the diary. The pages of the book were open. This is the secret room. Written on the page was this sentence. Is the secret room inside the book? Draco thought subconsciously. He thought that when he got close to the diary, he was pulled into the diary so that he could reach the secret room, and now he is inside the room. No wonder Dad said this diary is the key to the secret room. Now, the fear is gone. Draco perked up. He quickly stood up and looked at everything in the secret chamber. It was very empty, with almost nothing, but he felt like he was the real owner of this secret room. Where's the monster? What about the monster Slytherin raised that could destroy mudbloods? He couldn't wait to write in his diary. You can't summon that monster. You must have Parseltongue to summon it. Otherwise, you will be attacked. Cyrus will not be led by Malfoy. He just showed him the secret chamber. It's not time to let him push further. Parseltongue? Harry Potter is a Parseltongue. Was it him before? Malfoy asked in disbelief. He didn't want to believe that the St. Potter would be the successor of Slytherin. Of course not him. Who else but him? Who knows Parseltongue? Malfoy asked immediately. After a moment, he saw letters appear in the diary. Me. _____________________________________________________________________ Chapter 46. Alchemy Towards the Root. Are you a Parselmouth? Malfoy's surprised tone was laced with jealousy. The name Tom Riddle sounds like a boring mudblood, at best a half-blood. However, such a person actually possesses the ability he dreams of most. But soon, he was shocked by what Cyrus said next. Why, of course. My mother's surname is Gaunt, and I am a descendant of Slytherin. Who would have thought that this little Tom, who is unknown in the magical world, is actually a descendant of Slytherin? No wonder he can open the secret room. Draco was still annoyed, though. Why didn't his ancestors have a wizard as great as Slytherin? In this way, Draco can also be a powerful heir to Hogwarts as a Malfoy heir. But forget it. Anyway, now he himself has become the heir of the secret room, no matter what. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that this abominable Tom Riddle, even though he was a parcel tongue, didn't summon the monster for him to see. He really had no vision at all. Little diary, since you have parcel tongue, shouldn't you show it? Cyrus. Little diary, me /. This Draco Malfoy really doesn't know how to write the word death. Fortunately, the person in the diary is not the real Riddle. Otherwise, after being resurrected, the first thing he would do. No, there would be no need to resurrect, and Malfoy's life force would be drained directly. Of course I am willing. But the problem is that if I use parcel mouth, I have to borrow your body to make the sound. In this way, you will never see the appearance of the basilisk. Basilisk. It turns out that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. Malfoy was surprised at first, and then nodded as if it was a matter of course. The monster left behind by Slytherin should of course be the strongest Snake King. But, according to what Tom Riddle said, wouldn't he never be able to see the basilisk and never be able to control it? What kind of successor would he be? At most, Draco can only be regarded as Little Diary's vocal organ. Can't you summon it first, and then return the body to me? If you have the courage and strength to face the basilisk alone, then I don't mind at all. But I need to remind you that without my control, it will attack you immediately. Please forgive me. After all, it has not been around for almost 1,000 years. What has it eaten till now? The rats in the sewer can't satisfy its appetite. Malfoy immediately shuddered. Then forget it. He sighed and looked around. There seemed to be nothing in the huge secret room except for a few statues. Is this Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? It's a bit disappointing, to be honest. In fact, Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets cannot only contain these. Although the Chamber of Secrets was originally just a classroom built by Slytherin, it also left behind many precious manuscripts and secrets. Most of these have been absorbed by Voldemort and become nutrients to strengthen him. Now, they also belong to Cyrus Power. And there are many records of dangerous magical experiments. Some succeeded, but many more failed. Slytherin is said to be as ugly as a monkey. In fact, this is not his original appearance. Just like Voldemort was also a handsome young man at the beginning. Both of them underwent magical experiments to transform themselves in pursuit of greater magical power. It can be said that Voldemort's experiment was largely based on Slytherin's experiment, but he still did not escape the disfigurement ending. Cyrus, who has absorbed the experience of these two, is actually very enthusiastic about the transformation of the magic blood, but he doesn't want to turn into an ugly monster yet, so he must be very careful in this step. It's too early to consider these things now. If I don't resurrect, I won't even have the capital to carry out the transformation. Sighing slightly, Cyrus knew that now was the time to make Draco trust him more. Are you thinking, what other secrets are there in this secret room? How do you know? Malfoy was startled by Cyrus's words. Could it be that this diary can also use legilimency? It's not hard to guess. If you want to become stronger, I have a good place for you to go. All you need is to lean your head over like you did at the beginning. Cyrus replied, and then turned the diary to another page. With his first experience, Malfoy was already familiar with the situation this time. After another shift in consciousness, Cyrus took out the Marauder's map and confirmed that there was no one outside the secret room and the corridor on the 8th floor before leaving and heading to the room of requirement. Give me a room to practice dark magic. Opening the door, an eerie classroom appeared in front of Cyrus. The classroom was almost filled with black magic books. There are some very advanced black magic among them. He hid most of the grimoires in after recording them in his dark space, leaving only a few simple hexes. There are actually quite a lot of these little evil curses for young wizards, so they won't affect their character too much, and at the same time, they can keep Malfoy busy, which is very suitable. Then, he returned his body again. Malfoy was naturally very happy when he saw so many jinxes, and he did not hesitate to praise Cyrus. Cyrus returned to the diary, analyzing those alchemy books and other forbidden books. Although he is now in Malfoy's hands, the actual situation has not changed much. The possibility of finally facing Dumbledore still exists. The 22 paths through the Tree of Life lead to the world of the archetype at the top. The devil waters him with sin, and the skeleton cuts him in pieces. The 10 sources of matter composed of the heavenly layer where the 7 major planets are located, as well as the stellar heaven, heavenly mansion, and sublunar world, are the basic forces of God and the world. Threaded through are the feminine pillar of compassion, the neutral pillar of gentleness, and the masculine pillar of severity. The creation and mentality of the perfect spirit, thoughts, and concepts will begin to take shape in material form, and finally reach the material world. Cyrus felt that the more he read these alchemy books, the more he felt like he was immersed in an extremely terrifying quagmire. The vast world and boundless power are more mysterious than magic, close to going to the true roots. Can the real Philosopher's Stone be refined only after completing the 22 paths? Or is it to gain more perfect, essential power? Cyrus's ambitions began to grow. What if it's just resurrection? The body after his resurrection will be of Tom Riddle. Although he is very talented, he still has limits after all. He made himself appear to be neither a human nor a ghost, but in the end, he failed to obtain the ultimate power. Cyrus didn't want to settle for less. Now that he has been exposed to so many mysteries, what he longs for is to become a truly perfect being. Chapter 47. The Legend of Draco. For a long time, Malfoy was immersed in the joy of learning curses. Cyrus didn't give him much guidance, but he still learned quickly. In addition to curses, Malfoy is also very interested in some alchemical gadgets. But this was something Lucius didn't want him to have access to when he was at home. Being addicted to alchemy tools is equivalent to playing with things and losing one's ambition. But in fact, Malfoy is quite talented in this area. After Cyrus discovered this by chance, he immediately took advantage and began to teach Malfoy about alchemy. Sometimes he would go to the hiding room to find some damaged alchemical items for Draco to repair. A broken pensieve was even found among them. As a result, they finally have a common secret. Malfoy also became more trusting of Cyrus. If you want to continue studying alchemy, I suggest you choose runes in your 3rd year. Cyrus suggested. Different from the ancient alchemy he is currently studying, modern alchemy is more focused on refining magic props and is better at using runes to add magical power to props. The school hasn't mentioned course selection yet, but Malfoy is indeed considering it seriously. Ever since he stole the diary from Ginny, Dobby has been in a state of distress and confusion. He thought of so many ways to inform Harry Potter, but he never thought that the person whose name could not be mentioned was actually still alive. You know who had narrowly escaped death from Harry Potter 11 years ago. Now, I'm afraid Harry Potter will face an even more terrifying threat. The man who must not even be named is still alive. Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts. Dobby clenched his fist hard. At Hogwarts, Harry and others are still trying their best to help Ginny find Riddle's diary. But it has been several weeks, and there are still no results at all. They looked at almost everyone as a culprit, and almost every Slytherin and Gryffindor student became a suspect. Ginny was very devastated and barely managed to sleep, but as time passed, she became sad and gave up. I'm afraid we'll never be able to find that diary. Ron, like a pig, began to talk in frustration. And have you noticed? The attacks seem to have stopped. It must have happened somewhere we don't know. Something happened. Maybe that Tom Riddle used his method to stop the successor. His words almost imply that the brave and righteous Mr. Riddle has died on the road to stop evil. So Ginny immediately started crying after hearing this. Not only did she cry, but she also hung Ron from the ceiling with an upside-down golden hook. Ron. In contrast, Fred and George, who thought Ginny had lost the map, were less anxious. On the one hand, they have figured out almost all the tunnels in the map, and at the same time, they also think that it is impossible for the successor to know the secrets of the map. The other party can never use the map to harm others. Even if he gets it, it is just a piece of waste paper. Now that the attacks have stopped, this is the best proof. So not only were they not worried, but they would come to comfort Ginny from time to time, but their comfort method was somewhat different. At least Percy didn't think of dressing up in fur or turning into bowls, jumping out from behind the statue to tease her. Such behavior can hardly be considered a kind of comfort. Soon, Harry had to stop looking for the thief. Because Wood has been training them like crazy recently, Harry stayed on the court almost all the time after dinner. The weather was still very cold and raining, which caused him to return every time. He felt like a drowned rat whenever he went to the dormitory. Ron was also very tired and always fell asleep. Worse than all of them was Lockhart. In order to ease the tension in the school, he organized a Valentine's Day event on his own initiative. Those little cupids with greeting cards, actually ugly dwarfs, would read out love letters written to you by others in public. The only thing that made Harry happy was that at least he didn't receive anything that might embarrass him. But Ron was very angry because Hermione could never unite with him in her attitude towards Lockhart. He suspected that one of the 40 or so Valentine's Day cards Lockhart had received belonged to Hermione. That Gilderoy Lockhart. I've never seen a worse man. Even Malfoy had almost had enough of Lockhart. My dad was really right. Dumbledore has completely suffered from Alzheimer's disease. Look at the defense against the dark arts professors he has been appointing for the past 2 years. The defense against dark arts professors are getting worse and worse every year. The last year's Professor Quirrell just stuttered like a dumb. And look at what have we got this year. This Lockhart should go to a drama club rather than teach us. If there was anything about Lockhart that made him happy, it was the fact that he always invited Harry Potter to perform with him in class. Almost every time, the annoying Scarhead plays a funny role, which can indeed add a lot of laughter to himself. But watching the same drama too much will make people feel bored. This time, there is another Valentine's Day drama. Draco Malfoy. Who doesn't know how popular he is in Slytherin? There must be some people wanting to express their feelings for him, right? But if someone confesses his love on this occasion, he would rather die. If someone dares to write me a greeting card and make me look embarrassed, I will teach her a lesson, Draco said immediately. This made Pansy Parkinson, who was sitting not far from him, immediately give up the idea. At noon, Malfoy complained to Cyrus about this matter again. He has almost regarded Cyrus as a real friend. He even takes care of the diary, like his own brother, and calls him very kindly. Sometimes Cyrus would remind him, "I'm older than your father, and even he has to respect me. How can you refer to me as your younger brother?" Draco always looked unconcerned. "We all talk about our own affairs. He calls you master, and I call you brother." Draco did not hesitate to give himself a super plus. But if Lucius knew that he called Voldemort his younger brother, sooner or later he would kneel in front of Draco and call him daddy. Cyrus didn't care about this. It was enough for him to be Draco's close friend. "I think this Valentine's play of your professor might not be a bad thing," Cyrus said deliberately. "You should take advantage of this opportunity." "What do you mean?" "I mean, if you think this is a shameful thing, what about others? It seems to me that you hate that Harry Potter, right? Then why don't you try writing him a greeting card without a name? How about?" His eyes were as green as freshly pickled toads. "Then just enjoy the show of how the big celebrity is embarrassed in public." Cyrus had absolutely no consideration of the brief period when he and Harry collaborated to steal potions, and the deception was unambiguous. "You are simply a genius." Malfoy jumped up. "All right. No, I must write. I'll write just as you have said. To be honest, I have long hated his eyes." And he had a new idea. "And have the dwarfs read it out in the potions class," he said proudly. Question mark. But Cyrus slowly raised a question mark. "You probably don't know that Professor Snape hates Harry Potter the most." Malfoy thinks that Cyrus doesn't understand the twists and turns, and immediately explains to him excitedly. If Professor Snape's class were interrupted by Potter, it is easy to imagine that Potter would be dead. In front of Snape, Harry's eyes will be called as green as freshly pickled toads. If he found out it was you, Draco Malfoy, it's not certain who will die. Don't you know that Snape hated every pore of Harry's body, except his eyes? You called Hermione a dirty word like mudblood, and you cleaned the toilets for a semester. Now if you do this on Valentine's Day, you can instead try to step on thunder directly. This Draco Malfoy and his stupid brain. What a legend. Underscore. Chapter 48. Poor Potter. During Charm's class in the afternoon, Malfoy implemented this plan. He also wanted to give Harry a show in potions class, but unfortunately the last potions class this week was yesterday. Throughout the class, Malfoy waited for the show. The black diary was placed in the upper left corner of the table. "We will continue to lean the freezing spell today." Flitwick stood on the first base of books, otherwise his head would not be as high as the podium. But he was very enthusiastic. "The spell of the freezing curse is Petrificus Totalis. Pay attention to distinguish it from the other spell, Locomotor Mortis. Of course you haven't learned it yet. Normally speaking, this freezing spell can only work on moving things, but... Hey you, Harry Potter." A dwarf with a particularly gloomy face burst into the classroom and interrupted Professor Flitwick's lesson. The whole class raised their heads and looked at the dwarf, who was about the same height as Professor Flitwick, and Harry immediately realized that he was going to be doomed. It was so irritating to receive a Valentine's Day card in front of so many people, especially Draco Malfoy among them. Harry wanted to run away, but he was still in class now, and several dwarfs had already gathered around him. Crowding his table, even Ron and Neville were squeezed out. Harry's gaze was cast out as if asking for help. He saw a look of fear and worry on Ron's face. Professor Flitwick on the podium covered his face helplessly, as if he was saying, "I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't help. You can only curse Lockhart." Across from him, the annoying Malfoy smiled happier than ever. "I have a message to deliver to Harry Potter personally," the dwarf said, strumming the harp in an aggressive manner. "Not here," Harry said in a low voice, almost begging. "Stop," the dwarf muttered, grabbing Harry's bag to prevent him from escaping. "Let me go," Harry shouted, tugging at his bag. He no longer cares whether he is in class or not. He would rather die than be humiliated here. With a loud tearing sound, his school bag was torn in half. His book, wand, parchment, and quill clattered to the floor, his inkstand shattering on top. Harry scrambled for things scattered on the ground, trying to pick them up before the dwarf started singing. The class was already in chaos, But Malfoy's voice pierced through the noise like a sharp bayonet, slashing at Harry. "What's going on?" Malfoy said in a cold and contemptuous tone, but he was much more excited inside than he let on. He has been waiting for this moment for a long time. "He's laughing at me." Harry was completely panicked and just wanted to escape quickly, but the dwarf hugged his knees and made him fall heavily to the ground. "There you go," he said, slumping down on Harry's lap. "Here's your singing Valentine's Day card." His eyes were as green as freshly pickled toads. His hair is as black and cool as a blackboard. The scar on his head is as magical as lightning. "I wish he was mine. He's really handsome. He's Harry Scarhead." All right, Professor Flitwick finally couldn't stand it anymore. It was probably the first time that the students had seen the gentle Professor Flitwick so angry. "I'm still in class." He picked up the wand and shot a magic spell. It did not hit the dwarf directly, but hit near its feet, leaving a hole as big as a fist on the ground, and drove the dwarf away. But Harry didn't feel any better at all. He was willing to hand over all the gold coins and Gringotts, just to turn into vapor and disappear on the spot. He bravely forced himself to laugh with everyone to bury the shame, but the one who laughed the most in the whole class was Malfoy. Laughing with Malfoy was even more torture for him. And the most important part is, this is not a confession at all. It's definitely Malfoy's fault. Harry swore. "Only he would call me Scarhead." "What you said makes sense." Ron nodded, with regret on his face. "How shameful. Why didn't we think of such a good trick to tease Malfoy?" Harry also felt it was a pity, but it was too late to say anything now. This class was their last class today, and this week, after class, Malfoy would return to the Slytherin common room. But Harry was still unwilling to give in. He was no longer interested in listening to the lecture, and looked at Malfoy with eyes full of hatred under his round lenses. Then, he saw Malfoy lying on the table as if he had encountered something good, and took out a black notebook and started writing. But the distance between the two of them was too far, and Harry couldn't see the specific content of Malfoy's writing. "Haha, I don't think Potter liked your gift of Valentine's Day too much." This line of writing seeped into the diary and appeared in front of Cyrus. "My gift to Harry Potter?" Cyrus rolled his eyes. "You are the one who loves Harry Potter the most, dude." He responded immediately. "Well, the idea was mine, but the gift was yours." I guess his expression must be wonderful. Completely correct. Through the words, Cyrus could feel Malfoy's extremely happy mood at this time. I'm afraid there's never a better moment in the world for him than right now. However, what Cyrus didn't know was that Harry was watching every move of the careless Malfoy. Fortunately, black books like this are all too common. So much so that even after Harry heard Ginny's description, he didn't have any doubts. After all, they had ruled out the option of Malfoy being a thief before. But in the final analysis, Malfoy can only make small fuss like this. The malice in his chest seems to be greater than anyone else's, but when put into practice, it may not be as powerful as he said. Are we really going to harm someone? In the secret room, Malfoy's voice began to tremble. In front of him was a tall humanoid figure, elegant and handsome, but his figure was still a little transparent, like a ghost. It's Cyrus. By absorbing the life force of Ginny and Malfoy some time ago, he was able to briefly let his shadow leave the diary. However, this would actually consume a lot of his energy. But friends always have to face each other. This is also a small preparation that Cyrus made to completely control Malfoy. I think we don't need to. Are you scared? Are you scared like the last coward? He asked. I'm not afraid, it's just. Draco's chest heaved violently. He looked at the big snake bowing in front of him in horror. What he felt at this moment was not glory, but real fear. But facing Cyrus, or in other words, facing little Diary, who had been with him for a long time, he was unwilling to show his unbearable side, especially when he discovered that the half-blood Tom Riddle was simply much better than himself. Now he really wants to show off himself in front of his friends and his father, so that they know how outstanding he is, but asking him to harm someone is a bit. She's just a dirty little mudblood. Why do you care about her? Cyrus took a step forward. He was just an illusory shadow, but it forced Draco to keep retreating. I just don't think it's necessary. Aren't the first few people who were attacked not dead? Just let them petrify. Let them petrify. How interesting, Draco. Cyrus chuckled. He had walked up to Draco unknowingly and looked at him condescendingly. He could feel Draco Malfoy's breathing, rapid and staccato. Do you know how much effort it takes for me to get out of the diary? It's far more difficult than possessing you, Cyrus said angrily. It's just because you said you wanted to do it yourself that I did this, but now, you are going to back down? I didn't, it's just. Cold sweat continued to flow down his forehead. Although Draco quickly denied it, he couldn't even make up an excuse if he really wanted to. He only felt a huge mass of sea water submerging him, and the water pressure made him breathless. He looked like he was in great pain. At this time, Cyrus' translucent fingers reached towards his chest and pinched the wand he kept in his pocket. He started to look at it slowly. Nice wand. What material is it made of? Cyrus seemed to have completely put aside the matter of asking Malfoy to harm people and turned to talking about his wand. Hawthorn wood. The core of the staff is unicorn hair. Hawthorn, a strange, paradoxical wand, isn't it? It's like the tree itself is full of paradoxes. Its leaves and flowers have healing properties, but its cuttings smell of death. And unicorn hair. Nothing less suitable for dark magic. Draco. Cyrus put Malfoy's wand back into the distance and looked into his eyes. You look in pain. Draco had to admit that Tom Riddle was right, but he didn't want to admit it, or in other words, he couldn't say anything now. The friendly little diary in the past seemed to be a different person, making him feel both strange and scared. Fortunately, the other party finally relented. Neither your good nor evil is pure enough, and this is the source of your pain. Cyrus pointed out the opponent mercilessly. He put his hand on Draco's shoulder, and his voice gradually became ethereal, like the psychedelic mermaid's song in the sea. What you can't do, I'll do it. Draco Malfoy, give me your body. _____________________________________________________________ Chapter 49, Modifying Memory. Cyrus took advantage of Draco's weakness and took complete control of his body. But he did not immediately attack with the basilisk. He had more important things to do now than attack. Through the conversation with Draco, he already knew that the house elf Dobby stole the diary and delivered it to Draco. Now, Ginny still has the memory of the diary in her mind. If this memory is discovered by Dumbledore, then she may have nothing to hide. We must know whether Ginny revealed the diary and then changed all their memories. Cyrus has no plans to return to Ginny just yet. Now that things have developed to this point, there is actually no need to follow the plot of the original work. As long as there wasn't much difference in general, it would be enough to take Ginny into the secret room and create the illusion that she was going to face Harry Potter. Now, he must find an opportunity and act quickly. However, it was another thing to be disarmed by the Expelliarmus that Harry, Hermione, and Ginny jointly performed from the very beginning. A few minutes ago, Cyrus was about to go find Ginny. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the common room door, he turned a corner and met 4 people who had been hiding there for a long time. 4 voices shouted Expelliarmus together, and Ron's wand returned fire and blew himself away. The remaining 3 magic spells flew towards Cyrus, knocking away the hawthorn stick in his hand. In fact, Cyrus is not really powerless. Even if the wand is knocked away, he can still cast magic, but now he has other ideas. Malfoy, give Ginny's diary back, Hermione said rudely, threatening to give him a punch if he didn't hand over the diary. Hurry up, or I will let you taste the taste of slugs. Ginny was even more irritable than Hermione. Don't try to quibble. Harry saw you taking out that diary during class. Ron, whose but was broken into 8 pieces, quickly got up and stood aside with a fake domineering look. On Valentine's Day, Harry saw Malfoy writing something in a black notebook. He didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but after meeting Ginny, he remembered about the diary. After that, he observed for several days and finally determined that what Malfoy was holding was Ginny's lost diary. That's why the scene happened now. However, looking at the 3 wands pressed against his chin at this moment, Cyrus was not panicked at all. Wait, I'm not Malfoy. Cyrus looked at Ginny sincerely, then lowered his voice. It's me, Riddle. Mr. Riddle? Ginny immediately put down her wand and said in a surprised and happy voice, How are you? Are you possessing Malfoy? Oh, so you are, Tom Riddle. Hermione and her 2 silly sons had strange expressions on their faces. It was Cyrus who was standing in Malfoy's face. No matter what he said, it made people laugh. They didn't think it was believable. That's right. Cyrus nodded. Do you remember when we went to Snape to steal the ingredients for the compound potion? At that time, I was the one possessing Ginny. It's really you? Ron said in surprise. But how did you fall into Malfoy's hands? We all thought that the heir stole you away. Harry said doubtfully. Malfoy is not the heir, and he doesn't know who the heir is. Why did he steal you away? Because he wanted to help the heir, Cyrus explained. He didn't know who the heir was, but he found out that I was looking for the heir. He also found out that I was not Ginny, but a memory in the diary, so he found a way to steal the diary. But he didn't expect that I could forcibly control his body. Hearing this, Hermione immediately frowned, as if she thought Cyrus's method was too evil, but Harry and Ron were very happy. P.S. Somebody please remind Hermione about the shower LOL. I have to say, although you still have the same face, you look much more pleasing to the eye than Malfoy. Ron walked up to him carelessly, put his arm around him, and then lowered his voice. I heard that you helped Ginny write her homework. Yeah, And there were a few times when I thought her level didn't require her to write those assignments. By the way, why are you asking? What's wrong? Cyrus said, pretending to not know Ron's inner thoughts. I mean, I have a lot of homework too. Ron. Hermione angrily pulled Ron away from Cyrus. Harry and Ginny were still surrounding him, and Ginny suddenly showed a sad expression. But if you had Malfoy under your control, why didn't you come to see me? Cyrus wanted to say that he had originally planned to find her and modify their memories. But when the words came to his lips, they changed into something else. That was too dangerous. I think the successor has discovered my existence. It's just that he hasn't noticed where I am hiding yet. If I come back to you, I may involve you in danger. And I'm using Malfoy's body, so don't worry, no one will think he's an enemy of the successor. I'm not afraid of danger, Ginny said firmly. We're not afraid either, Harry said immediately, hoping that Mr. Riddle could provide him with some useful information. Actually, I'm a little scared, Ron muttered slowly, but looking at his sister and his friends' expressions, he swallowed it back. I know you are all brave, but you can't find the culprit alone, right? Hermione interrupted. We can help. You have acted with us in the past days, you know we can help. Cyrus looked at her for a long time, then nodded, pretending to be helpless. Okay, I agree for you to join, but before that, I have to make it clear. Ginny, you didn't tell anyone else about the diary, right? No, I only told Hermione and the others. Very good, now I have to change your memory. Erase this section of the diary and replace it with another thing. Cyrus said, I know you will never agree to escape my secret, but the successor may use legilimency to find the answer from your memories. If he discovers my true identity, it will be too easy for him to destroy me. Cyrus took the wand back from Harry. You promised to only modify the memory about the diary, not to make us forget everything. Ginny looked at him stubbornly, fearing that this was just a lie told by Cyrus to make them forget everything and stay away from danger. I promise, only modifications. _________________. Chapter 50, Abandoned People. After modifying the memories of Ginny and the others, Cyrus finally felt that there would be no future trouble. Now, no one will know that his true identity is just an ordinary diary. Harry and others were in a daze for a moment, and then completely forgot about Cyrus modifying their memories. So, Mr. Riddle, have you found anything? Or do you know who opened the Chamber of Secrets last time? Harry was desperate to uncover secrets that would reveal the true heir's identity and clear his name of suspicion. Especially after he revealed his parcel tongue and Justin was petrified. Almost everyone thought he was the culprit. Ginny said that when the secret room was opened 50 years ago, you were the one who caught the culprit. It was me indeed, but I'm afraid you guys won't want to believe it. Cyrus said tactfully. What does this mean? We need the truth, Mr. Riddle. We can't let the heir do evil anymore. We believe that there may be some connection between the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago and the current one. Harry said anxiously. Well, if you want, I can show you, Cyrus replied. You don't have to listen to me. I can take you into my memory, into the night I caught him. But how? Find an empty classroom with no one around and wait for me there. Cyrus finally erased the diary from their memories, so naturally, he would not take it out in front of them. Coincidentally, he had previously found a broken pensieve in the room where things were hidden in the room of requirement, and he later repaired it. It was originally a gadget for Draco, but I didn't expect it to come in handy now. After getting the pensieve, Cyrus used the Marauder's map to determine the location of Harry and the others and rushed there immediately. How did you know we were here? Ron said in surprise when he saw Cyrus looking for him accurately, but soon he was attracted by the thing in Cyrus' hand. Do you, want to wash your face? This is a pensieve. Hermione's eyes widened. What is a pensieve? It is an alchemical tool that can preserve the thoughts and memories in the mind. Cyrus explained while using the tip of the wand to draw out a small piece of silver memory at his temple. You can understand that the pensieve allows you and others to see the situation again in a third-person point of view. It's like watching a movie, understand? Cyrus dropped the memory into the pensieve and scrambled it. Soon the silver object became transparent and looked like glass. Follow me. Cyrus took the initiative to enter his own thoughts. He fell into a cold and dark material, as if being sucked into a black vortex. What should we do? Ron hesitated as he watched Cyrus disappear. Follow me, Harry said without hesitation. Before he could say anything, Ginny had entered the pensieve, being the second one. Next came Harry, Hermione, and finally Ron. Before they could realize what was going on, they found themselves in a novel space. They immediately knew where they were. This round room with a sleeping portrait on the wall is Dumbledore's office, but the person sitting behind the desk is not Dumbledore at the moment, but a wizened wizard with a bald head who looked very weak. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head, and he was reading a letter by candlelight. Harry had never seen this man before. He is Professor Armando Dipet. 50 years ago, he was the principal of Hogwarts. Cyrus explained to them. He was talking loudly as usual, which made Harry and the others nervous. "I'm sorry," Harry said with a trembling voice. "Shouldn't we keep it down and hide?" But the wizard didn't even look up. He continued to read the letter, frowning slightly. "Don't worry. They can't see us. They are just memories. Just like me," Cyrus explained. At this moment, Harry and the others felt relieved. At this time, the old wizard sighed, folded up the letter, stood up, walked past Harry, without even looking at him, and went straight over to open the curtains. The sky outside the window is covered with red clouds. It seems that it is sunset at this moment. The wizard returned to the table and sat down, twiddling his thumbs absent-mindedly and looking at the door. There was a knock on the door outside the office. "Come in," the old wizard said in a weak voice. A boy of about 16 came in and took off his pointed hat. A silver prefect's badge gleamed on his chest. He looked exactly like Mr. Riddle, tall, with black hair and eyes. "This person is me," Cyrus explained. In fact, others could tell without him having to say anything. "He's much more handsome than that Lockhart." Ron nudged Hermione with his elbow, and Hermione's face immediately turned red. "Ah, Riddle," the principal said. "You wanted to see me, Professor Dipet?" Riddle asked, looking a little nervous. "Sit down," said Dipet. "I have been reading the letter you gave me." "Oh," Riddle said. He sat down and clasped his hands together. "My dear child," Dipet said kindly, "I cannot let you stay at school for the summer vacation. You'd love to go home for the holidays, right?" "No," Riddle said immediately. "I would rather stay at Hogwarts than go to that. You lived in a Muggle orphanage during the holidays, right?" Dipet asked curiously. "Mr. Riddle, you never told me." Ginny looked at Cyrus with sympathy, sadness written all over her face. She never knew that Mr. Riddle had such a past. "It's nothing." Cyrus just shook his head. "I don't want others to think I'm pitiful, Ginny." This was what he said from the bottom of his heart. Useless sympathy is no comfort. Harry agreed with this more than anyone. He felt closer to Tom Riddle. The experiences of the two of them were so similar. They are almost like brothers who have been separated for 50 years. "Yes, sir," Riddle said, blushing slightly. "Are you a Muggle-born?" "Mixed blood, sir," Riddle said. "My father is a Muggle and my mother is a wizard. Both your parents." "My mother died just after giving birth to me, sir. They told me in the orphanage that she only had time to give me a name, Tom, after my father, and a middle name, Marvolo, after my grandfather." Dipet smacked his tongue sympathetically. "The thing is, Tom," he sighed and said, "we originally wanted to make some special arrangements for you, but under the current circumstances." "Are you referring to all these attacks, sir?" Riddle asked. Harry's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he leaned closer for fear of missing a word. "That's true," said the principal. "My dear boy, you must see how foolish it would be for me to allow you to stay in the castle after the term is over. Especially after the recent tragedy of that poor little girl. You would have been much safer in the orphanage. To tell you the truth, the Ministry of Magic is even talking about closing schools. We don't have the slightest clue about who is responsible for these unfortunate events." Riddle's eyes widened. "You're sad," Ginny said. "I just don't want the school to be closed. So I have to hand over the culprit." "Even if he didn't mean to commit evil," Cyrus said calmly. "He was giving Harry and others a vaccination, so he deliberately emphasized, not on purpose." Harry could understand Riddle's thoughts in his memory. Hogwarts always provides the warmest shelter to those who are homeless. This was the first home and the best home he had ever known. He, Mr. Riddle, and other abandoned people found a home here. ____________.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.